Well, thank you all for the warm welcome. It is a great privilege to be with all of you today. To Mike Lamach, to Jim Fitterling, to all the members of the board of directors who are gathered here. I know you've had a busy week, and I know a productive time together, but to stand before you today at the close of this conference, to have the opportunity to address some of the most significant business leaders in America is a great, great privilege for me. So thank you. Thank you so much for your warm welcome. I also want to say thank you to Jay Timmons and this terrific staff at the National Association of Manufacturers. They make an incredible difference in the life of this nation, and you could give them a round of applause if they haven't gotten more than a few. It's also great to be here as you celebrate 125 years of the National Association of Manufacturers. I know I stand before you today and I'm looking into the eyes of some of the most extraordinary men and women in this country. You are leaders who literally employ millions of Americans and create jobs and opportunities and make dreams come true every single day. And it's really great to be here among so many champions of free enterprise. Thanks to all of your efforts, to the investments your companies have made, and thanks to the leadership of a friend of mine, we're in the midst of a great American comeback, and manufacturing is leading the way. And it's always been true in this country. You know, I think in the long and storied history of America, we've done two things especially well. We make things and we grow things. And all of you in this association and the companies, large and small, that are represented here for 125 years, have improved the lives of the American people. You've strengthened communities. But as I begin this morning, let me also say I'm very aware from my years in the Congress, growing up in a manufacturing state of Indiana, my years as governor, I know I'm standing in front of some of the most generous and conscientious corporate citizens in America. Your companies get behind literally every worthy cause in every big city and small town in America. So why don't you give yourselves a round of applause for what you and your employees do to improve the lives of the American people every day. We're truly grateful. It really is great to be with so many friends in the room. And as I begin, let me bring greetings from another friend of mine and a great champion of manufacturing. as someone who spent a lifetime building, and now he is rebuilding the American dream for countless Americans, I bring greetings from the 45th President of the United States of America, President Donald Trump. You know, from the day he took that historic ride down the escalator, President Trump promised to the American people that he would be, in his words, a leader that would bring back our jobs and bring back manufacturing. And President Donald Trump delivered and has been fighting to keep that promise every single day. Thanks to the President's leadership and the reforms that we'll reflect on today, were achieved with his leadership and with your support. It's remarkable to think that since Election Day 2016, businesses just like all of yours have literally created more than 7 million new jobs across this country, including more than 500,000 manufacturing jobs. Unemployment's at a 50-year low. The stock market has broken even more records this week, and more Americans are working today than ever before. It really is an incredible accomplishment. And the rise in the stock market I watch the business television shows, probably not as much as you do, but I watch these business television shows, and they're always talking about the curves this and the econometrics that and all the fancy talk. But, the bottom line is when the 401ks are growing, when the stock market is rising, pensions are growing. And the truth is the policies that the National Association of Manufacturers and all of you got behind have made a difference, strengthening the foundation under working families and retirees across America. And on behalf of all of them, thank you for your support. You've improved the well-being and the future of millions of American families. And I also want to express appreciation that in the midst of the reforms that we'll talk about today, that you've been reflecting on all this week, after years of flat wages and really it was a stubborn metric when I was governor of the state of Indiana in a heavily manufacturing state. We just could never get wages to rise outside of a very minimal level. Manufacturing has never been given to the rapid income increases that you see in some other sectors of the economy. But I'm proud to report today that wages are rising at the fastest pace in more than a decade. Companies like all of you around this room are investing in your workers as you have not done for more than 10 years. And what's most exciting, as I travel all across this country, in South Carolina yesterday, is that wages are rising most rapidly for hard-working, blue-collar Americans. American business is investing in working Americans again. Thank you for that. The truth of the matter is, the President said that we were going to focus our administration on the forgotten men and women of America. And all of you, by investing those resources in hardworking Americans, have done just that. The forgotten men and women are forgotten no more. And I'm here to tell you they know it. And for the first time in 18 years, it's amazing to think there are actually more job openings in America than there are people looking for work. And it's been that way for nearly 2 years. In January alone, we saw companies like all those gathered here create some 225,000 new jobs. And as I stand before you today, there's not only 500,000 new manufacturing jobs under President Trump's leadership, but I'm told that there's another 360,000 manufacturing jobs waiting to be filled. This economy is working for manufacturing, and it's working for working Americans. In fact, under the President's leadership, we've seen the best year for manufacturing job creation, Jay, in more than 20 years. It's really been a remarkable time. The most manufacturing job openings recorded in 18 years, the highest levels of optimism among manufacturers ever recorded. And thanks to the strong support of NAM and the leadership of this president, American manufacturing has come roaring back. It's remarkable to think about the difference over the last 3 years. The last president actually saw this country lose 200,000 manufacturing jobs. And I remember out on the campaign trail. The last administration actually asked the question, what magic wand do you have? I mean, the assumption was manufacturing was never going to come back. I remember hearing that very same thing when I was leading the state of Indiana as governor. But you thought different. President Donald Trump thought different. We didn't need a magic wand. We just needed a leader in the White House who believed in manufacturing. We just needed President Donald Trump in the Oval Office. It's made the difference. And it didn't just happen. You all know in our first year in office, the president went right to work to pass the policies that we had campaigned on, that he knew as a lifelong entrepreneur and business leader would make it possible for companies like all of those gathered here to invest in ways to create jobs and bring manufacturing and all of American business back. The president signed the largest tax cuts and tax reform in American history in our first year. We cut taxes across the board for working families, but also for businesses large and small. And I was in those negotiations. I remember the president being insistent that we had to cut the corporate tax rate. We had one of the highest tax rates in the developed world, and we cut it to below the average. We eliminated the death tax for nearly every American small business. We gave businesses the ability to deduct 100% of the cost of equipment. And because of the president's tax cuts and because of the confidence that you all have shown, I'm told we've already seen $1 trillion of investment brought back into this country from overseas, and members of the NAM have seen the impact on manufacturing firsthand. It's really been remarkable. I mean, all of you got behind these policies of tax cuts and all the reforms that we've advanced, and then you put them into practice. You didn't wait. I remember when we were talking about immediate expensing, the president said, we've got to do things that will encourage companies to move and to move quickly to get the American economy rolling again. And all of you did. I mean, last month I met a business owner from Illinois at the White House, and she's been using her tax cut to invest $500,000 in new equipment, hire 20% more workers, raise wages by 25%. She increased health insurance contributions and provided 401k match. And I think she's actually with us here today. HM Manufacturing, Nicole Walter, where are you? Let's give her a big round of applause. Take a bow, Nicole. Wow. Great job. There's another company with us today who I'm told is using those tax cuts to create 170 new jobs at 3 new facilities in Ohio and back in the Hoosier State. Been providing training for students at local schools and helping to train up that whole new generation of hardworking and prosperous Americans. So would you join me in recognizing BWX Technology and Rex Jeviden. Rex, where are you? Take a bow, will you? Great job, Rex. Fantastic. I mean, it really is amazing. I mean, when I remember when we were out on the South Lawn and the president put his signature on that tax cut, just a couple days later, we started hearing about companies that were bonusing employees and taking the kind of action that we just celebrated a minute ago. And I remember the president kind of hit me on the shoulder in the Oval Office, and he said, "Did you think people would like be handing out bonuses like in the first few weeks?" I said, "I didn't even know." I mean, it was you all had a vote of confidence immediately. You said to your workers, you said to your employees, you said to the American people, this is what we need. And it literally revived the confidence of the American people. In fact, yesterday I was just in South Carolina. I met with proud NAM members, Bill and Lou Kennedy of Nephron Pharmaceuticals. They were out there just like all of you. They were championing those tax cuts. They were saying the difference that they were going to make. And literally within hours, Jay, you know this story, literally within hours of when the president signed the tax cuts into law, they gave every employee at Nephron Pharmaceuticals a 5% raise. It was an incredible contribution. And you could give them a round of applause. I just think the world of those special people. Great growing company. And I just heard they're getting ready to invest another $80 million to expand their facility outside Columbia. It's incredible. And it's really working. And you all know it's working. You don't need me to wrap up your conference here today to tell you this is a booming economy. And I'm really here just to pay a debt of gratitude. And not just gratitude from our administration, but can I just also express appreciation on behalf of working Americans? I mean, the truth is Bill and Lou and Nicole and Rex are emblematic of all of the members of NAM. You've been investing in your companies, investing in working Americans, thanks to the policies of this president and this administration, and you've really revived the confidence of the American people and opened doors of opportunity. And make no mistake about it, and you know it when you walk the line at your company or you head down to the company cafeteria. They know what's going on. I mean, it's amazing to me. I hear a lot of debate on the other side of the aisle that's trying to talk down this economy, and I think they're going to have a real problem selling that to the American people. I mean, people know what's happening. They got more money in their pockets. I mean, literally, the average American household today has more than $5,000 in their pockets in disposable income every year, thanks to the policies that NAM has supported. And they know it. I got to tell you, I took a day-and-a-half vacation. It's what we call a spring break in my line of work. And we went down. I don't know if you all know Fort Myers. There's a place called Sanibel Island. It's just off Fort Myers, Florida. The president goes to Palm Beach. I go to Sanibel Island. Karen and I were sitting out on the beach, Jay. True story. We were sitting out on the beach, had sunglasses on, ball caps. Thought we were incognito, right? Except that the local newspaper all, had told that we were on the island. We love going there. Been going there for 30 years. And anyway, we were sitting on the beach, and these two big boys in Budweiser shirts, tattoos down their arms, came walking by. And one of them looked at me, and he stopped, and he pointed at me, and he said, "You're Pence." And I said, "Yes, sir, I am." And he looked at me, and he said, "Well, listen, you got to tell the president to keep doing what he's doing, because I made twice as much money last year as I made the year before." And I told him I would. I promised him that. And I did. And then he took 2 steps away, kind of smiling to himself. He turned back around. He said, "And I don't know what you do, but keep doing what you're doing too." And I told him I would. I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing to think of all that's happened here. And NAM's been there every step of the way. You really have. And it hasn't just been the tax cuts that you were out supporting. I mean, the changes in federal red tape and regulation, the regulatory relief that we've been able to pass, working in partnership with businesses around the country, have literally saved the American people, we think, about $3,100 per household, reducing the burden of regulations. When he was running for this office, our president promised that for every new regulation we produced, that we would eliminate 2 regulations. And I got to be honest with you, he didn't keep that promise exactly. Because the truth is, as I stand before you today, President Trump has actually eliminated 7 regulations for every new federal rule put on the books. I mean, President Trump, with the strong support of our allies in the Congress, literally in 3 short years has rolled back more federal red tape than any president in American history. In fact, under the president's leadership, more than 90% of the regulations that NAM identified as hurting American manufacturing have already been cut or simplified. And we're grateful to each and every one of you. I mean, that's how the system should work. My second favorite president is Ronald Reagan. I'll let you guess who my favorite president is. But Ronald Reagan said famously in his first inaugural address, he said, "Remember, we're a people with a government, not the other way around." Right? And what you saw this president do in a classic CEO style was reach out to business leaders around the country and say, what do you need? What underbrush, without compromising health or safety or environment, what can we clear out of the way so that you can invest and create jobs? And the truth is, that's what we've been able to do. And NAM has been a critical part of our success. And thanks to the president's efforts to roll back red tape, we've been able to unleash the economy and unleash American energy. I'm proud to report to you that the United States is now the largest producer of oil and natural gas in the world. And this year, we will be a net exporter of energy for the first time in 75 years. How about that? So it's been about tax cuts, regulation, it's been about unleashing American energy, but it's also been about trade. And this president's been fighting every day for free, fair, and reciprocal trade. We've been working to open up markets, but open up markets in a way that puts American jobs, American manufacturing, and American workers first. Just the last month, it's been an incredible month of progress. While the Congress was spending their time on other matters, you saw President Trump sign phase 1 of a new trade deal with China that for the first time includes the beginning of protections of intellectual property and will increase manufacturing exports by $50 billion in the next 2 years. It's a beginning. China's already begun lifting tariffs on American products. They've pledged to end currency manipulation. But President Trump has made it clear. He's made it clear to President Xi and had me make it clear to President Xi and all the leadership of China that while our hearts go out to them as they struggle now with the coronavirus, America is going to continue to stand strong for American jobs and American workers. We're going to continue to negotiate to level the playing field for American enterprise with China. The era of economic surrender is over. And of course, just a couple weeks after signing the Phase 1 China deal, many of you were on the South Lawn of the White House when, thanks to your strong support and the support of millions of Americans and our allies in the Congress, President Trump signed the largest trade deal in American history, the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement. It really is an incredible accomplishment. We were talking, Mike and Jay and I were talking backstage, many members of the board, about the incredible accomplishment, which we believe would not have been possible with the strong support of business and the strong support of all the business leaders gathered here. We all know the impact that NAFTA had. For decades before President Trump took office, I don't have to tell all of you, we literally saw tens of thousands of factories close. Nearly 1 million jobs were lost or sent south of the border, including 250,000 manufacturing jobs. But as a candidate, and long before he ever thought about running for president, President Donald Trump knew we could do better. He knew we could renegotiate our trading relationship with Canada and Mexico in a way that put America first, that put American jobs, American workers, and American manufacturing first. And I watched him in these negotiations, and I got to tell you, he drove a hard bargain. This president rolled his sleeves up, he dug in, and we have a deal in the USMCA that is an unambiguous win for American workers, American manufacturing, and American agriculture. And we are grateful to each and every one of you for helping to bring it about. I mean, the truth is, under this president's leadership, we've already seen, thanks to companies like all of yours, 12,000 new factories built in this country. We think the USMCA, thanks to your strong support and the support of millions of Americans, is going to create another 600,000 new jobs, including, we think, about 50,000 manufacturing jobs right out of the gate. It really is remarkable to think. And it's not just more jobs, it's going to be better jobs. Our best estimates suggest that with the growth that the USMCA is going to drive in this country, we're projecting to see wages increase overall, and the biggest increases are projected to go to manufacturing workers as manufacturing continues to strengthen in this country. And I know that without the strong support of the NAM, all of that might not have been possible. You know, it's remarkable to think you and your members held more than 1,000 meetings with members of Congress. You hosted events for the president, for myself, at great companies like Caterpillar, JLS, Automation, Shot North, Patriot Industries. And I traveled literally to 18 states at the president's direction. I might have been stopping in the districts of freshman Democrats in Congress just to make our point. but it was NAM every step of the way that was there saying, for manufacturing, for America, we need the USMCA. So on behalf of the President of the United States and working Americans everywhere, thank you, NAM, for your support of the USMCA. You made a difference. You made a difference. So we've made great progress. We've made great progress opening markets around the world and unleashing the American growth through tax cuts, regulatory reform, and the like. But I also came here today, as I did last time we spoke, to ensure you that we're going to continue to work to make sure that the American people have the skills and the training to meet the needs of a growing, competitive manufacturing industry of the future. Now, this association actually tells us that nearly 2/3 of America's manufacturers are concerned about finding workers with the right skill. Just a few days after a survey of NFIB found that while business optimism is near an all-time high, 1/4 of America's small businesses as well, including manufacturers, express concern about what you all call the skills gap. And I want to assure you that we are focused entirely on that issue. The good news is, in the last administration, we literally saw 500,000 people leave the American workforce. And in a much unreported number, as the President was celebrating that blue-collar boom in that State of the Union address the other night, we're proud to report to the American people, in the last 3 years, 3.5 million Americans have come back into the workforce. We have a growing American economy because Americans are coming back to work. And make no mistake about it, there's still a lot of people on the sidelines. Our best estimate, according to our Council of Economic Advisors, is there's still literally 5 to 6 million able-bodied adults on the sidelines in this economy. And that's why opportunities to educate, to train, to give people the background and the training to seize the good-paying jobs in companies like yours are more important than ever before. And as we gather here today, I know it's just 2 days after you launched a Creators Wanted campaign. I'm proud to report that President Trump will continue to back the efforts just like that one to create job training and vocational education, make it more accessible than ever before. In fact, all of you know, because you've been such a big part of it, 1.5 years ago, the President launched our pledge to America's workers. By signing the pledge, companies like so many of you here committed to training opportunities over the next 5 years for students, for workers, through apprenticeships, continuing education, and even on-the-job training. Now, when the pledge was launched, the first-year goal was 500,000 training opportunities. And once again, we didn't exactly hit that number. As you all heard earlier this week, we've actually reached 15 million training opportunities and apprenticeships in America. American business is opening the doors to train America's workers. And we thank you. I mean, the President and I couldn't be more grateful. The people in this room, we've secured training for nearly 1.2 million manufacturing workers across this country. And I just want you to know we're going to continue to partner with you. And let me just take the opportunity to say thank you for acknowledging a member of our administration who has a heart for American workers and a heart for American families. She's literally one of this administration's greatest champions of working families. And let me just thank you for extending the Alexander Hamilton Award to Ivanka Trump. She is so well deserving, and she's making a difference for working families. Thank you for that. But just as you're helping to close the skills gap through the Creators Wanted campaign, you've also been a strong advocate for the President's agenda to rebuild America. You know, I love to remind people that the American people elected a builder to be President of the United States. And I promise you, you've never had anyone in the Oval Office more committed to rebuilding America's roads and bridges and airports and ports than President Donald Trump. I mean, you have your own Building to Win plan. You said that America should invest $1 trillion in infrastructure over the next 10 years. And I'm sure you all took notice of the fact that with the strong support of NAM, the President just released our budget that called for $1 trillion of investment in infrastructure over the next 10 years. And we're going to work our hearts out to get it done. I mean, this is a president that understands, as a builder, that roads mean jobs. And I'm not talking about road jobs. We're talking about the right infrastructure is absolutely essential to the opportunity to expand and grow and create opportunities in communities large and small. I saw it when I was governor of the state of Indiana. When manufacturing was ready to grow, we started talking about pavement and curbs and asphalt. And it's absolutely vital. And I want you to understand, this administration understands that. And I just want to encourage you that even in these divided times on Capitol Hill, there's still time. I'm told by some Democrat leaders in Congress that they've got a bill. We've got a bill in the United States Senate. We're ready to go to work. I know we got elections coming up this November, but there's no time like the present. Congress should work on an infrastructure bill, and they should work on it and get it done this year. Go tell them that. So I really just came to say thanks. Thanks to your strong support of this president, his agenda, strong support of our allies in Congress, we've been able to cut taxes, roll back red tape, unleash American energy, fight for free and fair trade, and create millions of training opportunities for the American people. And when you look at this record, it's really been remarkable to think about it. I want to say to all of you, I hope you have figured out already, American manufacturing has never had a greater champion in the Oval Office than President Donald Trump. And we're going to keep working every day. Keep working every day to not just to earn your confidence, but to give you confidence to invest, to give you the confidence to know that this is a president that believes in growth. And I just wanted to come by today to say thank you. I know it's been a long few days for all of you, and you probably got a stack of emails and mail and business waiting for you back at your desk. I know how that works. But I'm really honored to have a chance to maybe send you off from this board meeting just with a word of gratitude, really and truly. It's amazing to think of what NAM has meant in the life of this country for 125 years. 125 years ago, 500 manufacturers gathered just a few steps from the Ohio River and decided that American manufacturing needed a voice in Washington, D.C. and in state houses across the country, and they came together. Now those 500 original members are 14,000 companies, and 90% of them are small and medium-sized businesses, like so many that are so well represented here on this board. Members of this association made incredible contributions, as I said before, to the life of our nation, the Model T to the microchip, 747 and beyond. Companies represented in this room make products used around our nation, around the world, and in the vast reaches of outer space. And we're going to continue to promote the policies that make it more possible for you to create even more. I mean, manufacturing's changed a lot since those days 125 years ago, but one thing will never change. Manufacturing and people who make things are the backbone of the American economy. It's true today, and it will always be true. So I'll make you a promise, this president, this vice president, and our administration are going to continue to work as we revive the American economy together, as we keep this boom growing. So I want to encourage you to keep supporting all the policies we've talked about today, and keep supporting the people that support them. I mean, we've got a little election coming up here in a few months, and we'll be grateful for your support. But I think it's just, we're going to work our hearts out to get President Donald Trump 4 more years in the White House. But I think we also ought to make sure we get behind men and women, and we elect pro-growth Republican majorities to the United States Senate again and we re-elect a conservative Republican majority to the United States House of Representatives. We'll get America growing again, and we'll advance this agenda that has a more prosperous America working. So go tell the story to your suppliers, to your business associates, to all your contacts, to your friends, to your neighbors. Tell them all that we've accomplished. Talk about how we've been able to unleash this economy through common sense American policies. You know, that's the president's favorite term. He'll stop conversations sometimes in the Oval Office and say, it's just common sense. And that's what we've been advancing. It's the common sense and the common values of the American people that understand that when you let people keep more of what they earn, when you get government out of the way, when you open up markets on a fair and a balanced way around the world, when you unleash the vast natural resources of America, America comes roaring back. You all have proven that every day over the last 3 years. And we're going to continue to work our hearts out to make sure you can continue to prove it. And finally, let me just thank you for one other way. You know, I believe with all of my heart that every one of us are born with certain God-given abilities. Some have the gift of leadership. You all have proven that in your lives and in your careers. Some have the gift of service. Some have the gift of hospitality. But some, as all of you know, better than most, are gifted with the skill to create, to build things, to make things. I mean, you all know it's been the engineer, it's been the craftsman, the welder, the carpenter, the bricklayer, the mechanic that have built America. And all of you in all of your companies, large and small, you create opportunities for people to live out their calling. And that really should be the object of our education system in this country, is to help people discover those God-given abilities and then put them to work to create a better future for themselves, their families, their community, and their nation. I mean, the truth of the matter is that all of you have enriched in your careers, in the life of your companies, in the life of this nation. Manufacturing has enriched the lives of American families in countless ways. And I promise you we're going to continue. We're going to continue to work closely with you to make sure that those dreams can continue to come true for working Americans as your companies continue to grow and expand in this economy. And I truly do believe that thanks to your great support of the National Association of Manufacturers, we've made America great again. And with your continued support, and with President Donald Trump in the White House, with the support of millions of Americans who enjoy the benefits and the opportunities your companies afford, we're going to see American manufacturing strengthened like never before. We're going to create more through greater innovation than ever before. We're going to sell it across this country and sell it across this world. And with your help and your leadership and God's help, we'll keep America great. Thanks, everybody. God bless you. Thank you for your leadership.
Sunday. So, Chris, thanks for joining us. We love your Friday visit.
And welcome everyone here to News and Now, live look at the White House, and welcome to Fox 10 Extra. We do appreciate you joining us here today. 2 hours of nonstop news coverage from across the country. We got you covered on all angles today. Live look right now in North Carolina, where they are setting up for a Bernie Sanders rally. We'll have that for you in full. And then we are getting also a live update in South Carolina on the tragedy of a missing 6-year-old. The body was found yesterday. We'll bring that to you as well. So this is going to be a busy 2-hour block. Welcome everyone here to News Now. We're on.
Okay, Mike, yeah, there's so many different directions you could go. We do, it is interesting that I almost feel like once the vote in New Hampshire has been taken, that everybody goes into hibernation.
Yeah, what is
For
up
2
with
or
that?
3 days. I think it's because it's exhausting. You know, you had candidates, Mike, in Iowa who said, I'm committed to going to every single county in this state.
Right.
Well, there's some pretty tiny counties
There
with
really
very small
is.
populations. You know, and then you very quickly shift to New Hampshire. And you would think that Pete Buttigieg winning Iowa and coming within 1.5%
fraction
in
of
New
it.
Hampshire, friendly home turf for Bernie Sanders, that he would just be exploding in some of these national polls. We're not exactly seeing that yet. But point being this, we have a Bernie event.
Yes,
We're
we do.
watching it closely.
Yep.
He should be up on the stage pretty quickly. And as South Carolina comes into focus, so does Nevada. By the way, there is a poll out there that says that Joe Biden is still hanging on to a lead in South Carolina. But when I tell you who this poll now indicates is number 2 in South Carolina, this really could reshape things. In this particular poll, it's Tom Steyer.
Tom Steyer.
Who has been spending a bundle of money
Right.
on TV advertising in South Carolina. And oh, by the way, I was up in Las Vegas a couple of weeks ago. He's spending a lot of money in Vegas, too.
Yeah.
You know, and everybody's focused on Biden,
Sure.
you know, as he falters a bit, Bernie, as he does as well as he does, and then Bloomberg. Well, what if Tom Steyer now becomes part of the national conversation?
I know.
That upends the apple cart again.
And I mean, Ron, okay, so if Tom Steyer gets a little love in South Carolina, like, you know, he's been pumping the money there, and Joe just doesn't have a good showing. I mean, are we setting up for a brokered convention
Mike,
with Bloomberg coming into focus?
Yep, right.
For Super Tuesday.
I'm so glad you asked that question, because that is one of the exact questions, almost word for word, that I asked Chris Wallace. You guys, when you join us on Friday morning, you know what happens. We run through a couple of quick headlines, and then we get you smart political talk from really one of the smartest guys in D.C. He's seen it all. He's reported on it all. When I went to visit him at his office there at the Fox News headquarters in D.C.,
Yeah.
I mean, name your political figure, and he's probably got a picture of him up there on the wall.
Look at that.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's incredible. So he really does know so much, and I asked him a little bit about that very issue. The thing that makes this race different from any that we've ever seen before is, well, first of all, you have 5 candidates, and if you throw Tom Steyer in there, 6, who could still make the argument, I can win this thing.
Right.
Okay. So, but on top of all of that, Then you move past these first few states, and then Michael Bloomberg enters the picture.
Look at that.
So, I mean, even because you have 5 candidates who could each make the argument that I could still be the one to beat Donald Trump, that has a tendency, you know, for people to really sort of fracture the vote. And then on top of all of that, then you have Bloomberg. So we are truly, when it comes to choosing a president and choosing a presidential nominee,
Yep.
we're in some uncharted waters.
Yes, we really, really are, Ron. And you know, this is only February. Can you imagine after Super Tuesday, we'll get such a better perspective of what's going to happen and how it's going to shape out.
You know, Mike, the thought really occurred to me yesterday, and I don't know why this doesn't happen yet. Arizona could, and it seems to me should be, a bigger part of the conversation. You know, there's now this focus on Nevada. They have this long period of time. From New Hampshire, it's almost 2 weeks till we get to Nevada, and it's a caucus. Well, if the candidates are going to be coming out this direction anyway, what Arizona ought to do, and this is not a pro-Democrat or a pro-Republican argument leaning one way or the other. It is right down the middle. What we should do in this state is move our voting date to after New Hampshire, but before Nevada, because the candidates are all coming out this way anyway.
There you
I
go.
mean, you know what? They're going to be flying into Vegas. Why not fly them into Phoenix? And then they can figure if they have to Uber, get a rent-a-car, whatever they got to do to get up to Vegas. But it would put us so much more right in front of the national conversation. And I think the voters in this state really pay attention.
That's true.
To politics. A lot of them have, you know, well thought out positions. It would make the state of Arizona. I mean, we throw ideas out there. We're just commentators.
Yep.
Right? So, I mean, to me, it would sure make a lot of sense, particularly because there's this dead period now between New Hampshire and
That's right.
how long till Nevada?
I know.
You know, why not put Arizona in the middle of that?
That's true. That's true. And we will, though, if you think about it, we will have some sort of a national focus on Wednesday of next week when the president comes to Arizona and does one of his big, massive rallies. And that will be a big one, and try to lift up McSally as well in the process.
And we are headed toward, it looks like, one of the really classic matchups for the U.S. Senate with Mark Kelly for the Democrats and for Martha McSally for the Republicans. So that could be, if not the number one, it could be the number 2, 3, 4 most talked about, most watched of all the Senate races. 2 very high-profile candidates.
And you know, and because Arizona could play such a role this time, I'm sort of upset that a city in Arizona didn't get the debate, one of the debates for the presidential debates.
To me, the question is, which will happen first? When will we get, you know, it doesn't look like it's going to happen this time around, maybe in the 4-year cycle. Will we first get another of these presidential debates, or will we get a Democratic or a Republican convention right at the convention center downtown?
That'd be nice.
That would be really great to see.
That would be amazing to see. No doubt about it. All right, Ron, before we get to your interview with Chris Wallace, just want to show everybody, because it is Valentine's Day, you had the First Lady Melania Trump visiting some children at a hospital just outside of D.C. today.
Oh, look at that.
So she was doing some little arts and crafts right there with the children. Little surprise there, and we uploaded it on our YouTube page. It's about 30 minutes.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, so you see her for a good portion.
Tell you one thing, Mike has an eye for grabbing the videos that he then puts on YouTube that a lot of people have a tendency to gravitate toward.
Yeah.
I mean, I was looking, Mike, at some of the videos that you've posted over the last few weeks. It's not unusual that they get 500,000 or more views.
I know. It truly does go worldwide, and it's something to see the reach.
That's right. I think the word of news now is finally spreading across the nation.
It really is. It really is. All right, now let's go to Ron talking to Chris Wallace. And this isn't the only interview you're going to see of the day from Ron, because a little bit later we'll show you Ron interviewing 2 NASCAR legends ahead of the big Daytona 500.
Oh, yeah.
So it's going to be a Ron show.
Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson. By the way, I play the fast answer game with them. It's so great because I have them fill in the blanks. One of which is, when you're in a hurry, and you know, the race car drivers,
Yeah.
when you're in a hurry and you have to hit a drive-through to grab some grub, where do you go? Fill in the blank. It's really a lot of fun with these guys.
That'll be great to see. All right, we'll play that out. But here's Chris Wallace with Ron.
Sunday. So, Chris, thanks for joining us. We love your Friday visits. It occurred to me that the reason, perhaps, that this last debate mattered so much was that voters, particularly in New Hampshire, were actually trying to figure out who could hold his own against President Trump on the debate stage in the fall. So, do you buy into that? And do you think that's why maybe Biden is fading and Klobuchar is climbing? And if that is the case, where does Pete Buttigieg fit into it all?
Well, I think Biden's fade is more than just the debates. I mean, it's been a series of debates and stumbling performances in the campaign trail, in addition to which all he is really offering is electability. I've watched a lot of his ads when I was in Iowa and New Hampshire, and he literally would put up polls showing that he did the best against President Trump in some of the key swing states. Well, if your message is electability and you're not winning, what have you got? And, you know, so I think the fact that he did so poorly in Iowa really hurt him in New Hampshire. Amy Klobuchar, there's no question the debate helped her, that people thought she was relatable, that she was tough. And I agree with your basic premise, which is I think that each debate, first of all, the field, the number of people on the stage is getting a little bit smaller, so it's more like a debate and less like separate simultaneous news conferences. And second, I think people are taking it more seriously. If you're a Democrat and you really want to beat Donald Trump, looking for who can stand up on the stage against him. Buttigieg is doing just fine. You know, you could argue he won in Iowa. He finished a very close second in New Hampshire. I think actually Bernie Sanders underperformed in New Hampshire. Yes, he won, but with much smaller percentage of the vote than he had in 2016 against Hillary Clinton. So I think at this point you'd have to see the three frontrunners are Bernie Sanders in that left-wing lane, Klobuchar and Buttigieg in the center, and of course lying in wait for Super Tuesday, Mayor Mike Bloomberg with an unlimited, endless war chest.
Yeah, well, I did want to ask you about that because there's this narrative. I feel like we hear it a lot early in the election cycle that it's going to be a long slog. It could even be a brokered convention. And when you run through, you know, some of the early risers in the first few states, and now, by the way, here comes the guy with all the money, Mike Bloomberg, it makes for a unique election cycle. But I don't know if you could go so far as to say it's going to be so drawn out that we won't really have a winner until we get to the convention. What's your take?
Well, could it happen? Yes. Do I think you can predict that at this point? No. We'll know a lot more after Super Tuesday.
Yeah.
Bernie Sanders will be able to continue right through the convention just as he did in 2016. He seems to have an unlimited amount of, you know, not the big campaign war chest, but $18, I guess, on average per donor. You know, he's going to have enough money to keep going. It'll be very interesting to see when you get to Super Tuesday. Yeah. Remember, by then, all of these candidates are going to be a little battered. A lot of them are going to be, except for Sanders, kind of broke. And then they're going to be facing Bloomberg. And we've never seen this before, that somebody has just skipped the first month of the campaign for a contest and then come on. So we'll see very quickly. Is Bloomberg for real? He's got great ads. He's all over the airwaves. But are people actually going to go out and vote for him? Is he going to have the support of the average American? And if he does, I think he's a very formidable candidate. And if he doesn't, he'll have spent a lot of money for very little effect. But yeah, we'll know that on March 4th.
Well, we love watching your show out here. I see you have Kellyanne Conway on Sunday. Plenty of topics to get into with this White House advisor.
Well, we're going to be talking about the whole fuss over the flap at the Justice Department, the sentencing recommendation for Roger Stone, and we'll also talk about the war of words between the president and Mike Bloomberg. And if you're a political junkie, I'm not taking sides in this thing, not picking favorites, but a Bloomberg-Trump race would be worth the price of admission. These two guys just plain don't like each other, so it'd be pretty interesting to watch.
All right, so Fox News Sunday gets 8 a.m. this coming Sunday right here on Fox 10. Chris, thanks, and see you next week.
Thank you.
Always great stuff from those two. Live look at the White House. Hey, we got some breaking news happening right now. A senior U.S. official saying today that the United States and the Taliban have agreed to a truce agreement that will take effect, quote, very soon and could lead to withdrawals of American troops from Afghanistan. The official said the agreement for a 7-day, quote, reduction in violence to be followed by the start of all Afghan peace talks within 10 days is very specific and covers the entire country, including Afghan government forces. There were indications a formal announcement could come as early as this weekend. That could be big, big news, as this is the longest war in American history. More news now, up next.
Do that, you know what I think we can do? I think we should cancel all student debt.
Well, welcome back, everyone, here to News Now. Live look at the White House, and the race for control of the White House continues every day leading up to November. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here as we continue to bring you the very latest news and stories from across the country. We're actually going to go to a live event happening right now. We got Bernie Sanders speaking in North Carolina. Let's bring that to you live right here on News Now.
The current healthcare system, the current system is dysfunctional and it is cruel. We are spending, I want everybody to hear this, we are spending twice as much per person on health care as do the people of any other country. You all know that? We're spending about $11,000 for every man, woman, and child, and yet, despite that huge expenditure, 87 million Americans are either uninsured or underinsured. We have 30,000 people who die each year because they don't get to a doctor on time. We pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. And unbelievably, some 500,000 people go bankrupt every year. You know why they go bankrupt? Because they have cancer or they have heart disease and they can't afford to pay off their medical debt. That is cruel, that is outrageous, and we are going to end all of that. Look, healthcare Healthcare, and this is, I believe this my whole life, and most Americans do. Healthcare, whether you are rich or middle class or poor, healthcare is a human right, not a privilege. And the function of a rational and humane healthcare system is to guarantee healthcare to all, not to make $100 billion in profit last year for the insurance companies and the drug companies. So whether the healthcare industry likes it or not, we are going to pass a Medicare for all single-payer system. And I'll tell you something else. You know, what our campaign is about is thinking outside of the box and not running away from some of the very serious issues facing our country. It's very easy for politicians to put difficult issues underneath the rug and ignore them. We don't. And one of the issues that we must deal with is the existential threat to our country and the entire planet of climate change. Now, sadly, we have a president who thinks climate change is a quote-unquote hoax. Well, in my view, Donald Trump is a hoax. And what the scientists are telling us, and this is really scary stuff, what they are saying to us, of course climate change is real. Of course climate change is caused by human activity. And of course climate change is already doing devastating harm to our country and the world. But this is what they are now saying. They are saying that they have underestimated the speed and the severity of the damage that climate change is doing and will do unless we get our act together. Polar ice caps melting at a faster rate than they had anticipated, oceans warming at a faster rate, sea level rising at a faster rate, drought more severe, extreme weather disturbances more severe, acidification of the oceans more severe, and what the United Nations tells us, if we don't get our act together, by the end of this century, there may well be hundreds of millions of climate refugees, people no longer able to live in their communities because there's no water to drink, no land to grow their crops. What we have got to do is to finally have the courage to tell the fossil fuel industry that their short-term profits are not more important than the future of this planet. And I'm very proud to tell you that we have introduced the most sweeping and comprehensive climate change proposal ever introduced by any candidate running for federal office. And that proposal is based on the outline of the Green New Deal. And what that proposal is about is transforming our energy system as quickly as we possibly can away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency and sustainable energy. And by the way, when we do that, when we retrofit our older buildings and make them more energy efficient, when we transform our transportation system, when we make major changes in agriculture, when we invest in wind, solar, geothermal, and other sustainable energies, we can create up to 20 million good-paying union jobs. And when we talk about an agenda that works for working people, what we intend to do is to end our broken and racist criminal justice system. We cannot continue to have more people in jail today than any other country on earth, over 2 million. What we intend to do is invest in our young people, in jobs and education, not more jails and incarceration. We are going to end private prisons and detention centers. And I'll tell you what else we're going to do. We are going to end the destructive war on drugs. There are some things that a president can do by executive order, other things you need legislation. One of the things that a president can do with an executive order is to make marijuana legal in every state in this country. Now, I'm going to ask you a question. Be honest with me here now. How many people here know someone who was arrested for possession of marijuana? Whoa. Jesus. Anybody know anybody who has not been arrested for possession of marijuana? All right, what we are going to do, I mean, that's the enormity of the problem. What we are going to do is expunge the records of those arrested for marijuana. And when we talk about broken systems, we have a broken and racist immigration system that needs to be reformed. On our first day, we are going to restore the legal status of the 1.8 million young people eligible for the DACA program. Under our administration, federal agents will not be snatching babies from the arms of their mothers. And under our administration, we will succeed in passing bipartisan, comprehensive immigration reform and a path toward citizenship for the undocumented. The American people, whatever their political views may be, are horrified by the kinds of gun violence and mass shootings we have seen in this country. So my promise to you is that our gun policy will be written by the American people, not the NRA. We will have universal background checks. People with violent pasts should not own guns. We will end the gun show loophole and the straw man provision ends. We will do what the American people want. End the sale and distribution of assault weapons in this country. Now, I am a United States Senator, and I'm on the floor of the Senate, and I hear a lot of speeches from my conservative Republican colleagues. And their mantra is that they believe in small government, they believe in getting the government off the backs of the American people. And I say to those hypocrites, if you believe in getting the government off the backs of the American people, understand that it is women who have the right to control their own bodies, not the government. So here we are in the most consequential presidential election in the modern history of this country, if not in the entire history of this country. And what our campaign is about, as I mentioned, is defeating a very, very dangerous president who is undermining democracy, who has no respect for the Constitution, who thinks that the free media is an enemy of the people, who thinks that the Congress does not have a right to have oversight over his administration, who is now busy attacking the judiciary. All right? All right. Furthermore, we have a president who is running a corrupt administration. And I know that not everybody in North Carolina agrees with everything that I say. I got it. But I hope that we can all agree that that kind of person should not and must not win a second term. But our campaign is not just about beating Trump. Our campaign is putting together an unprecedented, multi-generational, multi-racial coalition of millions of people. Now, I understand that some of our opponents are billionaires and they're buying the airwaves. I got it. Others of our opponents get, lots and lots of money from billionaires. What makes our campaign different is not only the unprecedented level of grassroots support that we have, it is how we raise our funding. And I'm very proud to tell you this, I really am, that we have received more campaign contributions, almost 7 million, from more Americans, over 1.5 million, than any candidate in the history of American politics. So I do understand, I do understand the power of the billionaire class. I understand that they have unlimited amounts of money. But at the end of the day, if we stand together and we do not allow Trump and his friends to divide us up based on the color of our skin or where we were born or our sexual orientation or our religion or our agenda, if we stand together as one people, we will not only defeat Trump, we will transform this country. Nope, it ain't Bernie, it is all of us. We are in this together. The message of our campaign, as you all know, is us, not me. Is us, not me. And the reason for that is pretty simple, is that we reject Trump's definition of what the good life is about. What he believes is that what the good life is about is making as much money as you can, becoming a billionaire, stepping on everybody, lying and cheating and stealing. That's his understanding of what life is about. We reject that. We understand that we are stronger human beings when we reach out to each other. When your family, look, every family in America has got a problem, believe me, all right? And we are stronger when your family helps my family and when my family helps your family, when we understand we are in this together. And we also understand, if we know American history, that real change never, ever takes place from the top on down, always from the bottom on up. That is the history of the labor movement. It's the history of the civil rights movement. It is the history of the women's movement. It is the history of the gay rights movement. It is the history of the environmental movement. And what that means is the only time that real change takes place is when millions of people stand up and look around them and say the status quo is not working. We want change. So, brothers and sisters, this is a campaign of change. This is a campaign of justice. This is a campaign of economic justice, social justice, racial justice, environmental justice. This is a campaign which uniquely is prepared to take on Wall Street, the insurance industry, the drug companies, the fossil fuel industry, the military-industrial complex, the prison-industrial complex, and the whole damn 1%. Now, you know, as I think all of you know, we're getting the establishment just a little bit nervous. They look around and they say, oh my God, people are beginning to stand up and fight for justice. People want decent wages, decent education. People want the rich and the powerful to start paying their fair share of taxes. People believe that health care is a human right. People want to address the crisis of climate change, want to end a broken criminal justice system and a broken immigration system and protect a woman's right to control her own body. Well, the establishment is getting nervous. That is a good thing. Let us go forward. Let's win here in North Carolina. Let's win the nomination. Thank you all very much. Forward. Let's win here in North Carolina. Let's win the nomination. Thank you all.
I want everyone to continue to pray for Faye Swetlick. This has been a horrible situation for our community.
Welcome back, everyone, here to News Now on this Valentine's Day Friday edition of News Now on Fox 10 Extra. We do appreciate you joining us here worldwide as well on our YouTube channel. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you. Thank you so much for, again, joining us here on this Friday. edition of News Now, bringing you stories from all over the country. Unfortunately, we're going to go out to a sad story in South Carolina, getting an update on the story that we're really bringing you all week. It started on Monday with the disappearance of a 6-year-old little girl in Casey, South Carolina. Just yesterday, authorities finding the body of that young girl. So we're going to get another update from the officials there. Let's bring it to you right here on News Now.
Over the last few hours, and we will have that out to you within a few short minutes at the end of this press conference. Yesterday, you saw our investigators and agents with SLED and the Federal Bureau of Investigation following City of Casey municipal sanitation trucks through the neighborhood of Churchill Heights. What we were doing was emptying trash cans and looking to see what came out before it was entered into the truck. As part of that search, we located a critical item of evidence related to our investigation of bringing Faye Swetlick home. Based on that discovery, we narrowed down an area that we felt as an investigative team that we needed to go back to and look for more evidence. Director Snellgrove and other leaders were in the area planning another methodical search of that area. Even though we had been there multiple times, we were going back. During the early planning stages of that search, Director Byron Snellgrove with KCDPS located the body of Faye Marie Swetlick. What we can tell you is this: based on our investigation and based on the information, the preliminary information that we received from the coroner's office, we believe that Faye had not been in that location for a very long time at all. A short time later, just moments after locating Faye Marie Swetlick, we located a deceased male at 602 Piccadilly Square. What I'd like to do now is allow Lexington County Coroner Margaret Fisher to step up to make ID on that person.
Hey everybody. First I want to say thank you. Thank you for covering this case so diligently, and thank you for your patience in allowing my office and all the other law enforcement agencies to handle business and to get the information we need. And you guys have been so patient with waiting on all of our news releases, so we really do appreciate that. I'm here to identify the male that was found on the scene. So I'll spell his name. It's going to be a Caucasian male. He's 30 years old. His first name is Cody, C-O-T-Y. Middle name is Scott, S-C-O-T-T. Last name is Taylor, T-A-Y-L-O-R. He did reside at 602 Piccadilly Square, and as you know, the autopsy for him will probably be on Saturday as well, and we won't know any information on the cause of death until after the autopsy is completed. And at that time, I'm sure we'll do another news release and give you that information. But it's going to be Saturday. Probably by Saturday afternoon, we'll know more about him. Okay? Thank you.
What about the autopsy?
I've got more to give you. So there are a lot of questions out there. What I can tell you is this. The male body that was just identified as Cody Taylor was, our evidence and our investigation does link these two together. I can confirm that he was a neighbor, that he was not a relative, he was not a friend, he was merely a neighbor that lived in Churchill Heights. At this time, I want to assure you, our community, and all of our parents out there that we have no reason to believe that there is an active threat in the Churchill Heights community or the city of Casey as a whole. We have no suspects at this time. We have made no arrest, and we are not seeking any persons of interest as of this time. Lastly, I want to say this. Again, this has been a tragic situation for our community, for our department, and for everyone who has been following the story of Faye Marie Swetlick. We want to thank the community for their tips. Without them, we may not be where we are. We want to thank that neighborhood. We went in there and turned their lives upside down. We made them late for work, we searched their homes, and we invaded their privacy. But we did it for a reason, and we had a goal. This is not the outcome we wanted, but this is where we are, and our work continues to bring justice for Faye Marie Swetlick. I do have time for questions. There are some things about this investigation that I'm not going to be able to tell you about. But I do have time for questions, and we can take those now. Yes, sir, in the back.
Did you say if they were, where they were both found, if they were both found inside his residence, and if so, where?
I can answer that for you. So, Faye Marie Swetlick, her body was located in a wooded area between her residence and the Napa Auto Parts where we did our briefings earlier in the week. The body of Cody Taylor was located at his residence. I'm not going to get into specifics, but it was at his residence. Yes, ma'am.
Since there is no pending investigation with further criminal charges, are you able to detail the piece of evidence that you found by going behind the trash truck?
So I want to clarify, we do still have an open investigation. That right now, what we are looking at is just what I gave you. But just because we don't have any suspects now, we want to make sure that there's not anyone else involved in the disappearance of Faye Marie Swetlick. So I can tell you it was a critical piece of evidence, and what I will confirm is this. It was a critical piece of evidence that would have been listed on her missing persons flyer. Next question.
Do you believe that Cody killed Faye? I know the investigation is very preliminary, but would you say that?
I can't comment on that ongoing investigation. Again, what I will tell you is they are linked.
Okay.
Can you tell us where the evidence was found at all?
Yes, in a trash can belonging to 602 Piccadilly Square, which is the residence of Cody Taylor. In the back.
How close is his house to her house?
100 to 150 feet. So all in that area, there is Londonderry Square and Piccadilly Square. It's some small, similar to townhomes that are right next to one another, and they're right. I mean, those two lanes are right next to each other. Yes, sir.
Did Cody Taylor have a criminal record or was known to KCDPS?
He has no criminal history, and he was not known to law enforcement. Down here.
I'm wondering if you could tell me whether you believe his to also be a homicide, and if you have a date of birth for him.
Yes, I'm not going to stand up here and speculate on his cause of death at this time. We're going to wait to cooperate with the forensic pathologist before we say anything about that. I do have a date of birth for him. It is 3/9/1989. Like I said, we'll know more about his cause of death tomorrow.
Sergeant Anthony, can you talk about, you all knocked on doors, you searched homes. Had you searched Mr. Taylor's home before before law enforcement found him?
We had talked to Mr. Taylor. We had been inside his home. Absolutely, we had. Yes.
Was the body of Faye buried, or was it just like in a commercial?
I'm not going to comment on the condition of her body. I appreciate your question, but I feel like if I had, it'd be insensitive at this time. Right here, yes, ma'am.
You're saying that there's a definitive link. Is it DNA?
What I'm telling you is that part of our that evidence in our investigation links these two. They are not. It's not Faye and then a totally separate case. They are linked.
But you can't tell us that.
I can't. I'm not going to give you the specific details on how. I don't want to. We're still. What I can ask you for is this: we want more information about Cody Taylor, starting at 3:44 Monday afternoon, up until the time that we announced that we had found his body.
It's time for one more than these guys.
Can you tell us how the family has been so far? How are they holding up and everything?
You know, unfortunately, I personally have not talked to them, but what I can tell you is this, is that we have victim specialists with them. My heart breaks for that family. As a parent, how do you go through that? We have a preschool not too far from here, and kids are out there playing on the playground as we pulled in. And as officers, we stopped and waved and made sure those kids saw us and smiled. I couldn't begin to answer that. Thank you so much. We will continue pushing out information. Follow KC Public Safety's Facebook page. We will continue to get you this information as it becomes available and as our investigation allows. Thank you so much for being here.
Such a sad story and update there in South Carolina, especially for the family and friends of that sweet little girl they're taking way too soon. All right, folks, let's show you a look at what we're dealing with here on some of our feeds that we got here for you. This is Senator Warren's campaign stop in Nevada, just outside of a venue there. Looks like she'll be making some sort of media appearance there in a little bit. We'll see what she has to say in just a little bit as soon as she comes to the camera right there. But let's continue on here on News Now. Let's go out to D.C., where a little bit earlier ago, Vice President Mike Pence was making these statements.
At the close of this conference, to have the opportunity to address some of the most significant business leaders in America is a great privilege for me. So thank you. Thank you so much for your warm welcome. I also want to say thank you to Jay Timmons and this terrific staff at the National Association of Manufacturers. They make an incredible difference in the life of this nation, and you could give them a round of applause if they haven't gotten more than a few. It's also great to be here as you celebrate 125 years of the National Association of Manufacturers. I know I stand before you today, and I'm looking into the eyes of some of the most extraordinary men and women in this country. You are leaders who literally employ millions of Americans and create jobs and opportunities and make dreams come true every single day. And it's really great to be here among so many champions of free enterprise. Thanks to all of your efforts, to the investments your companies have made, and thanks to the leadership of a friend of mine, we're in the midst of a great American comeback, and manufacturing is leading the way. And it's always been true in this country. You know, I think in the long and storied history of America, we've done two things especially well. We make things and we grow things. And all of you in this association and the companies, large and small, that are represented here for 125 years, have improved the lives of the American people. You've strengthened communities. But as I begin this morning, let me also say, I'm very aware from my years in the Congress, growing up in a manufacturing state of Indiana, my years as governor, I know I'm standing in front of some of the most generous and conscientious corporate citizens in America. Your companies get behind literally every worthy cause in every big city and small town in America. So why don't you give yourselves a round of applause for what you and your employees do to improve the lives of the American people every day. We're truly grateful. It really is great to be with so many friends in the room. And as I begin, let me bring greetings from another friend of mine and a great champion of manufacturing, as someone who spent a lifetime building, and now he is building the American dream for countless Americans, I bring greetings from the 45th President of the United States of America, President Donald Trump. You know, from the day he took that historic ride down the escalator, President Trump promised to the American people that he would be, in his words, a leader that would bring back our jobs and bring back manufacturing. And President Donald Trump delivered and has been fighting to keep that promise every single day. Thanks to the President's leadership and the reforms that we'll reflect on today, were achieved with his leadership and with your support. It's remarkable to think that since Election Day 2016, businesses just like all of yours have literally created more than 7 million new jobs across this country, including more than 500,000 manufacturing jobs. Unemployment's at a 50-year low. The stock market has broken even more records this week, and more Americans are working today than ever before. It really is an incredible accomplishment. And the rise in the stock market I watch the business television shows, probably not as much as you do, but I watch these business television shows, and they're always talking about the curves this and the econometrics that and all the fancy talk. But, you know, the bottom line is when the 401ks are growing, when the stock market is rising, pensions are growing. And the truth is the policies that the National Association of Manufacturers and all of you got behind have made a difference, strengthening the foundation under working families and retirees across America. And on behalf of all of them, thank you for your support. You've improved the well-being and the future of millions of American families. And I also want to express appreciation that in the midst of the reforms that we'll talk about today, that you've been reflecting on all this week, after years of flat wages and really it was a stubborn metric when I was governor of the state of Indiana in a heavily manufacturing state. We just could never get wages to rise outside of a very minimal level. Manufacturing has never been given to the rapid income increases that you see in some other sectors of the economy. But I'm proud to report today that wages are rising at the fastest pace in more than a decade. Companies like all of you around this room are investing in your workers as you have not done for more than 10 years. And what's most exciting, as I travel all across this country, in South Carolina yesterday, is that wages are rising most rapidly for hard-working, blue-collar Americans. American business is investing in working Americans. Again, thank you for that. I mean, the truth of the matter is, the President said that we were going to focus our administration on the forgotten men and women of America. And all of you, by investing those resources in hardworking Americans, have done just that. The forgotten men and women are forgotten no more. And I'm here to tell you they know it. And for the first time in 18 years, it's amazing to think there are actually more job openings in America than there are people looking for work. And it's been that way for nearly 2 years. In January alone, we saw companies like all those gathered here create some 225,000 new jobs. And as I stand before you today, there's not only 500,000 new manufacturing jobs under President Trump's leadership, but I'm told that there's another 360,000 manufacturing jobs waiting to be filled. This economy is working for manufacturing, and it's working for working Americans. In fact, under the President's leadership, we've seen the best year for manufacturing job creation, Jay, in more than 20 years. It's really been a remarkable time. The most manufacturing job openings recorded in 18 years, the highest levels of optimism
And welcome back, everyone, here to News Now. Coming up on 11 o'clock here in Arizona, we got one more hour for you on Fox 10 Extra. And when you look at this 10-day Fox, guys, you are just going to thank, and then thank some more Corey McCloskey, because this is why we live here, everyone. 70 degrees today in the Valley. Look at the weekend. 71 on Saturday, 73 on Sunday. And, oh, I love to peek a little into next week there and look at next Saturday. If that holds, 78 and sunny, yeah, we'll definitely take that. Oh, we'll take it. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Happy Valentine's Day to everyone out there. It's so great to be here with you. I'm your host, Mike Page, always bringing you these top stories and headlines from across the country. We got one more hour for you on News Now. And right now, we'll show you just a little bit more of the statements being made by Vice President Mike Pence in D.C. If we get any breaking news from anywhere across the country, we'll bring it to you as it happens right here. You're watching News Now.
It's the highest levels of optimism among manufacturers ever recorded. And thanks to the strong support of NAM and the leadership of this president, American manufacturing has come roaring back. It's remarkable to think about the difference over the last 3 years. I mean, the last president actually saw this country lose 200,000 manufacturing jobs. And I remember out on the campaign trail, the last administration actually asked the question, what magic wand do you have? I mean, the assumption was manufacturing was never going to come back. I remember hearing that very same thing when I was leading the state of Indiana as governor. But you thought different. President Donald Trump thought different. We didn't need a magic wand. We just needed a leader in the White House who believed in manufacturing. We just needed President Donald Trump in the Oval Office. It's made the difference. And it didn't just happen. You all know in our first year in office, the president went right to work to pass the policies that we had campaigned on, that he knew as a lifelong entrepreneur and business leader would make it possible for companies like all of those gathered here to invest in ways to create jobs and bring manufacturing and all of American business back. The president signed the largest tax cuts and tax reform in American history in our first year. We cut taxes across the board for working families, but also for businesses large and small. And I was in those negotiations. I remember the president being insistent that we had to cut the corporate tax rate. We had one of the highest tax rates in the developed world, and we cut it to below the average. We eliminated the death tax for nearly every American small business. We gave businesses the ability to deduct 100% of the cost of equipment. And because of the president's tax cuts and because of the confidence that you all have shown, I'm told we've already seen $1 trillion of investment brought back into this country from overseas, and members of the NAM have seen the impact on manufacturing firsthand. It's really been remarkable. I mean, all of you got behind these policies of tax cuts and all the reforms that we've advanced, and then you put them into practice. You didn't wait. I remember when we were talking about immediate expensing, the president said, we've got to do things that will encourage companies to move and to move quickly to get the American economy rolling again. And all of you did. I mean, last month I met a business owner from Illinois at the White House, and she's been using her tax cut to invest $500,000 in new equipment, hire 20% more workers, raise wages by 25%. She increased health insurance contributions and provided 401k match. And I think she's actually with us here today. HM Manufacturing, Nicole Walter, where are you? Let's give her a big round of applause. Take a bow, Nicole. Wow. Great job. There's another company with us today who I'm told is using those tax cuts to create 170 new jobs at 3 new facilities in Ohio and back in the Hoosier State. Been providing training for students at local schools and helping to train up that whole new generation of hardworking and prosperous Americans. So would you join me in recognizing BWX Technology and Rex Jeviden. Rex, where are you? Take a bow, will you? Great job, Rex. Fantastic. I mean, it really is amazing. I mean, when I remember when we signed, we were out on the South Lawn and the president put his signature on that tax cut. Just a couple days later, we started hearing about companies that were bonusing employees and taking the kind of action that we just celebrated a minute ago. And I remember the president kind of hit me on the shoulder in the Oval Office, and he said, "Did you think people would like be handing out bonuses like in the first few weeks?" I said, "I didn't even know." I mean, it was you all had a vote of confidence immediately. You said to your workers, you said to your employees, you said to the American people, "This is what we need." And it literally revived the confidence of the American people. In fact, yesterday I was just in South Carolina. I met with proud NAM members, Bill and Lou Kennedy of Nephron Pharmaceuticals. They were out there just like all of you. They were championing those tax cuts. They were saying the difference that they were going to make. And literally within hours, Jay, you know this story, literally within hours of when the president signed the tax cuts into law, they gave every employee at Nephron Pharmaceuticals a 5% raise. It was an incredible contribution. And you could give them a round of applause. I just think the world of those special people. Great growing company. And I just heard they're getting ready to invest another $80 million to expand their facility outside Columbia. It's incredible. And it's really working. And you all know it's working. You don't need me to wrap up your conference here today to tell you this is a booming economy. And I'm really here just to pay a debt of gratitude. And not just gratitude from our administration, but can I just also express appreciation on behalf of working Americans. I mean, the truth is Bill and Lou and Nicole and Rex are emblematic of all of the members of NAM. You've been investing in your company's investing in working Americans thanks to the policies of this president and this administration, and you've really revived the confidence of the American people and opened doors of opportunity. And make no mistake about it, and you know it when you walk the line in your company or you head down to the company cafeteria. They know what's going on. I mean, it's amazing to me. I hear a lot of debate on the other side of the aisle that's trying to talk down this economy, and I think they're going to have a real problem selling that to the American people. I mean, people know what's happening. They got more money in their pockets. I mean, literally, the average American household today has more than $5,000 in their pockets in disposable income every year, thanks to the policies that NAM has supported. And they know it. I got to tell you, I took a day-and-a-half vacation. It's what we call a spring break in my line of work. We went down. I don't know if you all know Fort Myers. There's a place called Sanibel Island. It's just off Fort Myers, Florida. The president goes to Palm Beach. I go to Sanibel Island. Karen and I were sitting out on the beach, Jay. True story. We were sitting out on the beach, had sunglasses on, ball caps. Thought we were incognito, right? Except that the local newspaper had told that we were on the island. We love going there. Been going there for 30 years. And anyway, we were sitting on the beach, and these two big boys in Budweiser shirts, tattoos down their arms, came walking by. And one of them looked at me, and he stopped, and he pointed at me, and he said, "You're Pence." And I said, "Yes, sir, I am." And he looked at me, and he said, "Well, listen, you got to tell the president to keep doing what he's doing, because I made twice as much money last year as I made the year before." And I told him I would. I promised him that. And I did. And then he took 2 steps away, kind of smiling to himself. He turned back around. He said, "And I don't know what you do, but keep doing what you're doing too." And I told him I would. I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing to think of all that's happened here. And NAM's been there every step of the way. You really have. And it hasn't just been the tax cuts that you were out supporting. I mean, the changes in federal red tape and regulation, the regulatory relief that we've been able to pass, working in partnership with businesses around the country, have literally saved the American people, we think, about $3,100 per household, reducing the burden of regulations. You know, when he was running for this office, our president promised that for every new regulation we produce, that we would eliminate 2 regulations. And I got to be honest with you, he didn't keep that promise exactly. Because the truth is, as I stand before you today, President Trump has actually eliminated 7 regulations for every new federal rule put on the books. I mean, President Trump with the strong support of our allies in the Congress, literally in 3 short years, has rolled back more federal red tape than any president in American history. In fact, under the president's leadership, more than 90% of the regulations that NAM identified as hurting American manufacturing have already been cut or simplified. And we're grateful to each and every one of you. And that's how the system should work. You know, my second favorite president is Ronald Reagan. I'll let you guess who my favorite president is. But Ronald Reagan said famously in his first inaugural address, he said, remember, we're a people with a government, not the other way around. Right? And what you saw this president do in a classic CEO style was reach out to business leaders around the country and say, what do you need? What underbrush, without compromising health or safety or environment, what can we clear out of the way so that you can invest and create jobs? And the truth is, that's what we've been able to do. And NAM has been a critical part of our success. And thanks to the president's efforts to roll back red tape, we've been able to unleash the economy and unleash American energy. I'm proud to report to you that the United States is now the largest producer of oil and natural gas in the world. And this year, we will be a net exporter of energy for the first time in 75 years. How about that? So it's been about tax cuts, regulation, it's been about unleashing American energy, but it's also been about trade. And this president's been fighting every day for free, fair, and reciprocal trade. We've been working to open up markets, but open up markets in a way that puts American jobs, American manufacturing, and American workers first. Just the last month, it's been an incredible month of progress. While the Congress was spending their time on other matters, you saw President Trump sign phase 1 of a new trade deal with China that for the first time includes the beginning of protections of intellectual property and will increase manufacturing exports by $50 billion in the next 2 years. It's a beginning. China's already begun lifting tariffs on American products. They've pledged to end currency manipulation. But President Trump has made it clear. He's made it clear to President Xi and had me make it clear to President Xi and all the leadership of China that while our hearts go out to them as they struggle now with the coronavirus, America is going to continue to stand strong for American jobs and American workers. We're going to continue to negotiate to level the playing field for American enterprise with China. The era of economic surrender is over. And of course, just a couple weeks after signing the Phase 1 China deal, many of you were on the south lawn of the White House when, thanks to your strong support and the support of millions of Americans and our allies in the Congress, President Trump signed the largest trade deal in American history, the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement. Really is an incredible accomplishment. We were talking, Mike and Jay and I were talking backstage, many members of the board, about the incredible accomplishment, which we believe would not have been possible with the strong support of business and the strong support of all the business leaders gathered here. We all know the impact that NAFTA had. For decades before President Trump took office, I don't have to tell all of you, we literally saw tens of thousands of factories close. Nearly 1 million jobs were lost or sent south of the border, including 250,000 manufacturing jobs. But as a candidate, and long before he ever thought about running for president, President Donald Trump knew we could do better. He knew we could renegotiate our trading relationship with Canada and Mexico in a way that put America first, that put American jobs, American workers, and American manufacturing first. And I watched him in these negotiations, and I got to tell you, he drove a hard bargain. This president rolled his sleeves up, he dug in, and we have a deal in the USMCA that is an unambiguous win for American workers, American manufacturing, and American agriculture. And we are grateful to each and every one of you for helping to bring it about. I mean, the truth is, under this president's leadership, we've already seen, thanks to companies like all of yours, 12,000 new factories built in this country. We think the USMCA, thanks to your strong support and the support of millions of Americans, is going to create another 600,000 new jobs, including, we think, about 50,000 manufacturing jobs right out of the gate. It really is remarkable to think. And it's not just more jobs, it's going to be better jobs. Our best estimates suggest that with the growth that the USMCA is going to drive in this country, we're projecting to see wages increase overall, and the biggest increases are projected to go to manufacturing workers as manufacturing continues to strengthen in this country. And I know that without the strong support of the NAM, all of that might not have been possible. You know, it's remarkable to think you and your members held more than 1,000 meetings with members of Congress. You hosted events for the president, for myself, at great companies like Caterpillar, JLS, Automation, Shot North, Patriot Industries. And I traveled literally to 18 states at the president's direction. I might have been stopping in the districts of freshman Democrats in Congress just to make our point, but it was NAM every step of the way that was there saying, for manufacturing, for America, we need the USMCA. So on behalf of the President of the United States and working Americans everywhere, thank you, NAM, for your support of the USMCA. You made a difference. You made a difference. So we've made great progress. We've made great progress opening markets around the world, unleashing American growth through tax cuts, regulatory reform, and the like. But I also came here today, as I did last time we spoke, to ensure you that we're going to continue to work to make sure that the American people have the skills and the training to meet the needs of a growing, competitive manufacturing industry of the future. Now, this association actually tells us that nearly 2/3 of America's manufacturers are concerned about finding workers with the right skill. Just a few days after a survey of NFIB found that while business optimism is near an all-time high, 1/4 of America's small businesses as well, including manufacturers, express concern about what you all call the skills gap. And I want to assure you that we are focused entirely on that issue. The good news is, in the last administration, we literally saw 500,000 people leave the American workforce. And in a much unreported number, as the President was celebrating that blue-collar boom in that State of the Union address the other night, we're proud to report to the American people, in the last 3 years, 3.5 million Americans have come back into the workforce. We have a growing American economy because Americans are coming back to work. And make no mistake about it, there's still a lot of people on the sidelines. Our best estimate, according to our Council of Economic Advisors, is there's still literally 5 to 6 million able-bodied adults on the sidelines in this economy. And that's why opportunities to educate, to train, to give people the background and the training to seize the good-paying jobs in companies like yours are more important than ever before. And as we gather here today, I know it's just 2 days after you launched a Creators Wanted campaign. I'm proud to report that President Trump will continue to back the efforts just like that one to create job training and vocational education, make it more accessible than ever before. In fact, all of you know, because you've been such a big part of it, 1.5 years ago, the President launched our Pledge to America's Workers. By signing the pledge, companies like so many of you here committed to training opportunities over the next 5 years for students, for workers, through apprenticeships, continuing education, and even on-the-job training. Now, when the pledge was launched, the first-year goal was 500,000 training opportunities. And once again, we didn't exactly hit that number. As you all heard earlier this week, we've actually reached 15 million training opportunities and apprenticeships in America. American business is opening the doors to train America's workers. And we thank you. I mean, the President and I couldn't be more grateful. The people in this room, we've secured training for nearly 1.2 million manufacturing workers across this country. And I just want you to know we're going to continue to partner with you. And let me just take the opportunity to say thank you for acknowledging a member of our administration who has a heart for American workers and a heart for American families. She's literally one of this administration's greatest champions of working families. And let me just thank you for extending the Alexander Hamilton Award to Ivanka Trump. She is so well deserving, and she's making a difference for working families. Thank you for that. But just as you're helping to close the skills gap through the Creators Wanted campaign, you've also been a strong advocate for the President's agenda to rebuild America. You know, I love to remind people that the American people elected a builder to be President of the United States. And I promise you, you've never had anyone in the Oval Office more committed to rebuilding America's roads and bridges and airports and ports than President Donald Trump. I mean, you have your own Building to Win plan. You said that America should invest $1 trillion in infrastructure over the next 10 years. And I'm sure you all took notice of the fact that with the strong support of NAM, the President just released our budget that called for $1 trillion of investment in infrastructure over the next 10 years. And we're going to work our hearts out to get it done. I mean, this is a president that understands, as a builder, that roads mean jobs. And I'm not talking about road jobs. We're talking about the right infrastructure is absolutely essential to the opportunity to expand and grow and create opportunities in communities large and small. I saw it when I was governor of the state of Indiana. When manufacturing was ready to grow, we started talking about pavement and curbs and asphalt. And it's absolutely vital. And I want you to understand, this administration understands that. And I just want to encourage you that even in these divided times on Capitol Hill, there's still time. I'm told by some Democrat leaders in Congress that they've got a bill. We've got a bill in the United States Senate. We're ready to go to work. I know we got elections coming up this November, but there's no time like the present. Congress should work on an infrastructure bill, and they should work on it and get it done this year. Go tell them that. So I really just came to say thanks. Thanks to your strong support of this president, his agenda, strong support of our allies in Congress, we've been able to cut taxes, roll back red tape, unleash American energy, fight for free and fair trade, and create millions of training opportunities for the American people. And when you look at this record, it's really been remarkable to think about it. I want to say to all of you, I hope you have figured out already, American manufacturing has never had a greater champion in the Oval Office than President Donald Trump. And we're going to keep working every day. Keep working every day to not just to earn your confidence, but to give you confidence to invest, to give you the confidence to know that this is a president that believes in growth. And I just wanted to come by today to say thank you. I know it's been a long few days for all of you, and you probably got a stack of emails and mail and business waiting for you back at your desk. I know how that works. But I'm really honored to have a chance to maybe send you off from this board meeting just with a word of gratitude, really and truly. It's amazing to think of what NAM has meant in the life of this country for 125 years. 125 years ago, 500 manufacturers gathered just a few steps from the Ohio River and decided that American manufacturing needed a voice in Washington, D.C. and in state houses across the country, and they came together. Now those 500 original members are 14,000 companies, and 90% of them are small and medium-sized businesses, like so many that are so well represented here on this board. Members of this association made incredible contributions, as I said before, to the life of our nation. The Model T to the microchip, 747 and beyond. Companies represented in this room make products used around our nation, around the world, and in the vast reaches of outer space. And we're going to continue to promote the policies that make it more possible for you to create even more. I mean, manufacturing's changed a lot since those days 125 years ago, but one thing will never change. Manufacturing and people who make things are the backbone of the American economy. It's true today, and it will always be true. So I'll make you a promise, this president, this vice president, and our administration are going to continue to work as we revive the American economy together, as we keep this boom growing. So I want to encourage you to keep supporting all the policies we've talked about today, and keep supporting the people that support them. I mean, we've got a little election coming up here in a few months, and we'll be grateful for your support. But I think it's just, we're going to work our hearts out to get President Donald Trump 4 more years in the White House. But I think we also ought to make sure we get behind men and women and we elect pro-growth Republican majorities to the United States Senate again, and we re-elect a conservative Republican majority to the United States House of Representatives. We'll get America growing again, and we'll advance this agenda that has a more prosperous America working. So go tell the story to your suppliers, to your business associates, to all your contacts, to your friends, to your neighbors. Tell them all that we've accomplished. Talk about how we've been able to unleash this economy through common sense American policies. You know, that's the president's favorite term. He'll stop conversations sometimes in the Oval Office and say, it's just common sense. And that's what we've been advancing. It's the common sense and the common values of the American people that understand that when you let people keep more of what they earn, when you get government out of the way, when you open up markets on a fair and a balanced way around the world, when you unleash the vast natural resources of America, America comes roaring back. You all have proven that every day over the last 3 years. And we're going to continue to work our hearts out to make sure you can continue to prove it. And finally, let me just thank you for one other way. You know, I believe with all of my heart that every one of us are born with certain God-given abilities. Some have the gift of leadership. You all have proven that in your lives and in your careers. Some have the gift of service. Some have the gift of hospitality. But some, as all of you know, better than most, are gifted with the skill to create, to build things, to make things. I mean, you all know it's been the engineer, it's been the craftsman, the welder, the carpenter, the bricklayer, the mechanic that have built America. And all of you in all of your companies, large and small, you create opportunities for people to live out their calling. And that really should be the object of our education system in this country, is to help people discover those God-given abilities and then put them to work to create a better future for themselves, their families, their community, and their nation. I mean, the truth of the matter is that all of you have enriched in your careers, in the life of your companies, in the life of this nation. Manufacturing has enriched the lives of American families in countless ways. And I promise you we're going to continue. We're going to continue to work closely with you to make sure that those dreams can continue to come true for working Americans as your companies continue to grow and expand in this economy. And I truly do believe that thanks to your great support of the National Association of Manufacturers, we've made America great again. And with your continued support, and with President Donald Trump in the White House, with the support of millions of Americans who enjoy the benefits and the opportunities your companies afford, we're going to see American manufacturing strengthened like never before. We're going to create more through greater innovation than ever before. We're going to sell it across this country and sell it across this world. And with your help and your leadership and God's help, we'll keep America great. Thanks, everybody.
All right, folks, that was Vice President Mike Pence. And when we come back here on News Now, we'll take you out to a live news conference in California, where the California Attorney General is holding a news conference about a joint operation with Union City Police about a double murder last year. Authorities have made arrests, and we're going to hear from it right now, coming up in just 3 minutes. And welcome back, everyone, here to News and Now Live. Look at the Capitol here on this very busy Friday. Hope everyone is having a good day so far. I'm your host, Mike Page, always bringing you these top stories and headlines from across the country. Right now, we're going to go out to California, where we're getting an update from officials on a double murder that occurred back in November. Well, police now saying that they have just made an arrest in that case. Let's bring it to you live here on News Now.
Let's go ahead and close can somebody close the door? All right, good morning. Thank you everybody for coming. My name's Lauren Sagayan. I'm the city's communications manager. I'm just gonna go over some details and then get into the press conference and give you guys the news. Thanks for coming. We're here today to give you a significant update about the double homicide case that occurred on November 23rd, 2019. We have 4 speakers that will be speaking today in this specific order. First, Police Chief Jared Renetti. Second, State Attorney General Javier Becerra. Third, Chief Assistant District Attorney Kevin Dunleavy. And then last will be Union City Mayor Carol Duchovernacci. We expect the press conference to last about 20 minutes. At that time, we'll be concluding, and we're happy to take question and answer. Our Union City Police Department PIOs, Captain Travis Souza and Lieutenant Mendez, who are over there in the corner, they'll be coming up to kind of help facilitate the question and answer. We ask that you kindly hold your questions until the end. We want to make sure that everybody up here has an opportunity to speak. And then lastly, I just want to note some special guests that we have in the audience, and I'm just going to ask that everybody, when I call your name, just raise your hand. This is important for the media. You're welcome to go ahead and if you have additional questions of our special guests, you're certainly welcome to ask that after the press conference. We have Alameda County Supervisor Richard Valle. He's right behind me here. We have City Council Member Jaime Patino. We have City Council Member Gary Singh. We have Union City City Manager Joan Malloy. We have Youth and Family Services Manager Pedro Naranjo. Hayward Police Chief Tony Chaplin and his team. California Highway Patrol Representative Captain Stephen Perea. And then also John Maddows, who's our representative from the New Haven Unified School District. So I'll go ahead and turn it over, and then I'll be back and forth to go ahead and introduce each speaker as they come up.
Good morning, and thank you for being here today. We invited the media and special guests to announce the arrest of two suspects in the vicious murder of 11-year-old Kevin Hernandez and 14-year-old Sean Withington. These murders took place on November 23, 2019, in an elementary school parking lot in Union City. During the early morning hours on that date, Sean and his friend Kevin were sitting in his mom's van in the parking lot. They were at a parking lot at Cyril's Elementary School, which is off Sherman Drive. It's about a quarter mile from Logan High School. At that time, a suspect entered the parking lot, pulled near Sean and Kevin, and then opened fire, gunning down both Sean and Kevin. When a heinous crime like this occurs in our community, the Union City Police Department prioritizes and commits all resources to the investigation. Our response was steadfast and immediate. In order to expand the scope of the investigation, we requested assistance from our law enforcement partners, the Attorney General's Office, the Department of Justice, the California Highway Patrol, their Special Operations Unit, the Alameda County Sheriff's Office, the Hayward Police Department, and the District Attorney's Office. Each of these organizations dedicated resources, equipment, and expertise to work side by side with our detectives. To put it in perspective, the Union City Police Department and our law enforcement partners dedicated over 32 investigators to this case, and we spent over 5,300 hours investigating this double murder. Thankfully, this team of investigators was able to gather enough evidence from advanced investigative techniques, electronic and physical surveillance, community tips, and other sources to identify both suspects in the double murder. In addition, the investigation identified 6 locations for us to obtain additional evidence. On February 6, which was last Thursday, search warrants were served at those 6 locations, and the following items were seized. We seized approximately 40 pounds of marijuana with a street value of about $32,000. We seized about 8 pounds of methamphetamine with a street value of $28,000. We seized $10,000 in cash, 2 handguns, 3 assault weapons, and several high-capacity magazines. In addition, we collected several pieces of evidence related to our double murder. I'd like to take a quick moment to thank the tactical teams and detectives from the Alameda County Sheriff's Office, the Hayward Police Department, the Fremont Police Department, the Oakland Police Department, and the Richmond Police Department. These organizations served and or assisted our detectives at each of the 6 search warrant locations. Yesterday, the District Attorney's Office and the Juvenile District Attorney's Office reviewed our criminal investigation and all the associated evidence for the 2 suspects in this murder. One suspect, again, is an adult and one is a juvenile. As a result of that review, 18-year-old Jason Cornejo from Castro Valley and a 17-year-old juvenile from Hayward have both been arrested and charged with the murders of Kevin Hernandez and Sean Withington. In addition to all the investigative efforts, I'd like to recognize the men and women of the Union City Police Department for their focus and determination on patrol. In the immediate aftermath of this crime, we increased staffing in the neighborhood to prevent additional violence and to keep attendees safe at several scheduled vigils. These additional patrols resulted in several enforcement stops where a total of 5 handguns and 1 assault rifle were all seized from suspects in the area of this double murder. I share this because it was a volatile time in our community, and in my opinion, our officers prevented additional violence and tragedy by removing these dangerous weapons from the streets. As a police department with limited resources and high expectations, I want the men and women of the Union City Police Department to know that their efforts are recognized by me and our leadership team, by our community leaders, and the community at large. Lastly, I want to ensure that our community realizes that, yes, in fact, we are proud to announce the arrest of these suspects. However, it is our goal to prevent further acts of violence in the community by our continued partnership with our Youth and Family Services team. Our Youth and Family Services team works collaboratively with our police department day in and day out to try and prevent these types of crimes through several violence prevention programs. I want to end by expressing my condolences to the families. Many members of our department have children of the same age, and this horrible, violent crime affected us tremendously. But it is nowhere near the pain and suffering these families have had to endure. Our thoughts and prayers continue to be with these families through this difficult time. Thank you.
All right, next I would like to introduce California Attorney State General Javier Becerra.
Good morning. I'd like to begin by thanking Chief Renetti for inviting me and the representatives of the California Department of Justice and our Division of Law Enforcement to be here. In this particular case, our Bureau of Investigations, our director is here, Chris Calgieri, and Assistant Director Louis Lopez, both here. Our Special Operations Unit was part of this team, and we were proud to work with our brothers and sisters at Union City Police Department and all the different law enforcement agencies that you heard Chief Renetti mention as well. I would say that the anguish, the disbelief, the apprehension that people felt at the end of last year, learning the news of these 2 homicides, that's never going to go away. And we all have a responsibility to try to do what we can, to try to help people understand that we'll do the best we can to change the dynamic. And in this particular case, a successful investigation, arrest, and we hope prosecution of 2 suspects, while it may not extinguish that anguish, that disbelief, that apprehension, maybe what it does is bring a sense of direction and purpose, that we have to find some conclusion, some resolution to these types of senseless acts of violence. And maybe what it does is it also encourages people in our communities who probably know a little bit more than they may be afraid to tell, to come forward. Because as you heard Chief Renetti say, you cannot do this without a team. And it took more than the Union City Police Department. It took more than just the local surrounding police departments. I suspect Chief Tony Chaplin of the Hayward Police Department would say the same thing, that he counts on the Union City Police Department to help it on occasion, and we all do. And so we need to work as a team. And I would just ask the neighbors, the relatives, the friends of the victims and their families, let's be part of a team. We have to work on this together. because it is good when we have a successful investigation and arrest, and it will be good if we successfully, through the Alameda District Attorney's Office, with the lead of Nancy O'Malley and Mr. Dunleavy, are able to say that we brought a measure of justice in this case. But it's going to take a lot more than that to help us prevent the next incident. And so I think I think our message at the California Department of Justice, with our team at the Special Operations Unit that work closely here, boots on the ground, providing surveillance and intelligence help, our message is we need more team players. And I would urge and ask the families in our communities to help us prevent these type of senseless acts of violence. If you know something, if you see something, let us know. You can see how quickly we can move when we have a team to work with that can act. And so I want to say thank you, Chief Renetti, for allowing me to be here. I am proud to stand with the individuals who are here today, and I thank each and every one of the men and women who did all the work, that aren't standing here, but did all the work that make it possible for us to tell those families of those victims, we hope to exact a measure of justice for you, but we need some help. Thank you.
Next, I would like to introduce Chief Assistant District Attorney Kevin Dunleavy.
Good morning. On behalf of Alameda County District Attorney Nancy O'Malley, I'd like to announce that the District Attorney's Office yesterday filed 2 counts of murder against Jason Cornejo and also a juvenile co-part in our juvenile court system yesterday. We have also alleged special circumstance murder in the sense that 2 murders were occurred. So we have alleged multiple murders in the special circumstance allegation. The complaint also alleges a gang enhancement in that these killings were done with the benefit, direction, and association of a criminal street gang. Mr. Cornejo will be arraigned today at the East County Hall of Justice. On behalf of the DA's office and the cases that we prosecute, all murders are tragic, but when children are gunned down in this particular senseless way, it is particularly shocking to the community. The Alameda County DA's Office Victim Witness Assistance Division is already working with the families of the victims as we go through this process. And I would just want to point out that, as Attorney General Becerra has said, and Chief Renetti, that this has been a partnership and a collaboration of law enforcement at its best to bring these 2 individuals to justice. And we will continue in our efforts with Supervisor Valle's office, the Union City government, the Union City Police Department, and the community to do our part in fighting this senseless violence that occurs with guns and street gangs. Thank you.
All right, and finally, I would like to introduce Mayor Carol Dutra-Vernacci.
Good morning. As you heard Chief Jared Renetti say, we are incredibly relieved to be bringing justice and closure to our community on this case. My deepest sympathy goes out to the families of the victims.
All right, so that has been the update there in California. Double murder arrest, that murder happening back in November, and police say they do have their suspect now behind bars. Let's take a look at the Valley right here. We got some news breaking just in the last couple of moments in Phoenix, where just being announced that come March 15th, Phoenix will host a Democratic presidential debate. That will be happening again March 15th, and that news just coming down the pipes moments ago. We wanted to bring that to you. So The Democratic candidates will be coming to the Valley of the Sun March 15th for a presidential debate. And let's continue on here with news now. Well, on Sunday, the Daytona 500, it is coming, and of course, Fox 10 will have it on its air, coverage starting at 11 o'clock. But did you know that Jeff Gordon, Hall of Famer Jeff Gordon, can also do maybe some traffic reports? Take a look at this.
Good morning, everybody. Pretty smooth sailing out on the road so far. Let's take a look at our Daytona traffic map. As you can see, everyone is driving in the same direction, so that should make the commute a little quicker. The best way to get anywhere this morning is to go left, then left again. Road conditions are looking good so far. A few oil spills, maybe some chunks of tire. Oh, wait a minute. Looks like one hot spot is popping up. Now, this is a good reminder to slow down out there. Keep your speed at a leisurely 200 miles per hour. You can never be too careful behind the wheel. Oh, that doesn't look too bad. I'm sure they can buff that out. No problem. Oh, okay, maybe not. Hey, be sure to check out the Daytona 500 this Sunday on Fox. Back to you.
And if there is any requests or additional information that you'd like, we will also be making ourselves available right after this for 20-30 minutes in the event any media have specific questions they'd like to have addressed outside of this forum. If there's no other questions, we'll go ahead and conclude this press conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is still on. Oh, no worries. It's just me bumping into things all the time.
I almost made it the whole way.
I'm gonna skip this done. I'm going to go track somewhere.
What?
I'm ready to track.
Oh, you're gonna track.
See, but let me just call someone. Yeah.
This conference has often been referred to as a kind of a family reunion of Western allies. Well, the problem with family reunions is that they don't always work out so smoothly. They do bring out friction, as probably all of you know from your own family lives. However, that is not necessarily a bad thing. John taught us over and over again that frank and open disputes can actually unleash transformative power. This year, the Munich Security Conference, or Wehrkunde, as John used to call it, and as we used to call it for the first several decades, tries to shed light on a phenomenon that we call Westlessness, the loss of the West, of Western values, and the loss of the West as the dominant power and influence in the world. In a time when many wonder what is still left of the Western project, John McCain's speech here at the Munich Security Conference in 2017 has not lost any of its topicality. John was one of the boldest defenders of a liberal West. A West that is built, and I quote him, quote, on universal values, the rule of law, open commerce, and respect for the national sovereignty and independence. When we discuss Westlessness and the future of the West, we should do that in good faith. I will take the liberty of quoting John McCain once again. In his farewell letter to America, he pointed out that American greatness is weakened, and I quote, when we doubt the power of our ideals, rather than trust them to be the great force for change that they've always been. I imagine this is true for America, but it is certainly also true for us on this side of the Atlantic. We want to ensure that John's legacy and his spirit will persist. That is why we established this award together with our academic partners here in Munich. The award aims to reward research that can spur a continued conversation on the transatlantic relationship and the various challenges it faces. On this occasion, let me thank all the members of the jury for their work, and I understand they had difficult discussions and decisions to make in order to agree on the final winners. I would also very much like to thank Linde and Steve Engel, who generally sponsor not only this award, but also, of course, the reception that will follow right after this ceremony. Let me say that when we started to enlarge what used to be known as Wehrkunde, turn it into something bigger and more important, our first big sponsor was Linde. And I want to just point out that Wolfgang Reitzler, where are you, was the one who did it. So Wolfgang, thank you very much. And now over to Senators Graham and Whitehouse. A warm welcome to both of you. May I offer you the floor? I think, Lindsay, you were first, or I don't know, are you going together?
How about a round of applause for Wolfgang? So, John McCain, 20 years ago, said, we're going to Munich. I said, okay. We're going to go to Munich. We're going to talk about America and what makes us great. He was a little ahead of his time there. And the first 5 years, I never went to an event. I met Wolfgang. Everybody's named Wolfgang. Who threw the big party on Friday night? What's his name? Yeah. So I'd hang out with Wolfgang, and I'd show up Sunday, and Joe would make sure I got on the bus. So this thing started with a bunch of rowdy Americans enjoying Munich and Fasching. And I don't want to lose that spirit. But it has developed into the premier event in the entire world for people to come together from every corner of the planet to talk about where we're at, where we're headed, and what can we do better together. So there are 43 members of Congress here. There's the Speaker of the House. Thank you, Nancy, for coming. There's the Secretary of State and Secretary of Defense. John, Secretary of Energy. I'm sorry, they're everywhere. We got way too many people in our government. The best way you can honor John McCain is to come here. So Cindy, I know you miss him. And you're doing great things in the area of human trafficking. But John McCain is the happiest guy in heaven. Why? Because what he did mattered. And he was an inspiration to me and everybody here. So I just want to let you know, Wolfgang, as long as I'm around, Codell McCain will be coming with Sheldon. And the reason we wanted to Codell McCain is when we did Graham White House, nobody took us up on it. So thank you for honoring my dear friend. Thank you for having a place where we can come and get out of Washington, Nancy. Be nice to each other. Realize that we have far more in common than we have in difference. And our role model will always be John McCain.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Secretary, Cindy, we're gathered here in kind of an emotional way. I'm a Northeastern Yankee. I'm totally not supposed to talk about emotions, but I want to make 3 quick points. One is, many of us here deeply loved and deeply miss John, and it's just personal. And it's so nice to be here amongst each other and be able to revive that. But it's not just an emotional journey, it's also a way to get in touch with something that is very important in ourselves, particularly those of us who are here in Congress. Because one of John's signal characteristics was that he adored a fight. He loved yelling and firing salvos at you, and as soon as he was done, he'd come over and give you a hug and call you his friend. And we can learn to remember that. So in addition to staying in touch with our own personal emotions, it's also important to keep reviving that sense that while we go out and fight the good fight with each other, at the end of the day, there is a lot of room for mutual affection across the aisle. Lindsay even likes me. I even like John Barrasso. And the last thing that I'll say about John, and it's at yet another emotional level, is that if there was one thing that, in my view, characterized John McCain, it was that he was a romantic. And he was a romantic about America. And I think one of the reasons that we liked each other was because we shared that. And even though we are both romantics about America in different ways, he could appreciate that if you were a romantic about America, you were going to end up sooner or later in the right place. So as we gather here tonight, let's remember John. Let's celebrate our kindness and affection for each other once the gloves are down. And let's stay romantic about America. Thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone. So I'm going to build on Senator Graham's comments, but first of all, I want to recognize and thank Cindy McCain. You know, like your husband, John, it's hard for me to say that, Senator McCain, you've dedicated your life to improving the futures of others, so thank you very much for all that you do as well. So Senator Graham said that this trip, the bipartisan delegation, goes back 20 years because I was on the first few of those with Codell McCain. And at that time, the traveling crew, I was Fred Thompson's national security advisor. And he and John McCain had a wonderful relationship. But the crew was those two and Chris Dodd and Jack Reed and Susan Collins and Joe Lieberman, who I saw earlier. It was a great group of folks, and we had so much fun together. And at that time, the trip was half a plane load full, and now we're up to 3.5 plane loads. I think that's what I signed out. So it's grown over time, which is fantastic, and it's remained bipartisan, and that's very important. The presence of the United States government, the Congress, sends a very good signal about what's important to us. But I will tell you, one of the favorite things for me at one of those initial trips was John McCain yelled at me. You're in the club when you get yelled at. And he'd come back later with a little wisecrack and a grin on his face, but that's how you knew you were in a club, and that's just the type of person he was, that he really was passionate about the issues. And so we are here gathered tonight to honor his legacy and ensure that the values and principles that he stood for, that all of you stood for, that he fought and sacrificed, live on in the hearts and minds of everyone. And that's one of the things that I learned during those numerous trips. He was known for many things, John McCain, but especially his bipartisan record and his trip, his visits here to Munich. And I traveled with him from South America to Northern Europe and all over. It was known for bipartisanship and the chance he would use on those planes to get members together to talk about issues, not just where we were going, but what was happening in the Senate and the country that day was an important feature of what he tried to do to build comedy on Capitol Hill. But he was also known for his view of the importance of allies and partners, very important to us, to me, and also through his unwavering support for peace through strength. Something that I take to heart, something that was near and dear to him, to President Reagan, one of my heroes, and one of the things I try and live up to every single day. So I just want to congratulate, first of all, the Codel for being here. I'm glad you've grown it. I'm glad you kept it bipartisan. Thanks again to Cindy McCain. So great to see you here. And again, I hope we can celebrate this evening and many more in his honor. So thank you all.
Thank you. Before I begin, there's someone here that I just ran into that I haven't seen since last year, and that is Secretary Bill Cohen. Where are you, Bill? Back there. There you are. I don't know if many of you know this, but Bill was the best man in our wedding 1,000 years ago, almost 40 years ago. Yeah, now. And I'm so glad to see you here. And all of the people that John has served with and yelled at and encouraged and all those things, I want to thank you for just being near me, actually, because you've been a great sense of support and also a great sense of security for me. So I really appreciate your friendship and Lindsay, especially you. Love you. Wolfgang, thank you so much for having us and for honoring my husband in this way. It's to my entire family. This is a deep, deep honor for us. And as was said, I think John began coming here during Verkunda, when it was called Verkunda, with John Tower. Am I correct? I think I am. Yeah. At least that's where he said he was going. Anyway. It's a great comfort to know that John still has a place in your heart, and our hearts too. Our family is so grateful that you honor his memory each year with the John McCain Dissertation Award. He would have been so delighted with this, and he would also have been yelling at all of you for something, or pushing around about something. He would have probably made a joke or started an argument about it, but trust me, he would have been genuinely honored, humbled, and grateful. He would have been so pleased that the main cause of his life's work, the values and security of the West, and the political military alliance that protects them, NATO, would benefit from the two dissertations selected by the jury to receive this year's McCain Award. Both concern challenges, old and new, to the security of the alliance. On behalf of the McCain family, I congratulate both authors. John had a voracious appetite for knowledge, especially about subjects that informed his causes. Until his last weeks, he consumed more information, more news, more history, more theories, more arguments than any other person I have ever known. He welcomed all information and analysis that could enlighten him on the issues he debated, that could test his convictions or confirm them, that could change his mind, no easy task to be sure, or change someone else's mind when he employed his newly acquired knowledge in the argument. He believed that to be useful to the people and causes who depend on you required constant learning. That's why he was such an avid reader and a tireless world traveler, often to dangerous and remote locations, and over the protests of the State Department, I'm quite sure. He had to see for himself the causes that engaged his attention, the political contests, the armed conflicts, the security challenges, the sudden advances for human progress, and the setbacks. He wanted to learn how to be a better statesman and advocate for humanity. That's why he came to Munich every year, to benefit from others' insights. to have his assumptions challenged, and to defend them. As I said last year, his spirit was informed and enlivened by his humanity, by his respect for the dignity of every human being, and his gratitude for the years of service he was blessed to give his country and the world. His spirit is still present in this place, where we have had so often contended for and defended and recommended the righteousness of our cause and the hopeful future he believed we would share. I delivered my husband's last message to the Munich Security Conference 2 years ago, when he was too ill to travel. It was a message meant for allies, for fellow leaders of the transatlantic community, for democratic internationalists, for men and women with whom he had conferenced, argued, agreed, dined, drank, and defended the West with. It was a message for his friends and comrades. I closed my remarks last year by quoting, and I will do it again this year. It was his parting exhortation to you, which he hoped might resound for years in the hearts of his friends right here. I'm counting on all of you, my friends, to honor the precious, beautiful things that are still entrusted to our care, he wrote. I'm counting on you to be brave. I'm counting on you to be useful. I'm counting on you to give the faith and never give up, though the true radiance of our world may at times seem obscured. Though we will suffer adversity and setbacks and misfortune, never ever stop fighting for all that is good and just and decent about our world and each other. Thank you very much for having me.
I don't have my glasses on. Did you see the print on my iPad?
Yes.
It's like this big.
Okay. This year we decided to award the McCain Prize to Balazaks. I hope that I will pronunciate your name correctly. Balazaks Matonfi, for his dissertation on the topic Analyzes, Paralyzes, Threat Perception and Inclusion in NATO, 1960 to 1980. Again? Yep. Please, again. We were too quick.
Oh, my fault.
That's all right.
Join the middle. Join the middle. Come on. Join the middle. Okay. All right. I'll try to hold both. Keep smiling. Doesn't hurt, I promise. Can you get money? Always the senator.
Okay. Yes, it does get money. It's a very generous prize or prizes. So the jury, and on behalf of all jury members, some of them are present here tonight, Carlo Mazzala, Stephanie Hoffman, Andy Moravcik, and Bertolt Rittberger and Trine Flockhart. We had intensive discussions on the number of prizes we decided to award on the one hand, and on the other hand, who would be the second, who would get the second prize. At the end, we decided to give the second award to Oscar Johnson for his thesis on the Russian understanding of war. And this year, similar to last year, we have a dissertation from Europe and the other from the other.
All right, everybody. Honestly, I can't say I'm surprised that we lost that live picture there because it was coming from Munich, Germany. Pilar Arias here with you. We're taking a live look at the White House now in our nation's capital. In just moments, President Donald Trump is going to be speaking with members of, I just had that lower third up. I want to make sure I get it right. The National Border Patrol Council. So again, he's going to be speaking to members of the National Border Patrol Council. That's expected to start in about 15 minutes. So as soon as it gets underway, I'll bring it to you right here on Fox News Now. Meanwhile, Mike Pace recorded for me earlier the California Attorney General Javier Becerra holding a news conference about a joint operation with Union City Police about a double homicide that happened last year. We're hearing that arrests have been made in connection to the shooting deaths of 2 boys in Union City just before Thanksgiving. Now, we do cover a lot of stuff here on Fox News Now, but I don't really remember this story per se. As soon as I can get that recording going for you, I will show you right here on Fox News Now. Oh, and happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Say that to you right now while I get a chance.
Let's go ahead and close the, can somebody close the door? All right, good morning. Thank you everybody for coming. My name's Lauren Sagayan. I'm the city's communications manager. I'm just gonna go over some details and then get into the press conference and give you guys the news. Thanks for coming. We're here today to give you a significant update about the double homicide case that occurred on November 23rd, 2019. We have 4 speakers that will be speaking today in this specific order. First, Police Chief Jared Renetti. Second, State Attorney General Javier Becerra. Third, Chief Assistant District Attorney Kevin Dunleavy. And then last will be Union City Mayor Carol Duchovernacci. We expect the press conference to last about 20 minutes. At that time, we'll be concluding, and we're happy to take question and answer. Our Union City Police Department PIOs, Captain Travis Souza and Lieutenant Mendez, who are over there in the corner, they'll be coming up to kind of help facilitate the question and answer. We ask that you kindly hold your questions until the end. We want to make sure that everybody up here has an opportunity to speak. And then lastly, I just want to note some special guests that we have in the audience, and I'm just going to ask that everybody, when I call your name, just raise your hand. This is important for the media. You're welcome to go ahead and if you have additional questions of our special guests, you're certainly welcome to ask that after the press conference. We have Alameda County Supervisor Richard Valle. He's right behind me here. We have City Council Member Jaime Patino. We have City Council Member Gary Singh. We have Union City City Manager Joe Malloy. We have Youth and Family Services Manager Pedro Naranjo. Hayward Police Chief Tony Chaplin and his team. California Highway Patrol Representative Captain Stephen Perea. And then also John Maddows, who's our representative from the New Haven Unified School District. So I'll go ahead and turn it over, and then I'll be back and forth to go ahead and introduce each speaker as they come up.
Good morning, and thank you for being here today. We invited the media and special guests to announce the arrest of two suspects in the vicious murder of 11-year-old Kevin Hernandez and 14-year-old Sean Withington. These murders took place on November 23, 2019, in an elementary school parking lot in Union City. During the early morning hours on that date, Sean and his friend Kevin were sitting in his mom's van in the parking lot. They were at a parking lot at Cyril's Elementary School, which is off Sherman Drive. It's about a quarter mile from Logan High School. At that time, a suspect entered the parking lot, pulled near Sean and Kevin, and then opened fire, gunning down both Sean and Kevin. When a heinous crime like this occurs in our community, the Union City Police Department prioritizes and commits all resources to the investigation. Our response was steadfast and immediate. In order to expand the scope of the investigation, we requested assistance from our law enforcement partners, the Attorney General's Office, the Department of Justice, the California Highway Patrol, their Special Operations Unit, the Alameda County Sheriff's Office, the Hayward Police Department, and the District Attorney's Office. Each of these organizations dedicated resources, equipment, and expertise to work side by side with our detectives. To put it in perspective, the Union City Police Department and our law enforcement partners dedicated over 32 investigators to this case, and we spent over 5,300 hours investigating this double murder. Thankfully, this team of investigators was able to gather enough evidence from advanced investigative techniques, electronic and physical surveillance, community tips, and other sources to identify both suspects in the double murder. In addition, the investigation identified 6 locations for us to obtain additional evidence. On February 6, which was last Thursday, search warrants were served at those 6 locations, and the following items were seized. We seized approximately 40 pounds of marijuana with a street value of about $32,000. We seized about 8 pounds of methamphetamine with a street value of $28,000. We seized $10,000 in cash, 2 handguns, 3 assault weapons, and several high-capacity magazines. In addition, we collected several pieces of evidence related to our double murder. I'd like to take a quick moment to thank the tactical teams and detectives from the Alameda County Sheriff's Office, the Hayward Police Department, the Fremont Police Department, the Oakland Police Department, and the Richmond Police Department. These organizations served and/or assisted our detectives at each of the 6 search warrant locations. Yesterday, the District Attorney's Office and the Juvenile District Attorney's Office reviewed our criminal investigation and all the associated evidence for the 2 suspects in this murder. One suspect, again, is an adult and one is a juvenile. As a result of that review, 18-year-old Jason Cornejo from Castro Valley and a 17-year-old juvenile from Hayward have both been arrested and charged with the murders of Kevin Hernandez and Sean Withington. In addition to all the investigative efforts, I'd like to recognize the men and women of the Union City Police Department for their focus and determination on patrol. In the immediate aftermath of this crime, we increased staffing in the neighborhood to prevent additional violence and to keep attendees safe at several scheduled vigils. These additional patrols resulted in several enforcement stops where a total of 5 handguns and 1 assault rifle were all seized from suspects in the area of this double murder. I share this because it was a volatile time in our community, and in my opinion, our officers prevented additional violence and tragedy by removing these dangerous weapons from the streets. As a police department with limited resources and high expectations, I want the men and women of the Union City Police Department to know that their efforts are recognized by me and our leadership team, by our community leaders, and the community at large. Lastly, I want to ensure that our community realizes that, yes, in fact, we are proud to announce the arrest of these suspects. However, it is our goal to prevent further acts of violence in the community by our continued partnership with our Youth and Family Services team. Our Youth and Family Services team works collaboratively with our police department day in and day out to try and prevent these types of crimes through several violence prevention programs. I want to end by expressing my condolences to the families. Many members of our department have children of the same age, and this horrible, violent crime affected us tremendously. But it is nowhere near the pain and suffering these families have had to endure. Our thoughts and prayers continue to be with these families through this difficult time. Thank you.
All right, next I would like to introduce California Attorney State General Javier Becerra.
Good morning. I'd like to begin by thanking Chief Renetti for inviting me and the representatives of the California Department of Justice and our Division of Law Enforcement to be here. In this particular case, our Bureau of Investigations, our director is here, Chris Calgieri, and Assistant Director Louis Lopez, both here. Our Special Operations Unit was part of this team, and we were proud to work with our brothers and sisters at Union City Police Department and all the different law enforcement agencies that you heard Chief Renetti mention as well. I would say that the anguish, the disbelief, the apprehension that people felt at the end of last year, learning the news of these two homicides, that's never going to go away. And we all have a responsibility to try to do what we can, to try to help people understand that we'll do the best we can to change the dynamic. And in this particular case, a successful investigation, arrest, and we hope prosecution of two suspects, while it may not extinguish that anguish, that disbelief, that apprehension, maybe what it does is bring a sense of direction and purpose that we have to find some conclusion, some resolution to these types of senseless acts of violence. And maybe what it does is it also encourages people in our communities who probably know a little bit more than they may be afraid to tell to come forward. Because as you heard Chief Renetti say, you cannot do this without a team. And it took more than the Union City Police Department. It took more than just the local surrounding police departments. I suspect Chief Tony Chaplin of the Hayward Police Department would say the same thing, that he counts on the Union City Police Department to help it on occasion, and we all do. And so we need to work as a team. And I would just ask the neighbors, the relatives, the friends of the victims and their families, let's be part of a team. We have to work on this together, because it is good when we have a successful investigation and arrest, and it will be good if we successfully, through the Alameda District Attorney's Office, with the lead of Nancy O'Malley and Mr. Dunleavy, are able to say that we brought a measure of justice in this case. But it's going to take a lot more than that to help us prevent the next incident. And so I think I think our message at the California Department of Justice, with our team at the Special Operations Unit that work closely here, boots on the ground, providing surveillance and intelligence help, our message is we need more team players. And I would urge and ask the families in our communities to help us prevent these type of senseless acts of violence. If you know something, if you see something, let us know. You can see how quickly we can move when we have a team to work with that can act. And so I want to say thank you, Chief Renetti, for allowing me to be here. I am proud to stand with the individuals who are here today, and I thank each and every one of the men and women who did all the work, that aren't standing here, but did all the work that make it possible for us to tell those families of those victims. We hope to exact a measure of justice for you, but we need some help. Thank you.
Next, I would like to introduce Chief Assistant District Attorney Kevin Dunleavy.
Good morning. On behalf of Alameda County District Attorney Nancy O'Malley, I'd like to announce that the District Attorney's Office yesterday filed 2 counts of murder against Jason Cornejo and also a juvenile co-part in our juvenile court system yesterday. We have also alleged special circumstance murder in the sense that 2 murders occurred. So we have alleged multiple murders in the special circumstance allegation. The complaint also alleges a gang enhancement in that these killings were done with the benefit, direction, and association of a criminal street gang. Mr. Cornejo will be arraigned today at the East County Hall of Justice. On behalf of the DA's office and the cases that we prosecute, all murders are tragic, but when children are gunned down in this particular senseless way, it is particularly shocking to the community. The Alameda County DA's Office Victim Witness Assistance Division is already working with the families of the victims as we go through this process. And I would just want to point out that, as Attorney General Becerra has said and Chief Renetti, that this has been a partnership and a collaboration of law enforcement at its best to bring these 2 individuals to justice. And we will continue in our efforts with Supervisor Valle's office, the Union City government, the Union City Police Department, and the community to do our part in fighting this senseless violence that occurs with guns and street gangs. Thank you.
All right, and finally, I would like to introduce Mayor Carol Dutra-Vernacci.
Good morning. As you heard Chief Jared Renetti say, we are incredibly relieved to be bringing justice and closure to our community on this case. My deepest sympathy goes out to the families of the victims. I know that as much as this may bring relief to them, this does not bring back their children. Having this type of tragedy happen in a community is something no mayor ever wants to see. Our city and the residents who live here are deeply invested in our common goal of keeping this community safe. We support our police officers who work tirelessly every day, going from call to call. We know that being a police officer can be a difficult job at times. We thank them for all of the hard work that they put into aggressively solving this case. The public may ask, what are you doing to prevent this from happening again? We know that violent incidences like this one rarely happen in Union City. This particular case occurred when an outside gang came into Union City to wreak havoc. We value the youth of our community. We know we have kids who are struggling to stay on a straight path. We will continue to work with them and to remove barriers to enable them to graduate and get good and paid jobs. Our Youth and Family Services mission is to provide effective, high-quality, and innovative services that prevent and intervene in youth violence by addressing the underlying issues that contribute to the violence in our community. These services include such things as counseling, case management, crisis support, life skills, mentoring, and outreach. We have been successful over many years with carrying out this type of program, and certainly at times, youth have fallen through the cracks. But with our street outreach workers walking Union City streets every day, I am confident we are finding those at-risk youth and helping them one by one. Since this crime took place, there's been an outpouring of emotion, particularly since the victims are children and this occurred on school property. We know that it will take time for our community to heal from this event, but certainly, we are safer today with these violent perpetrators off of our streets. Lastly, I want to join the Chief recognizing the outstanding dedication of our Union City Police Department, our Hayward Police Department, Alameda County Sheriff's Office, the State Attorney General's Office, and the Alameda County District's Attorney Office. The City Council and I have been routinely updated by Chief Renetti over the course of this investigation about the long nights and days that everyone worked on this case. We know this impacted their personal lives, but we also know that they did this because they placed a high priority on serving our community. Thank you for being here today.
So that concludes our speaker portion. I'm going to go ahead and invite the captain and lieutenant up here to field some questions.
Good morning. Good morning. We're going to take a few minutes. We're going to try to keep this focus narrow to address any other questions you may have specific to this incident. And I am Travis Souza. I'm a captain here with Union City Police Department, and my counterpart here is Steve Mendez, who's a lieutenant. We're both part of the PIO team. So, again, we'll field a few questions. So we're not getting into a lot of the behind-the-scenes details on this case, but they definitely took advantage of these children, and they are children 11 and 14, when they were out late at night in a parking lot. So avoidable. There may be some aspects that we could, looking forward, hopefully avoid future incidents by making sure kids are in that they're not out and about, because although we're not speaking to any specifics other than this having a gang overtone, their loss of their life that evening was tragic, and it was, in the wee hours of the morning, about 1:30 in the morning.
Any other questions? Yes. So the motive is still under investigation, but we do know that the suspects were involved with a criminal street gang. So that's why the gang enhancements are there.
Where is their gang?
So we're not identifying the specific gang involved, but the suspects involved in this, the adult was from Castro Valley and the juvenile was from Hayward.
And can you talk about what links them to investigation? How did you pull this together?
So we already touched on it briefly, or some of the other speakers have. It was largely in part to the cooperation and involvement of all our counterparts, and a lot of just good, hard police work, long hours, and also the assistance we received from the community.
Any further details, though, DNA evidence?
We can't get into all those specifics or down that deep into the investigation, because there's still some aspects of the investigation that we're reviewing and investigating and processing some of those items. Were the boys supposed to be meeting the suspects at 1:30 in the morning? Yeah, we can't get into those details, but we do not believe so.
And one of these guns, the murder weapon?
No, we're not speaking to or identifying any of these weapons, and there was quite a few, as you can see in the photos, that were recovered as being identified as the actual murder weapon, but we're also not ruling that out. Other question in the back?
Two suspects, are they the only suspects you're looking for, or are you looking for more?
Sure. So the investigation is still going on. We have other people of interest. We're still putting together a case, and there's a possibility that additional arrests may be made in the future, but that'll depend on the information and the investigation that we continue.
And if there is any requests or additional information that you'd like, we will also be making ourselves available right after this for 20-30 minutes in the event any media have specific questions they'd like to have addressed outside of this forum. If there's no other questions, we'll go ahead and conclude this press conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, we were just informed that we're going to be getting tape playback of the president speaking to Border Patrol Council. So again, it's going to be tape playback. As soon as it happens, we will have it. He's making remarks to the members of the National Border Patrol Council. It's supposed to happen at 2:30 Eastern, so it's happening right now. It's being recorded. We will have that tape playback for you right here on Fox News Now. This is the only live picture out of Washington we have. We also have this live picture, Times Square, New York City. The camera is a little bit more like grainy and not in focus compared to what we're used to there in Times Square, but likely a very busy Valentine's Day night and weekend there for sure. And then I also want to show you we've got the Dow Jones Industrial, the stock market down about 50 or so points, more red than green on that big board today. Perhaps it's in the Valentine's Day mindset mentality. I have some top stories from across the country ready to go for you right here that I want to show you on Fox News Now. Again, happy Valentine's Day, everybody, and happy Friday. I hope you are having a great day. Feel free to let me know where you are watching from. So, okay, this first one I have for you is about a woman who goes from living in her Jeep to living in a tiny home. It's one of those feel-good success stories to show you right here on Friday on Fox News Now. I want to make sure I've got the right lower third ready to go for you. And no, see, it didn't work. It's not working. I don't know exactly why. Let me make sure I've got it for you. It's supposed to read top stories on Fox News Now. There we go. Second time's the charm. All right, so here we go.
It is move-in day for Patricia Soares, and she can't contain her emotions.
I'm about ready to cry. So I'm excited, I'm ecstatic, I'm overwhelmed.
This morning she got the keys to one of the 6 tiny homes on this parking lot at the First Presbyterian Church of Hayward, becoming one of this community's first residents and ending her struggle with homelessness. Soares worked as a live-in caregiver for a family in Castro Valley for 5 years. Then the family decided to move out of the area. Soares was able to find a new job, but not an affordable place to rent. She's lived in her Jeep for the last 3 years.
The cold was very brutal. It's still brutal. And I just, you know what, my faith has kept me going all this time. My faith and not giving up.
Some people end up being homeless because of a medical issue or a death in the family.
Community and nonprofit groups like the organization Home Aid came together to set up and build these tiny homes. The labor and materials were donated and the land set aside on the church's parking lot. The residents here had to go through a lengthy application and security screening process. They all have jobs, and their stay here will be just temporary. The rent they pay will go into a savings account they can tap into after 18 months.
It'll go towards first and last month's rent or a security deposit for the next place that they go.
As she settles into her brand new 150-square-foot home, complete with a shower, kitchen, and fridge, Patricia says she is determined to make it work and pay it forward.
I just want to hug everybody and say thank you for making this possible for us who need the shelter.
In Castro Valley, Ali Rasmus, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
A lot of interesting stories come up from that part of the nation for sure. So that was a little bit more of a feel-good one on this Friday for you right here on Fox News Now. All right, so election season in full swing, right? Some states already holding caucuses, primaries, Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina is next. But it turns out that voters may be getting registered for a new party without even knowing it. Let's get the details.
I registered to vote the other day.
If you haven't yet registered to vote, you've got until February 18th. Right now, there are 6 official party affiliations listed on the ballot and an option for other. But there's been some questions about a new party trying to get on the ballot called the Common Sense Party.
We've received a couple thousand of these registration forms that have come in, signing up with the Common Sense Party. And now there's, of course, the concerns associated with, was that intentionally?
According to published reports, some people have been unintentionally registered for the Common Sense Party while filling out petitions outside of businesses or on campus. According to the San Diego Register of Voters, an investigation would only be initiated by the California Secretary of State.
If a person is doing it intentionally and marking a person's registration form without a voter's consent, it would be rise to the level of registration fraud.
Here's why it matters. Several parties, including Republican, will only allow you to vote for its presidential nominee if you're a registered party member.
An individual that has listed their party as a common sense party would be considered a nonpartisan. And nonpartisan voters, because of the Republican Party, the Green Party, and the Peace and Freedom Party closing off their presidential candidates, the only way that you can vote on those respective presidential candidates is to re-register with those parties.
This SDSU freshman says he's inundated with petitioners asking for signatures on campus, but he says he never signs, but others do.
They'll just sign it because they feel guilty. Like they'll sign the petitions on campus because they feel guilty, and they don't really know what they're signing.
And he's not alone. This freshman also says she's constantly asked to sign petitions.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like maybe some people sign it just because they feel obligated to if someone comes up to them, but I want to make sure that I really know what the petition's about.
So again, you have until February 18th to register. Now, if you have any questions, you can go to sdvote.org. It's pretty simple. You can re-register there, change your registration, and just make sure of your party affiliation. From Kearney Mesa, Misha DeBono, Fox 5 News.
Taking you out live to our South Mountain Tower Cam right here in Phoenix, Arizona. And boy, oh boy, is the valley showing off today. Look at those blue skies. Just a little bit of pollution caught in between a little bit of cloud layer there. I head on over to fox10phoenix.com to get all your weather and news, just like I just did, because I was trying to say I headed over. I did. Currently says it's 65 degrees. This is my type of winter, nice and toasty. It's expected to get all the way to 71 degrees today. The low overnight, 45 degrees. So if you want to have some like hot chocolate or hot cider or any sort of hot beverage with your sweetheart tonight on the back patio, it should be possible for sure. Maybe get a fire going. This, by the way, if you haven't noticed so far, this year's calendar in terms of holiday is like amazing. Valentine's Day on a Friday, you have all weekend to celebrate it. If you don't do anything tonight, you don't go to all the crowded restaurants and the like. Yeah, that's a pretty nice plan, right? And I think, I'm gonna look it up right now. I just don't want to quote any misinformation for you all. Yeah, Halloween this year is on a Saturday. If you didn't know that, now you know. We're continuing on with our top stories from across the country. Next, a student finds a racist keyboard. I believe our sister station Fox 11 Los Angeles filed this story for us.
Me being unable to protect her, like, it hurts to my heart and soul.
A father upset that his Ayala High School daughter sat down to this, a keyboard manipulated to spell out the N-word and a racial slur against Italians. The man asked us to protect his identity, but says he's comfortable sharing that he works in IT for the school district.
Being in my background in technology, you know, that person was putting in an effort to hurt some other people in their class, because that's not a joke.
He brought his 15-year-old a new keyboard to class when she faced this one in the computer lab last week, but says this traumatized her.
What kind of parents would raise a kid that would think this was okay?
Chino Hills locals agree.
I think it's pretty sad that for this day and time, we'll be dealing with something like this.
I think that's just unacceptable. I think we've gotten too far in our society to keep doing that kind of thing.
A spokesperson for Chino Valley Unified School District sent out a statement about the incident that says in part, Ayala High School fosters an inclusive school culture where everyone can feel that they belong and are growing socially, emotionally, and intellectually. Ayala has always encouraged a positive school climate where many culture clubs, such as the Black Student Union, the Polynesian Club, and the like, allow students to exhibit their pride and show support for one another. The Ayala parent says the teenager who did this needs to be caught and reprimanded.
What's next for this person? What are they going to do next?
All right, some of you news networks out there, there's currently 1,665 of you watching. You're saying, hey, where's the President Trump story that we're supposed to be watching here? Him speaking to Border Patrol members. It is happening right now as I speak, and we have a pool camera there. They are recording it. They're going to be providing us tape playback. It is not going to be live. But speaking of that, Ray Bogan is here with this next top story about border wall funding.
$3.8 billion once intended to pay for military projects like the F-35 fighter jet and other ships and vehicles will now fund President Trump's border wall, if the courts allow. The president wants to shift money appropriated by Congress for the Defense Department to Homeland Security. Defense Secretary Mark Esper is at a conference in Munich and says it shouldn't come as a surprise.
Border security is national security, and national security is our mission. I think many NATO allies understand that as well. The action we took is legal under the law.
But the chairman of the House Armed Services Committee says President Trump is robbing this money. Democratic Congressman Adam Smith states, quote, "The president is obsessed with fulfilling a campaign promise at the expense of our national security." The top Republican on the committee agrees and says it's Congress's job to determine how defense dollars are spent. In a Facebook post, Congressman Mac Thornberry writes, "The Department of Defense cannot change them in pursuit of their own priorities without the approval of Congress. Attempts to do so undermines the principle of civilian control of the military." The ACLU says they will ask a court to block the funds as part of an existing lawsuit. They say multiple courts have ruled it's illegal for the president to, quote, "pillage military funds for his xenophobic border wall." In Washington, Ray Bogan, Fox News.
All right, Ray, thanks so much for that update there. Here's another live look at the big board. Dow Jones Industrial, keeping a very close eye on it here as we wrap up the week. And believe it or not, we are already halfway through the month of February. It is leap year, though, so we will have an extra day this year, February 29th. Look at that. The month ends on a Saturday. March 1st is on a Sunday. I'm telling you, the calendar, folks, it's looking pretty good this year. Meanwhile, we are hearing Michael Avenatti has been found guilty in the case of, remember the whole Nike situation? Again, so we are waiting to hear from him. We are being told that he blessed himself before the jury read the verdict. He stared straight ahead with a sad expression on his face after the jury read the verdict. His lawyer put his hand on his shoulder as a gesture of comfort to Avenatti. The sentencing is set for June 17th at 4 in the afternoon. So we're keeping a very close eye on that in New York as well. All right, I've got 3 more top stories ready to go for you right here on Fox News Now, everybody. This next one is about a bucket list created for a service dog with cancer.
Good boy, push. Good boy. This is Wonka. He is my service dog. He is with me at all times, 24 hours a day.
6-year-old Wonka is Kelly McMahon's constant companion.
If I drop things, he can help me pick them up. He can turn on and off light switches.
He's also a lifesaver to all the animals at Hearts Alive Animal Rescue. Now Wonka is the one in need. He has cancer.
So we're just trying to let him be happy.
Since the very first day Hearts Alive opened, since 2015, Wonka has been making others happy as the greeter to all humans and creatures, making rescues feel safe.
And just has a way of, I guess, some kind of doggy language, can talk to them or just lets them know that it's going to be okay.
Months ago, he started having trouble breathing. Doctors discovered a mass in his nose. There's no cure for what's called chondrosarcoma.
That's why you have a bucket list going.
Instagram page Wonka's Way shows what's been crossed off on his bucket list. He visited a fire station. He was a treat tester at Mooch's Munchies, and he got a Golden Sunshine Award for his lifetime of service. People who love Wonka want to make sure he lives his best life, the rest of his life.
I hope that it just makes everybody be like he is. He just brings so much happiness and does good for everything and everyone. And just, we want everyone to just live life to the fullest.
I'm not crying, you're crying. That story was so sweet. Everybody does wish the best for Wonka for sure. Thank you for your service. Who loves animals? Let's see those thumbs up emojis if you do. We will consider that today's Friday stories because it's Friday and that was such a sweet animal related story. All right, I have more information about Avenatti found guilty in the Nike extortion case. This information coming from foxbusiness.com. Disgraced attorney Michael Avenatti found guilty on all 3 charges in connection to accusations he attempted to extort up to $25 million from athletic wear giant Nike. A jury announced today. His attorney saying they plan to appeal After blessing himself, he was stone-faced and stared straight ahead as the jury read the verdict. His sentencing, again, is scheduled for June 17th, and he faces up to 42 years behind bars. 42. Avenatti, who once represented adult film star Stormy Daniels, was initially charged in March with extortion, transmission of interstate communications with intent to extort, conspiracy to commit extortion, and conspiracy to transmit interstate communications with intent to extort. Both conspiracy counts were later dismissed, but a new charge for honest services wire fraud was added, according to a superseding indictment from November. Again, sentencing scheduled for June 17th at 4 Eastern. Avenatti's trial, because, hey, I'm surprised a verdict has already come back. I had no idea it was going on. It started at the end of January and lasted just shy of 2 weeks. The jury of 6 men and 6 women began deliberating Wednesday morning, so it took them less than 2 days. That's pretty quick for such a high-profile case as this one. Avenatti allegedly threatened to publicly accuse Nike of misconduct in a press conference the day before the company's quarterly earnings were announced, court papers show. On March 25th, the day he was arrested by the feds almost a full year ago, he announced on Twitter a press conference regarding the company. His taped threat was played for jurors during the trial. He also faced his trial in May in Los Angeles on charges that he defrauded clients of millions of dollars. Again, all of this information coming from foxbusiness.com. Will we hear from Avenatti himself? I'm going to pull up this microphone here.
We are obviously disappointed in the verdict in this case and even surprised by it. But we have preserved some significant issues on appeal. We will be pursuing that. And we stand by our client, and we'll just look forward to the next phase. He is a fighter, as you all know, and he's staying strong, and we'll be there.
So you guys spoke to him. What's his reaction?
I think he's in a bit of a state of shock, but he's already strategizing and thinking forward to the next stage of this. So,
what is the next stage?
Well, the next stage is his sentencing and his appeal. He's got obviously 2 other cases, but you know, Avenatti is Avenatti, and he's a strong guy, and you know, obviously he's disappointed, but he's a fighter. So, thank you all.
What do you think failed?
Thank you.
Danya Perry, that was Scott Srebnick, Jose Quignon, George Barcini.
He goes back to MCC now. Is he going back to California before the next hearing on the 25th?
He's being housed at the MCC in 10 South in solitary confinement, like a caged animal, and he will be there until the next trial.
And you haven't been able to change those conditions?
We will be filing a motion shortly in order to try and change his conditions of confinement, because they are inhumane. Thank you.
Yeah, Danya Perry. Ugh, my hand.
All right, everybody. Again, Michael Avenatti found guilty. I'm going to keep this live picture up in case anybody else decides to talk. What do you think? Will we hear from Avenatti himself? Sentencing June 17th. He faces up to 42 years.
Sorry, I'm working.
All right, everyone, I have 2 more top stories ready to go for you. Don't worry, though, I will take you back out to this New York courtroom when and if we hear from anyone else on the Avenatti verdict. Okay, I'm bringing you right back here to Phoenix, Arizona first, and that's because this story has definitely got a lot of people talking. So you've heard of Waymo, right? It's going to be the driverless Ubers or Lyfts, so to speak. Like, you're going to hail a ride, and the autonomous vehicle is going to take you wherever you need to go. The company doing a lot of testing here in the Southeast Valley, the Chandler area in particular. So, okay, we heard that a Waymo van crashed, and all of us, of course, are kind of like, yeah, you know, that's not good news. But then we heard that there was an arrest in the case, and we're like, what does that mean? And then we learned more about who was arrested and why. So I believe it's going to be Matt Galka who breaks it all down for us right here on Fox News Now.
This video released by Tempe Police shows what a Waymo van's cameras were seeing on January 30th. Tempe Police say a car being driven by Raymond Tang was swerving in the way of a Waymo van. You can see the car driving erratically and braking in the video. Just ahead, the car again slams on the brakes in front of a different Waymo van, but this one in manual mode with a driver, not in autonomous mode, couldn't stop.
When you look at the video, the vehicle goes from the left lane to that middle lane pretty abruptly and then slams on the brakes, which ultimately causes the Waymo to collide with the back of the Mazda.
The fender bender near Warner and Rural Roads ended up with the Waymo van driver going to the hospital for minor injuries, and police discovering that Tang used to work with a company that contracted with Waymo. He was described as a disgruntled employee.
When you add in the other facet where this is a former contracted employee, we're treating this as an isolated employee, an isolated incident. We haven't had anything else to say that these vehicles are being targeted.
Raymond Tang, 6'4", 1988.
Tang now faces aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and reckless driving charges, among others. A Waymo statement said Tang's assignment ended last year when he, quote, failed to meet high safety standards.
All right, what do you all think? All I know right now is the chat is flying. There's currently 1,527 of you here, and I get it. A lot of you are probably waiting for the president to speak to Border Patrol members. Again, we're hearing that's going to be tape playback. As soon as we get it, we will bring it to you right here on Fox News Now. But don't worry, you haven't missed a thing. Again, everybody, happy Friday, happy Valentine's Day, happy payday to some of you, perhaps. One more top story ready to go for you. That event with President Trump speaking to Border Patrol members started about 35 minutes ago, so we're hoping to get our tape playback here pretty soon. Regardless, you're enjoying yourself watching everything that we have for you right here on Fox News Now. Hello to all of you saying hello to me on the YouTube chat. My name is Pilar Arias, and I'm just grateful you're here. I will be even extra grateful, super grateful, matter of fact, if you all are News Now subscribers. So please, it just takes one click to subscribe. A second click will then sign you up for notifications, and you can be alerted anytime we go live. We actually just had a live camera in Munich, Germany, everyone, that we were allowed to take for the McCain Awards presentation. So you never know when we might be in your neck of the woods. All right, one more top story. It's about a vandal leaving human waste on a church's front steps. Let's get the story.
Oh my God. It's a shame.
People in Stockton were shocked after watching a man vandalize a downtown church.
That's disgusting.
Robert Rodriguez reacts to watching a pair of disturbing videos. Cameras outside the Universal Kingdom of God Church captured a man throwing what appears to be feces onto the church's front steps.
He knows exactly what he's doing, and it's uncalled for.
This video is from a few weeks ago, but the church says it's not the first time they found the dirty surprise left behind. They say it's been going on for months. Universal Church says at first they were concerned the homeless in the area were relieving themselves in front of the church at night. But after putting up the surveillance cameras, they made a disgusting discovery. They watched as the vandal dumped a bag full of feces onto their church steps.
He just nasty. Why would you just throw your dog's poop on the church ground when it's a garbage can you can go dump it into? That's just nasty.
The dirty dealings have people in the area asking why.
It's just like, what's the reason for it?
Why would a person do that
You know, what made in his mind to do that? There has to be a reason.
Stephen Delphine is a deacon at the Flock of God Heritage Church across the street.
It's not good, you know, it's disrespectful.
Now, Universal Church is asking for the community's help to identify the man dropping off the dirty donations.
I hope he get caught, because this is shame.
In Stockton, Christy Gross, Fox 40 News.
All right, you all were just asking what church, where that happened at. It was in Stockton, California. And I always do my best. You see we call it a bug on the top left-hand side of your screen. See where it currently says Fox News Now and it says live. We have the ability to remove and put it back. I try my best all the time. Anytime anything is courtesied or it says the location, I try to remove that bug so you can get a clearer picture. Again, happy Friday, happy Valentine's Day. We already did Friday, a service dog's bucket list. That story. Oh, so heartwarming. It's so sad at the same time. If any news breaks across the country, we will have you covered. Meanwhile, we are waiting for tape playback. Again, it's not live. Tape playback of President Trump meeting with Border Patrol members. We just saw Ray Bogan break it down for us, a border wall funding story. So again, we're kind of on standby right now. I've got about 20 minutes left with you all before Mike Pace returns. I'm going to see if there was a United Nations daily press briefing that I can show you. I'm going to be on standby for Michael Avenatti. Lots of moving pieces here. Regardless, I appreciate you being here. I'm going to show you a live look at the Dow Jones Industrial. The stock market currently down about 89 to 90 points. Friendly reminder, it's also tax season. Have you already filed? Have you gotten a refund perhaps? Do you owe anything? I know most of the time people who owe the federal government some money like to wait until April, the last moment, to file. So yeah, there's lots of things going on right now. And I really believe that 2020 is moving so quickly. It's just going by so fast, and but good things are happening. I have some upcoming travel plans that I will be partaking in. So remember, you can always follow me on social media to stay in touch even when I'm not hosting Fox News Now. All you got to do is search Pilar, P-I-L-A-R, Fox 10, F-O-X-10, any social media platform that you are on, whether it's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. I'm even on Snapchat. You can find me and we can stay in touch, and you can see my travels as well, because I love traveling and I like to snap pictures as well. So I'm going to pull up the audio here from the stock market, Wall Street. Turn that up for you, so you'll probably hear it. Always sounds like Vegas. People ask all the time. And I've never been on the stock market floor myself, but I can imagine it would be quite the experience. If any news breaks, we'll have you covered. We are on standby for President Trump's tape playback. Lots of moving pieces. I'm also going to look for the UN daily press briefing. Again, thank you for being here. Hopefully every single one of you who is here is also a News Now subscriber.
Mesdames, Evelyn. Thank you, and happy Valentine's Day. What better place to spend Valentine's Day than in this very room, right? Could not be better. All right. Just wanted to remind you that next week, the Secretary General, really starting this weekend, the Secretary General will be in Pakistan. He will be arriving on Sunday in Islamabad and will hold bilateral meetings with Prime Minister Imran Khan, Foreign Minister Hussein Qureshi, and he will also speak at an event on sustainable development and climate change. That's all on Sunday. On Monday, the Secretary General will speak at the International Conference on 40 years of hosting Afghan refugees in Pakistan. That event is being organized by the government of Pakistan as well as UNHCR. The Secretary General, along with the High Commissioner for Refugees, Filippo Grandi, and the Foreign Minister, will also hold a press event. He will also meet with the President of Pakistan, Arif Alvi, on Monday. And on Tuesday, he will be in Lahore, where he will meet with students and attend an event on Pakistan's polio vaccination campaign. The Secretary General will be back in New York on Wednesday. Meanwhile, the Deputy Secretary General will be in London from the 15th to 17th of February to meet with UK leadership team preparing the UN Climate Change Conference, the COP26, which is scheduled for late November in Glasgow. On the 17th, she will travel to Brussels to meet with the newly appointed EU leadership, also on climate and international partnerships, and she will be back in New York on the 19th. Turning to Syria, overnight hostilities have continued across most of Idlib and Aleppo, especially in Idlib city, Sarmin and Atareb. Over 830,000 people have now been displaced since the beginning of December, and that includes 143,000 displacements of people in the last 3 days. Women and children are among those that are suffering the most. They make up about 81% of the recently displaced people. Temperatures across the northwest Syria have been below freezing for several days, leaving families exposed to increasingly harsh conditions. Humanitarian needs are increasing exponentially. The ongoing emergency compounds the already dire humanitarian situation for people in the northwest who have been made vulnerable by years of crisis, violence, economic downturn, and, of course, multiple displacements. Shelter is the most urgent need, as millions of people have been pushed into small areas not equipped to support so many people, especially during the cold winter. As of Tuesday of this week, 72 health facilities have reportedly suspended operations in the impacted areas of Idlib and Aleppo, and that's due to insecurity, to the movement of civilians, and other operational requirements. Those 72 facilities had the capacity to assist, on average, 106,000 outpatients cases per month. We continue to scale up the responses along with our humanitarian partners to support all people in need, including in the provision of emergency food assistance, medical support, and temporary shelter. The growing needs on the ground, however, continue to exceed the capacity of our humanitarian partners to deliver. Also, just a note from the World Food Programme in Syria. They say they, along, of course, continuing to provide emergency food assistance to people in the northwest, but escalating hostilities this week have caused a 24-hour break in distributions. Fighting disrupted the movement of trucks carrying supplies into the region from Turkey. WFP has pre-positioned food inside the area to support growing needs. In December, they had launched an immediate response operation to provide food to all those displaced. And since January, they managed to provide ready-to-eat food rations to more than 300,000 people, displaced people. This food can be eaten without cooking and is light to carry, so it supports families as they move from town to camps in search of safety and shelter. In addition, WFP partners have distributed monthly food assistance to nearly 900,000 people. And in the Central African Republic, fighting has broken out again yesterday, about 15 kilometers outside of Birao in the country's northeast. In a joint statement, the African Union, the Economic Community, its Central African states, and the UN mission in the country have condemned the violence and reminded armed groups involved that this is a flagrant violation of the peace agreement to which they are signatories. They call on armed groups to immediately abandon their attempts to attack the city of Birao and to avoid any act that could lead to unjustified escalation. The head of the mission, Mankeur Njai, asked armed groups involved in the violence to immediately begin negotiations for a ceasefire. And turning to Mali, as a reminder, the situation in Mali remains volatile. The UN mission reports that this morning in the village of Ogusagu in the Mopti region, the village was attacked, claiming the lives of many villagers and leaving several hundred wounded. Houses were also reportedly burnt. The UN mission has deployed a rapid reaction force to the scene and provided air support to prevent further attacks to evacuate the wounded. The head of the mission, Mohamed Salah Anadif, strongly condemned the attack and noted the urgent need to break the spiral of violence in the region. He also reiterated the UN's readiness to support the Malian government in its investigation and to appease the situation. And we have been keeping you updated on the locust situation. And today our humanitarian colleagues tell us that Kenya is currently experiencing its worst desert locust infestation in 70 years. It's also the worst that Somalia and Ethiopia have experienced in 25 years. Djibouti, Eritrea, Uganda, Tanzania are also experiencing swarm activity and locust breeding, while the risk of spreading to South Sudan is high. Left unchecked and with expected additional rains, the scale of the locust upsurge could grow 500 times by June. This would have a devastating impact on food security and livelihoods in the affected countries, with knock-on effects on health, nutrition, education, and protection. Humanitarian needs are also high in the affected and high-risk countries, with millions of people already severely food insecure. As a result, more funding is urgently needed so that control operations can be massively scaled up. So far, only $20 million of the Food and Agricultural Organization's appeal for $76 million has been pledged. The speed of the locust spread and the size of the infestations are beyond the norm and have stretched the capacity of local and national authorities to the limit. The window to contain the crisis is closing. We only have until March to bring this infestation under control, and that is when the rain and planting seasons begin. Taking swift action now will cost the international community far less than waiting to respond to a complex, expensive crisis in several months' time. And here, the Security Council, Rosine Sorry-Coulibaly, the head of the UN mission in Guinea-Bissau, said ahead of the reconfiguration of the UN presence of the country, with the mission working towards its exit at the end of the year, we have a collective responsibility to safeguard the democratic and peace-building dividends. Guinea-Bissau needs to remain high on the agenda of the regional and international community, including the Peace-Building Commission. Turning to the current developments in the country, Ms. Sorry-Coulibaly said despite the challenges to the outcome of the presidential election, Guinea-Bissau should be commended for completing its electoral cycle within the legally mandated timeline. She added that with political will and commitment, the upcoming post-electoral period could present a window of opportunity for sustainable peace and stability, national cohesion, and reconciliation. Just to note that on Monday, our guest will be Yaqub El Hilo, the Deputy Special Representative for Libya. He's also the resident humanitarian coordinator in Libya. He will brief you on the situation in Libya, on the humanitarian situation, and that will be by video link. And also next week on the 17th and 18th, the Inter-Parliamentary Union and the UN will bring together close to 200 parliamentarians from over 60 countries, as well as diplomats, representatives from civil society, and experts for the IPU annual parliamentary hearings in New York. This year, the hearings will focus on SDG 4. And of course, following my performance, Reem will be here to brief you on the work of the President General Assembly, and we expect the European Union members of the Security Council to brief you on the situation in Syria at the Security Council stakeout, and we will, of course, keep you updated as to when exactly that happens. Edie.
Steph, I will reiterate what I asked a few days ago. With this basically exponential escalation of fighting and violence in Idlib, has the Secretary General made an attempt to speak to President Putin in Russia and President Assad in Syria about the dire consequences to civilians?
As I've said, I'm not aware of any direct calls. Contacts have been had at various levels. Mr. Pedersen is or will be arriving at the Munich Security Conference, where in his contacts he will continue to appeal for an end of hostilities and for de-escalation and for an urgent need for a sustained ceasefire so the humanitarians can have the access they need. Ibtisam.
So I have two questions. The first regarding also the cross-border aid delivery. Do you have more details about it and how many people you are reaching?
I don't have an update from, I think, what I shared earlier this week in terms of the cross-border numbers, but we can see what we can get for you.
And on Idlib, you said Wednesday that, not on Idlib, on Libya, you said Wednesday that you don't have all, there are some UN flights that were not allowed. Yesterday you said others were allowed. Some flights were allowed to land in Libya. What's the update?
No, I think from what I gather, we're continuing to get some clearances for some flights to various points. But this is being done now on a case, we're looking at it on a case-by-case basis.
Does that mean that there are still some flights that...
I don't think everything has been resolved from what I understand. Sherwin.
Steph, a question about apartheid. South Africa's last pre-democracy president, F.W. de Klerk, recently in an interview with SABC questioned whether apartheid was in fact a crime against humanity. Said he did not believe that to be the case. Of course, it's created a political stir in the country. Could you provide some clarification on the UN position?
I think, I haven't seen the exchange that you mentioned, but I think it is the UN's role in the dismantlement of that hateful system of legalized racism, legalized discrimination, I think is one of the things this organization can be proudest of. From Security Council resolutions imposing arms embargo to the creation of a special committee on apartheid to the General Assembly's decision to suspend South Africa's membership are all actions that helped to end that system. And I think it's something this organization has been very clear of and remains very proud of. Sir.
Hi there. A quick thing. Thanks so much for organising the Libya briefing on Monday. That'll be really useful for us. And question, you mentioned Afghanistan, a Secretary General trip to Pakistan dealing with Afghanistan issues. This is happening at the same time as Trump and Pompeo are talking about being very close to a peace deal with the Taliban. Is the SG going to be involved or speaking anything to do with that process?
We're obviously following, there's the Secretary General is not going to go to Afghanistan. The trip is focused on Pakistan, on I think recognizing the tremendous generosity of the people and government of Pakistan over the last 40 years in hosting Afghan refugees. We're obviously following very closely what has been going on in these talks. We have been kept up to date. Our office in Kabul has been kept up to date. If this were to succeed, it would obviously be a notable step in bringing peace to the country, and the dialogue is vital to paving forward the constructive intra-Afghan negotiations on peace. I think it's very important to find ways to reduce the levels of violence in Afghanistan, especially the violence that is harming civilians. As in Afghanistan, as so many other places, the civilians are really people who bear the brunt of it. And we obviously remain committed to supporting an Afghan-led peace process that is inclusive with the meaningful participation of women and youth. And I think, and this also bears underscoring, that upholds the human rights of all citizens, including the gains made in regards to women's rights and freedoms, and leads to sustainable peace in Afghanistan. Maria.
Thank you. On Idlib, Turkish President Erdogan threatened to use force against Russian aircrafts in Idlib. Do you have any particular comments on this and any call for restraint?
Thank you for answering my question. You've now reached that seniority level where you know how to answer the question you ask. Our message is clear and is one of pushing for de-escalation and looking for ways not to increase the violence, not to increase the fighting, but to lead to a ceasefire that can be sustained so we can get the humanitarian aid in that we need and that the people of Syria need.
Yeah, somebody said that with this background I was going to look like I had a floating head. Apologize for that. It's great to be here with my fellow agents, but it's especially great to be here with spouses and children of my fellow agents. Over the past few years, I've had the opportunity to speak with President Trump on many occasions about border security, both before and after his election. He's always concerned about securing the border, and he's constantly asked, what do we need to do better to get it done? On one occasion, I told him, was giving him examples of his past successes, and he subtly interrupted me and said, Muhammad Ali was the greatest fighter in the world because he never dwelled on the past. He was always looking to the future and how he could get better. He said, I don't want to know about the past. I want to know what I need to do now and into the future to make this great nation secure, to secure the border. He then started talking about, he got into the weeds of border security, and he was talking about the minutia that only the most hardened border security experts would understand. It was that moment that I knew that we had a president that got it. And I thought, if he delves into the minutia of the other issues facing this great nation, like he does border security, we're going to be doing well. And that's exactly what he's done. We're prospering greatly at this time. But when I really came to respect the man and the leader that President Trump is was during the discussions. Every single time I spoke with him, he would never discuss business until he asked about the families. He wanted to know what we could do better for the families. How do we make their lives better? And he listened intently to what I had to say. This gathering right here is the perfect example of how much President Trump values the families of our Border Patrol agents. As much as I'm honored to stand with my fellow agents, I'm much more honored to be here with the wives and children. I'm sorry, the spouses, because we have many female agents, with the spouses and children of our agents. They're our backbone. They're the reason that we do what we do. Theirs is a love of country and the rule of law. They say a prayer in their hearts every day that they send us out, that we'll come home safely after we do the best that we can to secure the border. And that's what we go out and try to do. Our spouses and children know that, like them, President Trump has a prayer in his heart for all law enforcement nationwide, first responders, and the military who put their lives on the line every day for the American public. It's one thing when Border Patrol agents appreciate what President Trump is doing. It's completely different when the spouses and children appreciate what he's doing for the country as a whole. And I can tell you, the spouses and children do appreciate what President Trump is currently doing. It is my great honor to introduce the President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
Fantastic. Thank you. That's great. Well, you know, I wasn't supposed to be here, but I heard Brandon was here, so I said, where's he speaking? Tell me, I better get there, right? But he was with me before I even thought I was going to run. He used to say, him and his little group, they'd say, I hope that guy runs. And that was before I made a decision to run, actually, so you were there before the beginning, right? But I want to thank you all, and I tell you, he loves our country. Your whole group loves our country. And so I heard about you being here, and I said, if you want me, Brandon, I'm yours. If you don't, that's okay, too. I can save a little time. But he said, let's have the president walk over. Numbers just came out. 90% of Americans are satisfied with their personal life. I don't know how you define personal life, because that can be a very big divergence, very big definition. but it just came out in Gallup, I guess, the highest ever recorded. So 90% of Americans right now are satisfied, and that's by far the highest ever recorded. That tells you we're all doing something right. 63% of Americans are very satisfied with President Trump's handling of the economy. That's a very high number. That's the highest in over 20 years. Nearly 6 in 10 Americans say they're better off financially than they were a year ago. 74% say they will be better off in a year from now. That's tremendous optimism, which is a big thing. And 61% of the voters approve of Trump's handling of the coronavirus. And, you know, we did a very early move on that. I was criticized by a lot of people at the beginning because we were the first. We'd never done it before. We closed our borders to certain areas. It's never happened before where we did that. We never closed our borders, but we did it, and we actually did it early, and we took some criticism. Now everyone's saying we did a good job. And, Chad, you've done a fantastic job, and I appreciate it, you and your whole crew. 72% Republicans say that, and what do you have, a very small number of people in the country right now with it? It's like around 12. Many of them are getting better. Some are fully recovered already. So we're in very good shape. And I spoke with President Xi of China, and he's working very hard on this. It's a tremendous problem, but they're very capable, and they'll get to it. There's a theory that in April, when it gets warm, historically, that has been able to kill the virus. So we don't know yet. We're not sure yet, but that's around the corner. So that will be a great thing in China and other places. But we have very strong borders, and that's what we're here to talk to you about today. I thought I'd show this to you because right now we have 122 miles of wall that's been built. And I don't know if you can see this, but it's pretty impressive. These are different pictures, different shots of the wall. This is going up. We have in Arizona. This is in El Paso. We have New Mexico going up. This is the wall going up. They're working at night, as you can see. Either that or it's an extremely dark day. And that crew is, that's also in El Paso. So we're putting it up. The panel on top, just in case people want to know, because I would have loved it without the panel, but actually it's called an anti-climb panel. It makes it very tough to climb over the top. It's designed in a certain way that makes it very, very tough. So, in fact, we've had to bring in the fire departments and things to get people down. They've climbed the wall, sometimes with drugs on their back, oftentimes, and they're great climbers, but they couldn't get over the top anti-climb panel. So if people wonder what that is, I like to say it because it's an incredible thing. It makes it virtually impossible to climb over the top. And we had it designed many different ways. We had them tested, and this was the ultimate wall. This is what they wanted. Here's another shot. This is a shot of a little different section, also under construction. And we'll soon have, we think by the end of the year, we'll be up to over 400 miles. And shortly thereafter, we'll be at 500 miles. And then we'll determine if there's any other area that might need it, but we'll have covered, we think, close to 100% of the area that we wanted. Here's another shot of a section, the same section, actually, that's more advanced. And that's the way they put it up. They set it very deep into foundations and concrete. And it's steel with concrete in between. And if you've ever seen it, the bars are steel, they're hollow, and they pour concrete inside and then put rebar in. So they have the rebar first. Rebar is the steel. And they put it inside, and then they pour the concrete. And because of the tremendous weight, they have to pour the concrete after it's up. So it's a process that's pretty complicated, but pretty good. Otherwise, it would be very hard to put it up. It gets very heavy. So they pour in each one of the bars. And the reason they want the bars, they have to be able to see through, because they want to see who's on the other side. I thought I could put up a nice, simple concrete wall. It would be so nice, I'd just get it done. They have to make it complicated. This project was complicated, but I said if we're going to do it, we have to do it right. So Brad and all of his people, from day one, this is the one they wanted. They needed anti-climb on top. They needed see-through. They wanted it to be steel rather than concrete. Steel is much stronger, but they also wanted the durability of the concrete, which is inside the steel with rebar. So inside there is really like it's probably about 8 inches by 8 inches, and it's all hollow inside. And after it's up, we have rebar in. It's already dropped, and then we put the concrete in. They pour the concrete inside through funnels. So it's a pretty amazing process, and they're doing it quickly. They have a very quick process. We're now going to probably bring it in. We're going to spray paint it after it's up. It gets spray painted black. The black makes it extraordinarily hot, especially in areas along the Mexican border. It's not known for cold weather. It's known for quite hot weather. You don't have too much snow in this area, right? Would you say, Chad? Not too much. In fact, if you had any, that would be called climate change, I think, right? When they do that, I'm there. I'm a believer. But what you have is when that gets painted black, it becomes virtually untouchable during many parts of the season because of the sun hitting it. The black absorbs the heat. So not only would you have to be a good climber, but you're going to have to bring a hose with lots of water to water it down, and there aren't too many hoses in the area. There's not too much water in the area either. So it's an amazing process. This is a very tough area. This is an area that's on, this is in San Diego, and that's going up a very steep cliff where a lot of people come through, and they won't be coming through anymore. It's been almost 100% effective in the areas that it's been built. So we've built 122 miles, so we're able to see. And in all of those areas where the wall's been put up, it's virtually 100% effective. But don't worry, we won't take your jobs away. Okay, Brendan, we have, what it will do, it's going to be an additional tremendous safety valve. When I first started, they wanted drones. And we're going to have drones also, by the way, but drones flying around over the top of people pouring into our country, that doesn't do very much. But this really stops them. So this, coupled with our great people from Border Patrol, and also, and I have to give them a shout-out because they get abused, and they're incredible what they do, the folks from ICE. The people of ICE are incredible. They've taken out thousands and thousands of MS-13 and gotten them out of our country. And they really are. They're incredible people, and I want to thank them, too, because they work hand in hand. We all work hand in hand. Also, law enforcement in Arizona, New Mexico, Texas. The law enforcement works with you guys so much, and it's incredible the relationship we've all developed. Sometimes they come into the office, and I bring them right into the Oval Office. Other presidents didn't do that. They didn't do that. Nobody saw the inside of the Oval Office. They never discussed the building of a wall and how to build it and what's the best way to get it up. And we want the A-plus job. That's what we got, the A++. It also has essentially a form of an alarm system on it that if somebody starts to cut it, we immediately find out who that is. They have sensitive areas on the wall, so if it's cut, we immediately know what's happening. We have cameras all over it, too, and we have drones. So if somebody tries to cut through, we can get there very, very quickly. And it's equipped with a lot of different contraptions, including cameras. But so we have cameras, we have drones, we have everything. This is going to be something. It's going to be really incredible. And again, where we have it built, it has been like day and night. It's day and night. Now they come, it's like water. They come to the areas where it hasn't been put up. So they come. But that's when you're talking about 122 miles already. So that would mean, let's say you hit the center. That means you're 60-60. It's a long way. But it's worked incredibly well. So, Brandon, I want to thank you. It's been so incredible. It's been so incredible having you as my friend and having you from the beginning. You knew it was the right thing. You said, this guy's actually going to build a wall. I always got a kick out of the fact. And this was tough. When you want to get hundreds of millions of dollars for a wall, and you have an opposition party that wants to have open borders, and they don't want to, and I got everything from them, in all fairness. The military, we rebuilt our military, we rebuilt everything. I was able to get much more money, almost $2.5 trillion our military is rebuilt. The equipment is pouring in now, all rebuilt, planes and missiles and rockets and everything. But when you want to get money for a wall that most of the people in the Democrat Party wanted 5 years ago. They just didn't like it when I announced that we were going to build it. They were unable to get it built. They had the money, but they were unable to get it built because it takes talent to build things, and they don't have that talent. But we got it built, and I made your jobs a lot easier. Say thank you, Mr. President. Right? And I'm thrilled to be here today with the National Border Patrol Council and the incredible heroes of the United States Border Patrol. You safeguard our communities like nobody can imagine, protect our families and defend this country, and the country that we love you defend so beautifully. And you love this country. You're incredible patriots. It's a tough job, but most of you wouldn't trade that job for any other job. How about you? You want another job? No? Not interested, right? You love what you do, and it's tough, and it's dangerous, can be very dangerous, but you do a job like nobody can do. We also have to thank Mexico. We have 27,000 Mexican soldiers right now on our border, and the numbers have been fantastic, as Chad has either told you or will be telling you. 27,000, think of that, Mexican soldiers, and they're now guarding our border. So I want to thank the President of Mexico, who's doing a terrific job. Not an easy situation over there. As long as I'm President of the United States, you will always have a loyal champion in the Oval Office, because I am with you like no president has ever been with you. You know that. Thank you. Just like I pledged as a candidate, I have made it my top priority to support our nation's rank-and-file border agents and, by the way, law enforcement, because law enforcement all over the country is doing an incredible job, and to ensure you have a direct line to the White House, and you have that. You have that. You've always had my back, and I will always have yours. I especially want to recognize the senior leaders of the National Border Patrol Council, including Executive Vice President Paul Perez. Where's Paul? Paul Perez. Paul, stand up, please. Great job, Paul. Great. And Vice Presidents Hector Garza. Thank you, Hector. Long time, Hector, right? And Art Del Cueto. Art Del Cueto. We're getting better with that name, right? I also want to thank John Anfison. And John, you've been fantastic. Thank you very much, John. Stand up, John. Thank you very much, John. I've gotten to know you guys for a long time now, right? It's been a long time, and a lot of progress has been made. Incredible. Really good numbers. Thank you all. And thank you to Acting Secretary Chad Wolf, who has stepped into that position like it was made for him or he was made for it. And I want to thank you for being here, Chad. Terrific job. A lot of power, a lot of mental acuity. You figured it out. You were there for a while, but you figured it out really well. And Chad understands that the best way to secure a border is to listen to the men and the women serving on the front lines. And he got that right from the beginning, as I did. I didn't know too much about it. Even the wall. You know, again, I was going to put up a wall. Just get it built. And then they said, sir, gotta do it right, sir. Then I figured, you know, much easier doing it the old-fashioned way. Let's throw up concrete plank. But they said, that's not good. You know, one of the stories they say is that they were throwing bags of drugs over the wall with catapults, right? Heavy bags, 150, 200 pounds of drugs, but you couldn't see. So they'd throw it over. And sometimes it would actually hit Border Patrol agents and other people on the other side because you couldn't see through. And as soon as they said that, that was the thing that got me. I said, you're right. You got to be able to see what's on the other side. So I want to thank all of you. And to the wives, husbands, sons, and daughters here today, thank you for enduring all of the trauma, all of the work, all of the hours that your husbands and your wives all of the people go through, because without you, they wouldn't be doing the job they've done, that I can tell you. Thank you very much, and thank you for being there. And today, always, we especially want to honor the brave Border Patrol agents who laid down their lives in the line of duty. Here with us are several family members of fallen agents. Our nation is forever in your debt. We'll always remember the courage and the devotion of your loved ones, and that you've had for us and that you've had for your loved one. Please stand up. Please stand up, those people, because you have. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Great love. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. From day one, we have fought to give Border Patrol the tools, resources, and support you need on your job. The results have been nothing short of extraordinary. Illegal border crossings have dropped 8 straight months in a row. That's a big number. Illegal crossings are down over 75% since last spring. And this is despite the fact that we have the strongest economy in the history of our country. So there are times when our economy is not good, and we've had those times not so far away, where our economy is not good. It's not the same job. When the economy is not only good, it's the best we've ever had. Many more people come up. Many more people come up when you have governors of California saying, if you come to the United States, we'll give you free health care. We'll give you free medical care. We'll give you college. We'll give you education. We'll give you whatever you want. I sometimes say, we'll give you a Rolls Royce for every family. And the news said, you know that's not true. Why did you say that? They don't understand it. They don't get, actually, they understand it better than we think. But the fact is, we give people a lot. And when you have governors, certain governors in particular, saying that they're going to give so much away, people come that never even thought of coming. So it makes the job more difficult. But really, when you have this great economy, everybody wants it, and we can't let that happen, because things will go. And by the way, we do want people coming into our country, but they have to come in legally, and they have to come in through merit. They have to be able to help us. They have to come in through merit. They have to come in legally. It's very important, right? The month of January saw the fewest illegal border crossings in 23 months, Chad. That's great. Last year, Border Patrol seized the largest amount of deadly narcotics ever seized. So that's really a tremendous tribute. Last year, think of that, Border Patrol, the largest amount of deadly narcotics on record ever was last month and last year, actually last month in particular. We've achieved record prosecutions of immigration violators, and we've ended catch and release, such a big thing, catch and release. You catch them, you take a name, they don't have an address, you take a name and then you release them into our country, in some cases to do tremendous harm. We don't do that anymore. Nobody thought we could do that without going through a process of needing Democrat votes, because you couldn't get the Democrat votes even for that. We still have lottery systems where people come in by the lottery, but that's being removed very quickly. It's the craziest border system in terms of legal, not legal, craziest system anywhere in the world. The whole world laughs at us with our court systems. Everybody comes across, they touch our land, you have to go to court. You need Perry Mason. Other places, they say, you're on our land, I'm sorry, you can't come in. You can't come in. Us, we take them to court. We have judges all over the place. It is absolutely, and we could fix it so easily, but we have no support from Democrats, as you very well know, because they want open borders. They want literally millions of people to flow into our country. And of those millions of people, tremendous numbers of them are people you don't want in this country. You don't want in this country. And they don't want them in their countries, and that's why they come up, because the countries push them up. But not anymore. Guatemala, if you look, El Salvador, all of the different countries, Mexico, we're signing agreements. We've already signed agreements. Honduras, we've signed agreements Safe third, call it whatever you want, give it any name you want, but safe third, and we bring them back. You know, in the old days, I think we can say, Brandon, it wasn't so easy to bring them back. You couldn't bring them back. They wouldn't take them. We could catch a murderer from Honduras, Guatemala, El Salvador. We bring them back, and they say, don't land your plane. Your bus can't come in. Your van can't come in. We don't want them. We don't want them back. Now they take them back. Very openly and very nicely. Is that right? Would you say that's right? We couldn't bring them back. They wouldn't take them. They'd send them to us. They were vicious criminals in some cases. And when they brought them back under the past administration, they wouldn't take them. So we'd end up bringing them back. Now they take them back gladly. Someday we'll explain how that worked. We're removing illegal border crossers at a tremendous pace and making it clear that if you break our laws, you will be sent back home, and your home will accept you with open arms or open prisons or whatever it is they want to do with them. And we have to put some in jails. In some cases, they're so violent, we have to. But generally speaking, we just don't want to have people in jails for 50, 60 years and the tremendous cost. So we generally try to get them home. In some cases, we really have to because of the level of severity, the level of criminality. We're building a border wall, and the wall is, as I said, going to be something very special, but that's only part of it. So while we work together to protect our country and save countless lives, unfortunately, the far left in our country wants to do things that are so bad for our country and so bad for security, so bad for households, for women. People say, do you think Trump will get the women vote? Remember last time? They said he'll never. I said, will any woman vote for Trump? Is there a woman in the whole country? And then I got a tremendous number of women. They said one of the reasons I won was women. Thank you very much, by the way, women. Because it's fake news. I say fake news, fake polls, whatever they can do. But we got a tremendous, remember they said the women have been unbelievable. By the way, Hispanic, unbelievable. African American, unbelievable. Asian American, unbelievable. The voters came out. Men, I don't have to tell you about. We got a lot of men. We got a lot of men. But the women wanted security. They wanted security. They don't want open borders. And the group we do so well with now is Hispanic because they understand it better almost than anybody at the border. They get it. And they know what we're doing is the right thing. We're not playing games. In San Diego, they were begging us to build a wall because it was being overrun, a certain section, wealthy section, but it was being overrun by illegal immigrants pouring into the neighborhoods and dangerous. And they were, you have no idea, they were begging us. And I said, you know, we're going to do it now, but we probably shouldn't because if we don't, they're going to be promoting, let's go, we got to build the whole thing. But we built, it was approximately 18 miles, right? 18 miles of wall in San Diego. As soon as it was built, they said, we don't want the wall. By the way, all of their problems went away. They actually did want the wall. But they said, we don't want the wall. We don't want the wall. They started playing games. So I said, you know what? We're going to take the wall down and we'll move it over to New Mexico. They said, no, 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 don't do that. So we haven't heard from them any longer. We haven't heard. You understand that game. So it's been pretty incredible what's happening at our border. In my State of the Union address, I shared the tragic story of Maria Fuentes, a 92-year-old great-grandmother who was allegedly raped, beaten, and murdered by a criminal illegal alien in New York City. I think I can, no, I don't think, I'll take the word allegedly out. Do you mind if I do that? See, the lawyers put it in. If you don't mind, I'll leave it out. She was raped, beaten, and murdered. Only 5 weeks before the murder, the criminal alien had been arrested for assault. ICE asked for the criminal to be turned over, but instead, he was ordered released under New York City's sanctuary laws. If New York had simply honored ICE's detainer request, very simple thing to do, Maria Fuentes could be with her family right now. And we're deeply moved to be joined this afternoon by Maria's grieving granddaughter, Daria. Where's Daria? Daria Ortiz. Daria? Please come up, Daria, please. Daria is joined by her beautiful 5-year-old son. Thank you, Daria. It's a great honor. Thank you very much. Please, thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Daria Ortiz. I'm the granddaughter of Maria Eusebia Fuertes, the 92-year-old woman who was raped and murdered in Queens. I'd like to take this moment to say my grandmother was very generous and educated. She was a woman who dedicated her time to taking care of others. Before coming to America, she worked as a secretary for the president in her native country, the Dominican Republic. She is a shining example of when people come legally to this country, work hard, and do the right thing, and are law-abiding citizens. My grandmother raised her children and her grandchildren while working hard to give us a future. Unfortunately, my grandmother had to be the example of why something like this, horrific crime, should never happen. Our family's hope is that her death was not in vain, and that preventative measures are put into place to ensure that nothing like this ever happens to anyone again. The tragedy in all of this is the fact that this could have been avoided had there been no sanctuary law. The tragedy is my grandma's not ever gonna be here again. The man that is responsible for this should have never had the opportunity to do this. Had his multiple offenses had not been ignored, the system not only failed our family, but it failed our city. Our family would like to thank the administration for acknowledging my family's tragedy and extending their concerns in this tragic time. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Daria. So beautiful. Not one more American life should be stolen by sanctuary cities. They're all over the place, and a lot of people don't want them. Many, many communities, they don't want them in California. You hear California, but they don't want them. The politicians want them for whatever reason. That's why we're calling on Congress to pass legislation giving American victims the right to sue sanctuary cities and hold them accountable for the suffering and the damages that they've caused. American citizens are entitled to safe neighborhoods and safe streets that really the people in this room have provided where they're given the opportunity. With sanctuary cities, they're really not given that opportunity. You're the noble guardians who protect our loved ones, and you keep America safe, and you do an incredible job at doing it. Nobody could do it like you do. Under my administration, we know that border security is national security. Very much the same thing. And that's why I'm so honored to work hand in hand with the National Border Patrol Council and all of my friends. Some of you I know very well, very, very well. We love our Border Patrol agents. We love our law enforcement. And we want to thank you for doing an incredible job. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Brenda.
All right, folks, so that was President Trump speaking at the White House. He will be going to Mar-a-Lago for the weekend, and on Sunday, he will be the Grand Marshal at the Daytona 500. The first time a president will be the Grand Marshal at the Daytona 500, and you can watch that on Fox. Coverage starts at 11 a.m. Arizona time, 1 o'clock out on the East Coast. Now let's go out to North Carolina. Bernie Sanders is holding a rally. Let's bring it to you right here on News Now.
Who not only supports this movement, but has been an active member and organizer for decades. So I want us to wear our shoes out while canvassing, to phone bank in any free time we have, to canvass every door, and to organize, and to vote, and to strike, and to love, because this revolution is nothing if not an act of radical love. And spaces like this are holy to me. The people who aren't here are held deeply in my heart, and I do this because I love all of you. I love people who aren't here. And we will not stop with a victory here and there, because when we win, it is only another beginning. Because this movement is about us. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Susan Sarandon.
Wow, this is huge. Hi, guys. Happy Valentine's Day and happy voting day. I am so happy to be here. I'm so happy and so grateful that I'm here, and so grateful that I'm a surrogate, because I've gotten to go all over the country for Senator Sanders. I mean, and fallen in love with this country again, gotten a chance to really meet people. I mean, we're all in our bubbles, right? I'm from New York. My kids were raised in New York. I was born in New York. I have this weird job, and sometimes I go places and I pretend to be other people, and that's I love you back. Thank you. Hi. Now I'm off of everything. Okay. So this time when I've been going around, it's been very moving to be able to hear. It's kind of a listening tour that I'm on, to really hear what's going on with people, so I can see the commonality. I can see what we share. First of all, everybody's water is up. You know, it's really messed up. We've got Monsanto, we've got, with glyphosate, we've got Teflon plants in New Hampshire that have poisoned that water with chemicals that never go away once they're in your body. Iowa, the same thing. People can't grow their own vegetables, and then you've got these agri-farms, and you know what that's about here, that, you know, are poisoning water. So to hear people talking about that, to meet with teachers who are overworked and underpaid, who are trying so hard. And God knows teachers are so important. They are it, right, in terms of our kids and trying to get a start. And then you talk to people, and this was true the last time round when I was in Iowa, the same people still trying to pay off their college debt, hundreds of thousands of dollars if you're trying to be a doctor and you can't take a job. And then, of course, there's the insurance thing where you're stuck in a job because you need the insurance, but then your job falls apart for one reason or another, or they change your, you know, you can't use your insurance because the copays are too high. I mean, all of these things that are going on all over this country that we have a chance to fix. And I am choosing not to be I'm choosing not to be depressed about it. I'm choosing to not give up, because this is the moment where everything can change. Now, there's a great poem that I wanted to read to you from Leonard Cohen. I love that everybody loves Leonard Cohen. That's so cool. you probably have heard this one then, but I think it pertains to right where we are now. Ring the bells that still can ring. Forget your perfect offering. There is a crack in everything. That's how the light gets in. Right? So now, as everything's falling apart and people are falling through the cracks left and right for all these different reasons, we have an opportunity to reboot. We have an opportunity to really have a democracy, which we haven't really had. If you look back when women couldn't vote and slaves couldn't vote, and I mean, now we can actually invent democracy for the first time, and that's because at this moment, which is so special, we have a candidate. We won't be able to find another one like him for a long time. Someone who has gone, someone who has stayed in public service for this long without taking a cent of bad money. He takes our money. We own Senator Sanders. He is our guy. He's not beholden to any corporation. He's not beholden to the military-industrial complex. He's not going to vote for constant war because he doesn't have to. So there is no influence of big money in this campaign. It's going to start from the ground up, as every movement has ever started and has ever been successful. It is never from the top down. And it's going to be you. It's going to be us. And Bernie Sanders has done that for us. He's said we deserve things and we have the power to get those things. That's why everyone's so afraid of him, because you are not people that are just going to show up and push a button every 4 years. This is a movement that is in place that's going to go on. And he's going to need that help. And we're going to get health care even for those fools that don't understand. We're going to save the environment even for those people that don't believe. Because we have purpose, and our purpose is to harness love and implement the demands of justice. Now, I'm a New Yorker, as I said, and I was in the crowd in October in Queens, where I was from. And there were 27,000 people in this park, 27,000 people under this bridge as far as the eye could see. There were people in the streets that couldn't get into the park. It was a glorious day. I mean, AOC was speaking, Michael Moore was speaking, our dear Nina Turner was speaking, and then, hang on, she'll be here. I make sure I never follow her. I'm like just a little appetizer. She's the main course. And after the senator spoke, he looked out in the crowd and he said, I want you all to look around and find someone in that crowd that is a stranger to you, someone that doesn't look like you. And I want you to tell me that you will fight as hard for that person as you will fight for yourself. And I'm telling you, that was a powerful, powerful moment. Something so simple but so moving. I get choked up still thinking about it, really. It was the coalescence of everything that this movement is about, right? In one simple gesture, because that's what we're going to do. We're going to take power and we're going to commit to fight for everyone, for everyone. This tent is so big. People that have never been political before have room in this tent, and we will welcome them. Every color, every size, every age, everything. Now, I saw an interview which was hilarious because they were asking Trump if there was one word that could be used to describe your legacy of your presidency, what would it be? And they asked the same question to Bernie Sanders. And Trump answered, after much deliberation, victory. Okay. And Senator Sanders said, compassion. I would also add consistent to that, because as we know, as Nina Turner says, we've got the receipts, and we have seen that he has been consistent on all of these things, every issue that you could imagine his entire life, and you can check and count on him. And he's always listened to the voice of the people, and especially to those who don't have a voice. He's the only candidate that's going to give us real systemic change. And we are in an emergency situation in so many areas. We cannot do any incremental change. It's going to kick in 2 years. It's going to kick in 3 years. You're going to get a pathway. There's children here. I'm not going to say what that is. But we know what the problems are. We have the solutions. What we need is just the moral courage, because it is a question of morality at this point, to go forward. No centrism, exactly. And for those who lack the will to fight, and for those who lack the interest to get it done and say that it's impossible, I would just like to quote one more person on my way out, and that is Muhammad Ali. He said, "Impossible is just a big word thrown around by small men who find it easier to live in the world they've been given than to explore the power that they have to change it." Impossible is not a fact. Impossible is an opinion. Impossible is not a declaration. It is a dare. Impossible is potential. Impossible is temporary. Impossible is nothing. So we are going to take that dare, and we're going to make this happen. It is happening now. It's happening because of you folks. You're going to get out and vote. You're going to tell your friends to vote. We can do this, and we will do this thing. Bernie Sanders will be the President of the United States, and we will enter that house with him. Thank you. I love being here with you. Danny Glover's on his way now. Danny Glover is such an important guy in my life, and all of your, I know everyone's getting so excited. He's a real warrior and just a stand-up guy. I love him so much. Danny Glover.
I mean, there's something, there's a kind of adage, something said about acting. It says, one is that, you know, whenever you have a child, they were always going to steal the scene. But in a sense, you have a great actress here who is extraordinary and passionate about this particular moment. So whatever I had to say is only to say the same thing that she has to say, that how important this moment is right here. And what I realize here, as we all get off of planes and we go from one place to the next place, and we're trying to be every place all at once and everything else, because we realize how important this moment is. I think I was trying to remember that I was just in North Carolina, in Greensboro, North Carolina, at the Civil Rights Museum, it seems like just a week ago. It may be a little bit longer than that. But all of us saying is what are we doing is connecting the dots here. What are we doing is talking about the urgency of the work that we have to do, the work that needs to be done, the doors that you've knocked on, all those doors, the doors that you knocked on, every single one has value, has purpose, and it's important. The doors that you'll knock on for the next 2 weeks are important. It is essential for us to win. We need you right now. We need us. We need us right now more than ever before. That we need us right here, every single one of us. Because it starts with that. I remember when I read Dr. King's Where Do We Go From Here? Chaos of Community. His last writings. He talked about this moment. It's almost like he foresaw this particular moment where we have to make a choice. As he says in quoting Dante, the hottest places in hell are reserved for those who in a moral crisis maintain their neutrality. You can't retain our neutrality. We're at this moment right now. We're at this moment. We're at this moment where we can see the possibility, where we can grasp it. I think about my great-grandmother, May Hundley, born in 1858, died in 1955. I think about she would have wanted to realize this moment right here. I think about my grandmother, Risa Mae Hundley, and my grandfather, Mac Hundley. Those women who decided, one born in 1892, one born in 1895, and got married in 1950, had a child, my mama. My mama in 1917 decided my children ain't going to be cotton pickers. She sent them to school, even though it means that they didn't have been cotton and separate. And I'm thinking about them right now. I come with their spirit in there. And they come from this gracious, wonderful woman who is my mother, who in a sense understood the value of what we do from one generation to the next generation, the how we keep moving the sail. If it was Mae Brown who taught my grandmother something, if it was my mother who said, her grandmother said she's not going to pick cotton in September, she's going to go to school in September. She graduated from Payne College in Augusta in 1942. So I'm here. I'm here because somebody else just said they decided that someone else was not going to be a cotton picker, that they were going to be full citizens. And they're going to exercise their right as full citizens, and they're going to change the world and change this country. We have the possibility of doing right here. From one generation, if they can say to you, if they can call back from wherever they are, wherever in heaven where they are now, if they can say to you, it is your moment, it is your time, it is our time, it's our time. It's about us, not ourselves, it's about us. Thank you so much. There's no one who I have the honor of introducing right here. I've been with her in 2016. I'm with her as much as I can. I talked to her and went for inspiration. She's always given us inspiration. The work that she does, continue to do, as one of the national co-chairs of the Bernie Sanders campaign, Senator Nina Turner.
She can burn your eyes.
To be back. Come on, sing with me. Okay, we ready. North Carolina. Woo! Oh my God, to all the freedom fighters who have already graced this stage, I just want to say thank you. It's certainly a pleasure to be back here with you. The great Asa Philip Randolph said that freedom is never won. We must fight for it. And we are in a freedom fighting moment right now in the 21st century. So if I might, because I pulled my notes from my Southern Ladies Bank and Trust. I want to go down memory lane just a little bit. Will y'all go with me for a minute? In the 1930s, FDR challenged the elites of his day. And when they were bumping up against him hard because they didn't want to see things change, in one of his speeches he said, I welcome their hatreds. Because haters gonna hate. Is that right? In the 21st century, we find ourselves in that same moment. But walk with me just for a minute. In 1944, FDR had this thing called the Economic Bill of Rights. He said, what did American people deserve? right to a job, right to a living wage, right to affordable housing, right to quality education, right to secure retirement, right to decent health care. Hello, somebody. So, for all the haters that want to pretend like the workaday people from all walks of life in this nation don't deserve those things, you do deserve nice things. We are the wealthiest nation on the face of the earth. We are a hegemon nation. So I don't understand when we got folks standing up, either billionaire adjacent because they got so much money from billionaires they can't see the people, or they are the very billionaires themselves trying to buy our democracy. But hello, somebody, it ain't for sale. It ain't for sale. So they can play as many commercials as they want, taking President Obama out of context. Hello, somebody. How can the stop and frisk man dare to play a commercial with President Obama in it? Hello, somebody. I'm just saying, locking up black men and brown men in the city of New York, not even safe to walk down the street, redlining. There is something wrong when we as a country would accept that anybody could buy the democracy, but we got a memo for those folks. It ain't for sale. And I am proud to say that Senator Bernie Sanders has taken zero, count it with me, $0 from billionaires. He's raised his money from grassroots people just like you. Teachers are #1 donor profession. Come on, teachers. Where the teachers at? Where the teachers at? Amazon workers, Target workers, people who work at the United States Postal Service. Come on, somebody. So when they tell us that we can't have nice things, those people have the luxury of already having the very things that they are saying that we cannot have. I don't understand how we go from yes, we can to no, we can't. Hello, somebody. Talk to me. Talk to a sister. I'm just trying to understand that. But we not going. So anyway, meanwhile, back at the ranch, let me get back. In 1963, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. demanded that workers be paid a living wage. He demanded adequate and integrated education. He demanded decent and affordable housing. He demanded a federal jobs program in order to create full employment in our country. All I'm saying, North Carolina, is that Senator Bernie Sanders is very much in the legacy and the tradition of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and his contemporaries. Hello, Daisy Bates, Ella Baker, Fannie Lou Hamer. Hello, somebody. And the same path of FDR. And so all we doing in the 21st century is taking that 1944 Economic Bill of Rights and we're adding environment to it. Hello, somebody. A humane and just immigration system. Hello, somebody. We are going to deal with a legal justice system that is rotten and it treats black men and black women and brown men and brown women as somehow more criminal than somebody else. Hello, somebody. We just add to the list. We know that women in this country, we finally want our whole damn dollar. Hello, women. Now, North Carolina, we need elected officials to tell us whose side they are on. We're not playing games. Either you are on the side of the people or you are not. Either you believe that poor people and barely middle class people in this country deserve better than what they were getting, or you don't. Either you believe that the levers of power need to bend towards the will of the folks in this nation, people like this state in California, Ohio, Illinois, you name it, or you don't. See, there's no middle of the way. So all of these people who saying that we can't have nice things need to his babies in here, get out of the way and let those of us who do believe get the job done. Hello, somebody. And then we got the nerve to have folks defending the wealthiest people in this nation and talking about Medicare if you choose. Riddle me this, North Carolina. Even if you have a good job, you still are at the whims of your employer. You might walk into work one day and get fired, get laid off, the business closed down. Why wouldn't we want to have Medicare for all? And to our union sisters and brothers, now you don't have to negotiate for your health care. You can negotiate for other things. Hello, somebody. We can have nice things and we can do these things. So Sister Helen Keller once said, alone we can do very little, but together we can do so much. That is what Not Me, Us is all about. That is what the senator is running on. And as Sister Sarandon reminded us, yes, hashtag receipts, roll the tape. If you juxtaposition Senator Bernie Sanders' track record, where he's been, where he is, and the vision that he has for the future, and we juxtaposition it against anybody that's running, what you will find, in the words of Dr. Cornel West, is a long distance runner for justice. Hello, somebody. See, it's easy to quote. It's easy to quote the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., but how many people are willing to walk in his footsteps? Hello, somebody. And other contemporaries. This is our moment. Only all that we love is on the line. And we can make Senator Bernie Sanders. Yes, we can. And all of us, we are in front of him, we are behind him, and we are beside him, because he knows that Wall Street not just going to roll over. Hello, somebody. He needs all of us. So for people saying that our movement is radical, I want you to think about this, North Carolina. If you were in the middle of an ocean and you needed somebody to save your life, do you want the person coming to save you who wants to talk about practicality, or do you want the person that's going to radically get out there and save you? Hello, somebody. Come on, somebody. That's what it is. So we got a champion that will not capitulate when it comes to people like us. We are multi-generational, multi-racial, multi-gendered, conscious-minded people on the move. That's who we are. So can you do something for a sister? Can you raise one hand for yourself and another hand for somebody else? And with these hands, we will have Medicare for all. With these hands, we will have college for all. With these hands, we will cancel student debt. With these hands, we will cancel medical debt. With these hands, we will take care of Mother Earth. With these hands, we will have humane immigration reform. With these hands, we will have criminal justice reform. With these hands, we will have transcendence. And with these hands, we will elect Senator Bernie Sanders, the 46th President of the United States of America.
Thank you, Charlotte. All the way up there, hi. Thank you. What a great turnout. And thank you all very much for coming out. Let me thank Dylan Morris for the music. Emma Keisha for her remarks. Ray McKenna, thank him. Kayla Braithwaite, thank you for her remarks. And let me thank Susan Sarandon, one of the great actresses in this country. Susan has used her fame to go around this country and talk about justice, and we appreciate so much all the great work that Susan has done for so many years. And let us thank Danny Glover. Like Susan, Danny has been a fighter for racial justice, for economic justice, social justice for decades. So Danny, thank you not only for being a great actor, but for your years of service to the working people of this country. And what can we say about Nina Turner? Nina has not only been running all over the country for this campaign, but she has spent years doing the most important work that can be done, involving people in the political process. Senator Turner, thank you so much. This campaign is about two fundamental issues. Number one, we must and we will defeat the most dangerous president in the modern history of America. And no matter what your political views may be, I think we all recognize that it is unacceptable to have in the White House somebody who is a pathological liar, who lies every day. You know? Somebody who is running a corrupt administration, somebody who does not understand the Constitution of the United States of America, does not understand the separation of powers. You know, the founders of this country were pretty smart people, and they fought against authoritarianism from England. And they try to divide up power in America, that we have three branches of government: the executive, the congressional, the judiciary. Give them equal power. Give them a check on each other. And here you have a president who calls the media enemies of the people, a president who doesn't respond to subpoenas from Congress, a president who is now telling the judiciary what they should do. We have news for Mr. Trump. We believe in democracy, not authoritarianism. Nobody in this country, not the president or anybody else, is above the law. Donald Trump, you ain't going to get reelected. But the second reason that we are in this race is not just to defeat Trump, but to understand that there are fundamental problems that exist now and have existed for decades that can no longer be ignored. Let's face it. Let's be honest. Let's not sweep problems under the rug. We have a corrupt political system which enables billionaires to buy elections. Now, maybe I am old-fashioned, but to me what democracy is about is one person, one vote, not billionaires purchasing candidates. And the other issue out there, media doesn't talk about it, Congress doesn't talk about it, we have got to talk about it, is we have more income and wealth inequality in America today than at any time in the last 100 years. We have got to deal with this fact. Are we satisfied with an economy in which 3 people own more wealth than the bottom half of America? Are we satisfied with an economy in which the 1% on top owns more wealth than the bottom 92%? Are we satisfied with an economy when tonight half a million people will be sleeping out on the streets or in emergency shelters, and yet 49% of all new income goes to the top 1%? So what this campaign is about, and it is not radical, It is to create a government and an economy that work for all of us, not just the 1%. And what this campaign is about, what our administration will be about, is asking people to think outside of the box. Don't listen to what the media tells you. Don't listen to what Congress tells you. Think for yourself. Ask yourself, how does it happen, for example, that in the richest country in the history of the world, we have a child care system which is totally inadequate? All right? 0 through 4 are the most important years of intellectual and emotional development for a human being. And yet all over this country, in Vermont, North Carolina, all over this country, working families cannot find high-quality, affordable child care. We are going to change that. Here in North Carolina, and it really is kind of unbelievable. Again, you're used to it, but take a step outside of the box. Ask yourselves how in the richest country in the history of the world you can have a minimum wage here in North Carolina and in many other states of $7.25 an hour. Does anybody in his right mind think that somebody can live on $7.25 an hour? That is why we are going to raise the federal minimum wage for North Carolina, for Vermont, for every state, to a living wage, $15 an hour. And that is why we believe in equal pay for equal work. Women should not make 80 cents on the dollar. And that is why we believe that we need legislation to make it easier for workers to join unions. And that is why we believe that we can create millions of good-paying jobs, rebuilding our crumbling infrastructure. But it's not just the need to have an economy that works for working people. You got to take a hard look at education. Here in North Carolina, as I understand it, your teachers are earning less in inflation accounted for wages than they did a dozen years ago. In this state and all over the country, this state is not unique. You have states giving massive tax breaks to corporations and the rich and disinvesting in education. Well, we are going to change that. We're going to triple funding for low-income Title I schools, because we believe that the quality of education a kid receives should not be dependent upon your zip code. And because we believe in education, we believe in educators. When we change our priorities and our value system, we're going to have the day coming sooner than later where young people, the best and the brightest on college campuses, are going to say with pride, I look forward to becoming a teacher, doing some of the most important work in America. And that means that we have got to move soon to the day where no teacher in America earns less than $60,000 a year. And when we talk about education, we got to rethink the whole concept of public education. 30 years ago, 50 years ago, 80 years ago, it was fine to say we have free public education from first grade through 12th grade. That was great. The world has changed. The economy has changed. Technology has changed. When we talk about free public education now, it must include making public colleges and universities tuition free. Now, let me ask you all a question. How many people here are dealing with student debt? Raise your hand. Okay, well, I want you to think outside of the box. And remember, 12 years ago, against my vote, Congress voted to bail out the crooks on Wall Street. You all remember that? Their illegal behavior and their greed nearly destroyed the economy. Congress voted to bail them out. 2 years ago, Congress, against my vote, Trump and his friends managed to get $1 trillion in tax breaks for the 1% and large corporations. Well, you know what? If we could bail out the crooks on Wall Street, if we could give tax breaks to billionaires, we can cancel all student debt in America. And again, I want you to take a step back and think outside of the box. Think about this for a moment. The United States of America today, our great nation, wealthiest nation on earth, is the only major country not to guarantee health care to all people as a right. It's time to change that. Now, I want you to just kind of appreciate how cruel and dysfunctional this current healthcare system is. Number one, we are spending as a people twice as much as the people of every other major country on earth. You got that? We're spending $11,000 for every man, woman, and child. Twice as much as our Canadian neighbors do. Twice as much as most of the countries in Europe. Now, when you spend that much money, you would say, well, we must have the best system in the world. Not quite. Despite spending so much money, today, 87 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured. 30,000 people a year die because they don't get to a doctor on time because they don't have insurance. We pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs, in some cases 10 times more for the same drug that other countries are paying. And listen to this. Last year, some 500,000 people went bankrupt because of medically related debt. You know what that means? I want you to think about it, because you're not going to see this on TV. It's not talked about in media at all. But here is the reality. In America, if you are struggling with cancer or heart disease or Alzheimer's, you got a real fight on your hand. You're fighting for your life. And yet in this country, you can go bankrupt because you're struggling with cancer. That is an absolute disgrace. We're going to put an end to that absurdity. The function of a rational and humane healthcare system is to provide quality healthcare to all people in a cost-effective way. That's what it is. The function of a rational healthcare system is not simply to make huge profits for the drug companies and the insurance companies. So last year, while so many of our people are struggling with the high cost of health care, the healthcare industry made $100 billion in profit. You guys are great. It's like a Greek chorus here. One out of 5 Americans, when their doctors write a prescription, they go to the doctor's office, they get a prescription. Can you believe 1 out of 5 people can't even fill the prescription their doctors write because of the high cost of the medicine? This is so insane that, it is literally beyond belief. What we are going to do, whether the healthcare industry likes it or not, we are going to pass a Medicare for all single-payer program. Now, Medicare right now is the most popular health insurance program in the country. But it's not perfect, and I want to make it much better. So what we are going to do is expand Medicare to cover dental care, hearing aids, eyeglasses, and very importantly, home health care. And the way we do that is we start off by expanding Medicare. It's a 4-year transition. First year we go from 65, where eligibility is right now. First year down to 55, then 45, then 35. Fourth year, everybody is in Medicare for all. Now, what does Medicare for all mean? What does it look like in real life? And this, by the way, is not a radical idea. It's not something that I invented, Other countries all over the world are doing it. This is what it means. It means there are no longer any premiums. Gone. They're gone for you. They're gone for your employer. Right now, I want you to think about it. You're not going to see this on TV, so you may as well hear it here. The average American median family makes about $60,000 a year. That family
who not only
because we know Senator Amy Klobuchar has the best opportunity to beat Donald Trump. And we're not going to do that without Klobuchar captains. Now, so many of you are the people we absolutely need, which is people who are going to make us not Iowa. We love our Democratic Cornhusker friends that enormously flat land that goes out there. So how many of you are already signed up to either work early vote or be a party precinct temporary chair? Thank you. Everybody, give a round of applause. votes, how we're going to get to viability. Honestly, volunteer, we're going to nail this. And we are going to press the hell out of the... Oh, yes. Do not tell my mother. So we're going to... And we need you. We need a tsunami of turnout to show the nation that the Democratic Party has its act together, that democracy matters, that voting matters. So we need turnout, and we need you to be talking to all of your friends to turn them out for a early vote, caucus vote. Okay, don't worry, I'm going to tell you about being smart again. So, I'm a natural person. I like to talk about myself, right? So why do I get to do this film time? I had the honor of being nominated by Senator Harry Reid twice. To be the state director of an agency called USDA Rural Development. And I had the opportunity in the Clinton administration and in the Obama-Biden administration to work through our rural and tribal Nevada and with our wonderful communities and people under. So I'm a former member of Democratic administrations. And let me say for a moment, Senator Reid, whom I honor and value so much, this is a thing related to Senator Klobuchar. They say to me, refer to her as Amy. I would never have referred to Senator Reid as Harry. So I'm having a terribly hard time referring to Senator Klobuchar that way, but maybe AJK, I don't know. But I arrived in Nevada as a VISTA volunteer right after college in September of 1980. And I began at that time my work as a Democratic activist. I had been a Republican like 3 years before that, but I overcame it. Actually, true story, Gerald R. Ford's nephew, Rich Ford, was my first boyfriend. I come from Grand Rapids, Michigan. So, I had a good reason, Rich. He was so cute. Good reason to be a Republican. But the first political work I ever did, put your hand up if you did this too, I knocked on doors for Mary Gojak. Remember Mary Gojak? Yeah, right. Absolutely. So that was, I cut my teeth and found my deep love of door knocking by working for Mary Gojak. Then, my next many years in politics was supporting my husband, Ernie Adler, former state senator Ernie Adler. Where are you? She's almost here. But Ernie and I did a lot of politics together. I'm getting ready to close here. But I have one thing to show you. We have been gifted with so many talented Democrats who have chosen to run for president. Let me know that we have talented Democrats running for our offices in our own state here. Quick shout out to Clint Cobley, who's running for I have been informed Vance Hall is planning to file for Assembly District 26. And Napa, I know there's some here. There she is way down there. Napa Anderson is running for Assembly District 30. But how did I decide among all of the really terrific candidates that put themselves forward? Oh, okay. How did I from Minnesota, the USDA Rural Development Director from Minnesota, Colleen Landcammer. And so I called Colleen, with whom I worked closely for 8 years. I said, Colleen, I know you will tell it to me straight. I'm really attracted to Senator Klobuchar's commitment to treating addiction and mental health. I love the fact that her mother was a public school teacher until the age of 70, God bless her. I love the fact that her father was a journalist and supported free and truthful media. But I said, Colleen, when I go all in, as you know, I go all in. Should I give my energy to Senator Klobuchar? And Colleen said, Sarah, 110%. Senator Klobuchar works for rural and local politicians throughout the state. She goes when there's a disaster. She makes her staff accessible. Her staff love her. She has never forgotten Minnesota, and then she reminded me, as she has served 12 years in the Senate, the most productive senator in this race, bipartisan legislation, and this is the other thing that attracted me to her, the Kavanaugh hearing. Because when you think about it, we need Senator Klobuchar to be the president to first restore our nation. We need her to be our president to bring the Green New Deal to life and protect the environment and create jobs at the same time. We need her. She's got the best policy on treating addiction and mental health. The green ribbon I wear today is for mental health. And so I return once again, as you asked me to the fact that we need you. You may have signed up with our fantastic staff team here. We want to meet you again at Arlington Towers, Suite 200 in what's called the Beehive. Tomorrow we're having open houses at 10 a.m. and at 1 p.m. We have what we call van access. We know how to find and target Democrats. You won't be calling or knocking on the doors of Republicans. Oh, hey. Anyone here, are you among our very best friends who are the nonpartisans and Republicans thinking about yes, right there. And please go to your great friends who are nonpartisans and Republicans at early voting. At caucus day, they can register to be a Democrat in order to bring forward Senator Amy Klobuchar, the woman who can beat Donald Trump. So please encourage your friends. Hey, does everyone know the super easy way to find out where your early vote locations are? And okay, you all know to go to NV Dems, to their caucus tab. It'll show you where your early vote location is. Okay, great. Make sure you inform your friends as well. Hey, guess what, North Nevada? We are several hundred people more than the turnout in Las Vegas last night. Ready?
Yeah, you can have it back there.
Stay tuned! It's me again, Sarah Adler, but I have the honor of introducing the woman who will introduce, oh, this is a quiz. Who's your elected official from AD 27? Anyone know? Teresa, right. So joining us in a moment with the senator are two amazing Nevada women. And the first that I am pleased to introduce is Jill Derby. Let's hear it for Jill. I just want to say about Jill, you know that she came the closest in CD2 of anyone. You know she was chairman of the Board of Regents. The thing you don't know is right now she is serving on an advisory commission to the Secretary of Education, appointed there by Senator Reid, and she is telling Betsy DeVos what for. Jill Derby.
Hello, Northern Nevada! Listen, this is our golden moment. This is our time. You know, Iowa and New Hampshire are old history now, and the eyes of the nation and the eyes of the world are on Nevada. Make no mistake about what is at stake in this election. Our republic, our democratic institutions that we thought were indestructible could never be and could never be undermined are being eroded by a pathetic, narcissistic, ignorant bully who ended up in the White House. And guess what? This is his last year there. Now listen, I know like me, you've been watching the news. You've probably been watching in disbelief and horror. Who would have thought that our democracy was so vulnerable? Who would have thought that the Justice Department would also have caved? Who would have dreamed that an unqualified, unprincipled, power-mad president in such a short time could trash our democratic institutions, our democratic norms, and our status in the world? You know what? There's a difference between a banana republic and the United States of America, and this mistake in the White House doesn't seem to know the difference. Well, we're going to do something about that. We know the difference, and we're going to rescue this floundering ship of state in November and get it right. But be crystal clear, the future of our republic is on the line, and we're not giving Donald Trump a second chance to take this country down further. Now, let me tell you something about Amy Klobuchar. You know they talk about Minnesota nice? Well, here's what I want you to know. She's Minnesota nice and tough. She has a commanding presence that can stand up to any bully on the other side. Remember this. Remember how she shamed Brett Kavanaugh? Do you remember that? Do you remember when he acted like a sniffling sixth grader and rudely, snotty-nosed, spoke back to her? Do you remember her cool and command? You know, and it occurs to me that somebody who's aspiring to be the commander-in-chief, we want to know she can be in command. And she was at that important, embarrassing moment. And you know what? She can be the commander-in-chief because we know that she's somebody that has what it takes. Senator Klobuchar doesn't only know that we need change, she knows how to make change happen. And if you doubt that, look at her record. Look at her record while she's been in the U.S. Senate. It's very impressive about what she's been able to do. The other thing that's so important is Amy's good on the issues, and she can help us win in November. She won't scare away crossover votes. We need to win. And her moderate stand, yes, you're right. We can't scare off the moderate people who will cross over. Her moderate stand will also help with down-ballot candidates in critical Senate races particularly. We have got to take back the Senate. It won't wait. Amy Klobuchar can help us take back the Senate. Finally, let me say this. Where Amy Klobuchar runs, Amy Klobuchar wins. Check her record of winning in red districts and red states. You know, our republic cannot withstand the dismemberment of the democratic institutions that Donald Trump is orchestrating out of the White House. We need a candidate who can defeat Donald Trump and win in November. Senator Amy Klobuchar is a winner, a proven winner. So Nevada, this is our golden moment. We have a proven track record, too, of winning. We know how to elect winners. We know how to elect women winners. Look at our legislative record. Look at who represents us in the U.S. Congress. But it'll take all of us working our hearts out to make the difference and win the White House in November. But we have the candidate here today, believe me, who can do that. And now, to introduce the senator who you've come to hear, I'm proud to present our very own majority leader in the Nevada legislature, Teresa Benitez Thompson.
We've got some problems. We've got problems in America, but we've got some problems facing us right now. But I'm going to help you fix them. We got a problem. You didn't come here to see me. It's hot in here. You came here to see. Who'd you come here to see? Who'd you come here to see? I came here because I want to hear from a proven problem solver. And we're going to introduce her to the stage right now. I want a big Nevada welcome for Senator Klobuchar. Let's hear it for her. Big round of applause. Crowd here on a beautiful day, and I'm so excited to be back in Nevada. We have come a long way. I remember when I did that event outdoors in the cold at the bookstore, and went to Minden. We just had a great day that day, and so I'm excited to be back in northern Nevada. We were just in Las Vegas last night, and I will tell you what I did there, which I'll never forget, is I somehow did the vote, which was very important, to rein in the president on Iran. I then got to Las Vegas, did an important event with the Hispanic community, and then I did our own town hall, which ended at about 2 a.m. Washington time. So we are just going to be here and be everywhere in your state, and I can't think of a better way to kick this off than in Reno. So I want to
issues in our rural communities. And I can tell you, as president, I will have a specific focus on rural America, and that means rural Nevada. Also, I know that Ernie Adler's here, the former Nevada state senator, and I especially wanted to thank Steve George of the Boys and Girls Club here for helping us set all this up. And we know we had to change the location, so thank you for that. I first want to wish you Happy Valentine's Day. What a better way to spend it than talking about issues, right? And politics. But I think it is on us to say one thing, since it's Valentine's Day. When I go around this country, when I meet with our fired-up Democratic base, but also with independents and moderate Republicans, who by the way, are going to be a big part of this solution when we get into the fall. When I talk to them, I find that they may not agree with everything we say on the debate stage. I don't agree with everything that's said on the debate stage, but what everyone does agree on is this, that this election is going to be, an economic check. We'll get to some of that, but it is also going to be a decency check on this president. It is also, as I look to our Navy veterans standing right here, it is also going to be a patriotism check on this president. And the number one thing that unites a lot of people, and this is a Valentine's, that the heart of America is so much bigger than the heart of the guy in the White House. That's what I'd say. So when I think about this patriotism decency check, I think of some of the people out there, including in your own state, that maybe stayed home in 2016. Although I will put a PS for Nevada. You guys were superstars, okay? You showed the country what it's like to paint a state blue. You showed then what it's like to win a critical Senate race in 2016 with my incredible friend Catherine Cortez Masto. She is our true leader. And now you've added in 2018 Jackie Rosen. So you guys literally, just like Minnesota, had the wisdom to send not one but two women to the U.S. Senate. And so then you look at what you did with the legislature and your new governor and it's like seeing democracy in action. You elected these new people because people were sick and tired of what was going on. They fit the state. They got things done, and then look at what the results is. Better voting rights for this state, right? The legislature did something about gun safety in this state. The legislature did something about renewable energy. So I look at this model and all the great things that you did, Assemblywoman. I look at this model and I see how we could take it out to the rest of the country. Because when I went on this blue wall tour of the states in the middle of the country, which included Pennsylvania, where I met with carpenters, Michigan, dock workers, Wisconsin, dairy farmers, Ohio, our veterans, go over to Iowa, where I spent a lot of time. You guys are going to count the votes, right? Okay, I thought I'd just make sure, because I know you know how to count things in Reno. Okay, so then you go from there. I went to, of course, my state where I spent a lot of time, where Hillary had the lowest percentage of any state that she won. And after talking to everyone there, I came up with a good plan that kind of fits Nevada. And that is, we are going to build a beautiful blue wall of Democratic votes around these states, and we're going to make Donald Trump pay for it. So, when I talk about people that I've met
in this great country, I think about, that was a delayed reaction to that very funny joke, but thank you for that. That was really good. Okay, so when I think about this great country, I think about people. My first glimmer of this was actually a guy who was a cattle rancher in Minnesota, and he took me on a tour of his cattle ranch, something you know a little bit about, in northern Nevada, on this ATV, and we're dodging all these big cows, which I thought to myself, this is not how I want to die. And he went, and then we went into his house, and he looked at me and he said, you know, we voted for Trump. And I said, do you mean you? What do you mean? Your family, the ranchers? He goes, no, I actually don't like to talk about myself, so I say we. And he says, so we did that, and because we were mad about health care. And he goes, but then I saw him in front of the wall, and I say, oh, the wall really has not been built. And he says, no, I mean the wall the day after the inauguration. He remembered when President Trump stood in front of the CIA wall, which is this sacred space that is devoted to those that lost their lives in the line of duty, and it's just a bunch of stars. They don't have their names on them because they were anonymous. And he picked that sacred place to give a political partisan speech about the size of his crowd. And that guy remembered that. Then he said, months and months later, he says the Boy Scout Jamboree. And he remembered when the president gave a political speech to a group of young people. And it turned out he was a Boy Scout. I explained to him how my husband was also a Boy Scout. My husband is one of 6 brothers. And actually, his parents had 4 boys. And they wanted a girl. His mom got pregnant again. And they had identical twin boys. And they lived in a trailer home for my husband till he was in 6th grade with triple bunk beds. And they were really involved in scouts. And 5 of the 6 boys actually became Eagle Scouts. But I never like to say which one didn't make it because I don't want to embarrass my husband. He's campaigning in Virginia today, so he's not here. But anyway, this guy and I talked about that, and then he said he'll just never forget that moment. He said that was wrong when Trump gave that speech like that to young people at that occasion. He said that was wrong. And he said, for me, that was it. That was it. He went like that. That was it. What I did was not patriotic for me. That's what he said. Then I remember this long line of people in New Hampshire, in Conway, northern New Hampshire, and they're all having these stickers on that were sort of happy things. I'm a climate change voter. I'm a Supreme Court voter. I'm a reproductive rights voter. And I come on this guy, and he doesn't have a sticker. I said, sir, you don't have a sticker. He's got this brown jacket. And he says, that's because I was a Trump voter. And we don't have a sticker, and these people are my neighbors, and they don't know, so don't say anything. And then he goes, but I'm not doing it again. So I want us to remember this, because you in this room, some of you may know exactly who I'm talking about, because it may be you, or you may know someone that you're going to talk to after this event is over, or in the coming months, about what this means for our country. I just sat through this impeachment trial, and it did not end as I thought it should end. We didn't get the witnesses, which 70% of Americans actually thought we should have at least the witnesses so that we could hear what happened. And as the hours went on, I got so bleary-eyed it would go till midnight. I literally started to look at my colleagues at some of their hair because we were talking about founding fathers. I thought, he looks like a founding father, actually. But the other thing I thought about was just what this means, this idea that this president put his private interests in front of our country's interests. And you think about that and what that means for our country. And you think, by the way, about the acts of courage when that vote happened. When my friend Doug Jones from the state of Alabama, in a really hard race, took that vote. Or you think about Mitt Romney, who in a moment of conviction took that vote. And then you think about how, as you are now going to be voters, right, in this caucus. You're going to be going to your caucuses. You're going to be part of this. And you think about what all that meant to how you explain it to other people. And I think how you explain it is that it's part of this thing where he always puts himself first. That's what he thinks about. He doesn't think about other people. And as I sat in that impeachment hearing, I thought about that old story about Franklin Delano Roosevelt. The story that he was beloved in our country. He got us through a really hard economic time. And I think about that time when he died and they put his body on a train, and that train went from Georgia to Washington, D.C. And people spontaneously stood by the tracks to show their respects. And the story is this one guy was standing there and he had his hat in his hands and he was sobbing. And this reporter looked at him and he said, "Sir, did you know President Roosevelt? Do you mind me asking?" And the guy says, "No, I didn't know President Roosevelt, but he knew me. He knew me." That is what's missing right now in our country, this feeling of empathy, this idea that we have a president that can put himself in the shoes of other people in this country. So I can tell you this, if you are struggling right now between paying for child care for your kids and long-term care for your parents, I know you, and I will fight for you. And if you are trying to decide, do you fill your prescription or your refrigerator, I know you, and I will fight for you. That is so much of what's missing right now. And let me tell you my story. I'll tell you my story so you know how I got here and why I am that person. So my grandpa worked 1,500 feet underground in the mines up in northern Minnesota. And he never graduated from even middle school because his parents were sick and he was the oldest boy, and they had 9 brothers and sisters, and he went and he worked down in those mines when he was really young. And back then it was super dangerous. My grandma, they would all run to the mines every time a siren would go off because they didn't know who had died. Was it their husband? Was it their son? Was it their brother? And you know what made those mines safer, just so you know? Unions. Unions made those mines safer. And it was the reason that my grandpa got to eventually, after he helped and brought back the youngest kid who'd been taken to an orphanage, his youngest sister brought her back, borrowed a car, got her in Duluth. He was able to save money in a coffee can to send my dad to a 2-year community college. And I know you have a community college. I've actually been there before, right here, right near here in Truckee. And that community college for my dad was his lifeline. He got that 2-year degree, and he ended up then graduating from the University of Minnesota with a 4-year degree, and then he became a journalist for his whole life. He covered sports. He covered the Vikings. He wrote a book for anyone that is a sports fan that is sadly still relevant today in the early 80s called Will the Vikings Ever Win the Super Bowl? True story. Sadly. So okay, right. That is, you are a historian of sports. The Lakers were originally from Minneapolis and Minnesota. That is why they were called the Lakers. And then they moved. They kind of took a turn. Yeah, exactly. Okay, well, we'll talk about sports later. We'll continue on my life story, which is equally exciting. So, my grandma and grandpa, they were actually immigrants themselves. Both of them came from Switzerland. My grandpa was stopped at Ellis Island and found a way. They had a quota on Swiss immigrants, don't even ask. And he found some way to get through Canada and lived as a legal alien for years and years and years. It's a true story. Why are you guys laughing? You remember? It's so weird. Yeah, but it does show you right now as we think about immigration reform, I'm not sure he would have ever become a citizen today because he made that up so he could get there. He said he was going to Canada and he stayed there for 1 week. And then he came through Michigan and he met my grandma and that's where the whole story goes. to second grade until she was 70 years old. I stand before you today as a granddaughter of an iron ore miner, as a daughter of a teacher and a newspaper man, as the first woman elected to the U.S. Senate from the state of Minnesota, and a candidate for president of the United States. Shared dreams, that no matter where you come from or who you know or the color of your skin or where you worship or who you love, that you can make it in this country. And so when I think of me on the debate stage with Donald Trump, I think about a few things. Well, I think of a lot of things, but I think about the fact that he's, I'm going to be able to say to him, the Midwest, remember our blue wall area there? The Midwest is not flyover country to me. I live there. And I'm going to be able to say the people, with how he's run up the debt and then taken money and put it to the top, the people and the workers that you're treating like, this is a good Reno analogy, like poker chips in one of your bankrupt casinos. Those people aren't poker chips to me. They are my friends and neighbors. And then I'm going to be able to say, you got $413 million over the course of your life from your dad and your family. I can tell you this, they cannot fit $413 million in a coffee can in the basement. And so that's going to be a very interesting discussion, because the way I look at the world, if you are given opportunity by anyone, whether it be a parent or a grandparent, whether it be a neighbor or whether it be someone you work with or a teacher, you go into the world not with a sense of entitlement. You go into the world with a sense of obligation, an obligation to lift people up. Instead of shutting them down, an obligation to bring people with you instead of pushing them away. So that is what I think is fundamental when you think of a lot of people out there that maybe voted for him or stayed home, that there's a lot of unmet promises from this president. And that gets to what we really need to run on here, and that's an optimistic economic agenda for the people of this country. And I think of a few things. One, and I'll start with this, just because it's such an important issue here in this area. You cannot really raise a family and be able to function and send your kids to school if you don't have a roof over your head. So housing issues, when 1 in 5 people in this state are having trouble with housing issues are a big thing. Affordable housing, right? Making sure that you have places for seniors to live. And some have senior housing, and then that frees up other housing stock. And making sure that we have incentives for building housing, and that we make it easier for people to afford housing. I have one of the most extensive housing plans out there, just because in my other job, when I was in county office, I was able to see how important that is to so many other things, and how you literally can trace back to people that have a hard time getting a start in life if they don't have a place to live. So I start with that as we look at some of the things that people are going to need if we're going to have this economic agenda that works for everyone. Another thing is affordable health care. If you haven't noticed, we're having a bit of a debate about that. I just look at this practically. I look at the fact that the Affordable Care Act, which of course was Barack Obama's signature legislation, that bill, when it first passed, it wasn't that popular, right? I remember. I was part of getting it done. And then what I realized over time is people realized the good things. They knew there were still problems. But when they realized the good things about it, like the pre-existing condition protections and keeping your kids on the insurance, pretty soon, slowly but surely, and let's look at this practically about why I don't want to blow it up and start over, the Affordable Care Act is now nearly 10 points more popular than the guy in the White House right now. It's not the right move to blow this up. I remember being in a small town parade, and a woman came up and she had a stroller, and her kid was in there, this little toddler, health care. And then she pauses and says, this is what a pre-existing condition looks like. We did that together, actually. We did that so that when this mother who will fight for her kid, when she was looking at something to hold on to keep as health care, we made that political argument. Because those words, pre-existing conditions, just don't flip off people's tongues, right? But we made that argument. So that's what I'm talking about with health care. We have reached a point where we know what we need to do now. We need to bring down premiums. And I think the best way to do that is with a non-profit public option to compete with the insurance company. That is what Barack Obama wanted to do in the first place. To me, that is preferable than kicking 149 million people off their current health insurance in 4 years. Number two, we need to take on the pharmaceutical companies. Well, they don't own me. And I looked at some of the questions because we got so many people. We're not going to be able to one sort of too big for this town hall meeting. But I looked at a bunch of the questions back there, and there were a number of them about pharmaceutical prices. So let me take that on. What we need to do here is, first of all, just so you know why it's bad, there are 2 lobbyists for every member of Congress. There are 2 lobbyists for every member of Congress. They literally think they own Washington, and they probably do. But they do not own me. They do not own me. And from the very beginning, I looked at this and thought, this is what they did. They literally went in, this is before my time, they got written into law a provision that said that Medicare is not allowed to negotiate cheaper prices for seniors, 45 million people under Medicare. Medicaid can, the VA can, but Medicare cannot. And that's when I drafted a bill, and I've led it. Now I have over 30 senators on it. As president, I can get that done to erase that provision from law. We should be able to bring in less expensive, safe drugs from other countries. In Minnesota, we can see Canada from our porch. So I have been able to see those cheaper drugs. That's why I lead a bipartisan bill. It used to be with Senator McCain, who I miss very much, now with Senator Grassley, to allow those drugs to come in. Bernie and I did an amendment together at midnight once. We got 14 Republican votes. I think they were tired, I don't know. But we did. That did the same thing. So we can actually get this done. And a president can do this herself. I found, maybe you have seen our ad, but I have found 137 things the president can do herself that are legal without Congress. And that is one of them. So, what else? Put a cap on drug prices. That would be a good thing. And that would bring in $350 billion. There was a question I saw on the deficit. Well, here's one thing we can do. You literally save $350 billion by putting a cap that's tied to the international rates for drugs. $350 billion in 10 years. That's the kind of money that we're talking about. All right, and I have other deficit proposals too, because I actually think this is something we have to talk about. Next, thank you, one person who asked the question. Next, the other things that we should build on, mental health and opioids. And general addiction. And I have a plan. I show what I'm going to pay for it with that big settlement we're going to get in from those opioid companies. And I think that money, of course, should be going right to people for treatment and their families, particularly in areas that have been hard hit, like in Nevada. And I also think that some of that money can go to other forms of addiction, because we know they're still out there, as well as mental health. When 1 in 5 Americans struggle with mental health. And we got to take the stigma off of that and make sure people get the treatment that they deserve. For me, this is personal. My dad, when I was growing up, struggled with alcoholism. By the time my husband and I got married, my dad got his 3rd DWI. And the judge then looked at him and he said, you got to choose treatment or jail. And he chose treatment. And in his words, he was pursued by grace because of that treatment and his faith and his family, his friends. He has now been sober. He is now 91 years old ever since. And it's hard to get a drink around here anyway. So that's my dad. And then that leads to actually something else that we need to work on, which is long-term care, which is like the element that doesn't even fit in this room, because we're seeing a doubling of our senior population. Also, it helps people with disabilities. And so here's the deal. 1, keep Social Security strong. 2, keep Medicaid strong. But the third thing is finding innovative ways to make it so people can stay in their homes and get long-term care, which saves a ton of money. In my dad's case, he actually got long-term care insurance. I have no idea why. A few years ago, that's going to keep him at this place he loves with 15 other people for about a year and a half more. I know exactly the month it ends. Then after that, we go into his savings. He doesn't have as much as he should because he got married 3 times, but we're not going to talk about that on Valentine's Day. Not really appropriate. And then you go to Medicaid. And then he can't stay where he is now because Medicaid doesn't pay for that. And so then his Catholic elder care told me that they would take him in. So that's his story, and his story is actually better than so many other families that didn't get that long-term care insurance. That's why I found a way, 1, to create some easy payment reductions for getting long-term care insurance for people that want to do it. And secondly, just making it easier and more cost-effective with caregivers tax credit, with help for people for staying in their home, because it's actually so much cheaper for all of us if people are able to stay in their home. So we need to make that a priority. The next thing that is tied to this, and there was a question about community college, the next thing that's tied to this is connecting our economy with our education system. And I cannot tell you how important that is, because I know it's easy to have these bumper sticker solutions, like free college for all. You know it sounds really appealing. But if you step back and really look at it, it takes a little longer to explain what's going to work here. Because what we don't want to do is use hard-earned taxpayer money to send wealthy kids to college. I don't think that's the best use of our money. Instead, I step back and I look at our economy, okay? We are going to have over 1 million openings for home health care workers. And I would rather use some of that money for jobs like that aren't as well paying, to make sure we've got child care for those workers and retirement and those kinds of things, so they actually take those jobs, because we don't know how we're going to fill those jobs, and a lot of people are going to need long-term care workers because we're going to have this aging of our population. We're going to have over 100,000 openings for nursing assistants. Those are 1- and 2-year degrees. Those should be free in my mind, the community college degrees. Those are the fastest, not just nursing. All those 1- and 2-year degrees are the fastest growing jobs right now in our country. We are going to have over 70,000 openings for electricians that we don't know how to fill. And you have got great trades here in the state of Nevada. You know what I'm talking about. We need apprenticeships. We need good union jobs. We know we're going to have these jobs. We are going to have, get this, we are not going to have a shortage of sports marketing degrees. Now, I know someone has one, your kid is getting one, okay? We are not going to have a shortage of sports marketing degrees. We are going to have a shortage of plumbers. And so as we look at this, we need to fit that education system to our economy. To me, that means investment in K through 12 big time. That means preschool investment. That means those 1- and 2-year degrees I just mentioned. And then for college, we're going to have tons of openings for 4-year degrees. So what I think you do there is you double the Pell Grants from $6,000 to $12,000 a year. That would make a huge difference. And then you double the income level, so they get up to $100,000 per family. If you have that income level, you can still get the Pell Grant for your kids. That would allow the money to go where it should, to help the people that it should. And so that is my argument when it comes to education. How would I pay for it? I would take the capital gains tax rate. A lot of people talk about this for a long time. Bring it closer to the personal income tax rate. I love this guy. Thank you, guy in the blue shirts. Thank you. And then you would still have, of course, incentives for long-term investments. But that way, that brings in, over $500 billion. So to me, I know this whole thing I just told you doesn't fit on a bumper sticker.
But it is the best way to do this. And it's actually not a pipe dream. It's a plan with deadlines and with a way to pay for it. Next challenge, climate change. And you know very well it's happening in Nevada. It's happening now. It's not happening. We see those fires that we saw. And probably the best example for me is in your neighbor in Northern California. That video of that dad driving away from paradise with the neighborhood burning behind him, with his little girl in the car, and the flames are lapping over the car, and you hear him singing to his daughter to calm her down. That minute of that video really tells it all. And you've seen, by the way, it's not just the rising sea levels, as we all know from being interior states. It's not just that. It's the weird weather events. It's the high temperatures. What are you pointing at? It's February. Okay, yes. It's what we are seeing right now in the middle of the country. It's the flooding. Where you have farmers not being able to plant, where you have rising homeowners insurance going up 50%. And so we need to make those arguments, not just the arguments of the rising sea levels, right? We need to make these other arguments for the people in our state. And so I'm uniquely qualified to do that. I'm only one of two candidates right now left that is from the middle of the country that's left standing on that debate stage. And I think it is really important to make those arguments. The way you do this, by the way, is solution. Day one, get back into the International Climate Change Agreement. We are the only country not in there now. Nicaragua and Syria weren't in it, and they got in it. Clean power rules, something that have been negotiated over many years through the Obama administration, and many of our power companies already believe they can make it. And of course, you are like the mecca here of solar energy, right? In the state of Nevada, and you know the possibilities here for that. Number three, the gas mileage standards, something even though the car companies were on board, this president pushed them back because of his affinity for the oil companies. We know that's what's going on. So those things a president can do herself without Congress. Then sweeping legislation to put a price on carbon and energy efficiency. Now let me just focus on that because we're not going to be able to pass this in this state or in any other state in the country if we don't make this bill work for regular people. And if we don't take that, it's going to be trillions of dollars coming in, that money doesn't go directly back to people to help them with their heating bills, to help them with their cooling bills, to help areas that are going to see, a lot of areas are going to see more jobs, right? Maybe some in this state, right? But then there are areas of the country going to see less jobs or a change in jobs. And we've got to make sure they transition to other jobs. And they don't always just have to be green energy jobs, in my plan. They can be manufacturing jobs and the like. And I think about this when we think of the money that's going to come in, not just from my head, not just numbers, but from my heart. I told you my grandpa's story. Those mines up in northern Minnesota, they would open and close. They've got iron ore that makes steel. They're open right now because we did something on steel dumping. And that area in northern Minnesota went through good times and bad, just like areas of this state. And in fact, I will never forget driving out of Duluth. They had a big billboard when I was growing up. Someone took it out and it said, "Last one to leave, turn off the lights." That's what I'm talking about here. So to really get this climate change bill done, we're going to have someone that thinks like I do. Because otherwise we are not going to be able to get the support to pass it, and the policy won't work for regular people. Because if we do this right, it's going to be a lot new jobs. It's going to be a lot new technology. It's going to be stuff that we can sell to the rest of the world. So let's think about climate change that way. I'm thinking of some other challenges I'm going to quick go through that were raised in some of the questions. Immigration reform, I actually see that as part of economy. I see that as part of the openings that we see in our fields and in our factories, the small businesses that we see that are started by our immigrant community. You know them right here in this region. And I see this as an economic imperative to get this done. 70 of our Fortune 500 companies are headed up by people from other countries. 25% of our U.S. Nobel Immigrants don't diminish America. They are America. Minnesota is a big hunting state, right? And we have a lot of proud gun owners in our state, so I always look at this issue in a different way than some of those other people that run for office. And I always say, okay, does this hurt my Uncle Dick in the deer stand, all right? And I look at these things like universal background checks, magazine limits. They don't do that. So having that perspective is what leads you to solutions. And right now in our country, because of what happened, that horrendous shooting in Vegas, because of ordinary citizens having to rush in, right? Rush in and save lives. And then you got people in Washington that aren't willing to stand up to the NRA, even a little bit, right? Aren't willing to say, okay, guess what? The majority of Trump voters right now want universal background check. That was a poll from this summer, a Fox poll that said that. The majority of hunters want to see universal background checks. And I know the legislature did some good work on this in Nevada, but we've got to make sure we do it nationally. And that's how I look at this. I actually carry the bill to close what's called the boyfriend loophole. That bill is sitting on Mitch McConnell's desk right now. What that bill says is if someone, oh, that's a popular thing to raise, if someone that has been convicted of domestic abuse, that they shouldn't be allowed to go out and get an AK-47. And now it is just sitting on his desk, along with so many other things. Democracy reform, right? Getting rid of gerrymandering and making it easier for people to vote. Those things are sitting on his desk. And one last thing I saw in the cards that I wanted to answer this question was about veterans. And I know how patriotic this state is. I can see it right in this room. I figured that when people sign up to serve, there's never a waiting line. They always go, sign up. Yeah, come sign up. And when they get home and they need a job or they need education or they need health care, there should never be a waiting line in the United States. To Fallon, and I went to Lovelock. Did I get that right? Did I get that right? Yeah, I did, because I saw that bridge with all of them. And I actually met with veterans in those communities. And I think we also have to realize that where the VA facilities are, or having to get vouchers to be able to get care at other places. But through that all, we must make that system work better. And when I got into the Senate is when we had the influx of our brave warriors coming home with things like traumatic brain injuries, and there wasn't enough health care, and we had Walter Reed. And we made a big investment back then. That was the right thing to do. But we don't sit on our laurels. We know there are huge problems still. I did a veterans roundtable in Carson City. Okay, thank you. And we talked about those issues. And we have to make sure that we've got the mental health care for our veterans. We've seen this huge increase in suicide from our veterans. So I'm really committed to working on these issues, as well as a sane foreign policy overall. Which are, one, to renew America's leadership around the world, two, to repair our alliances with our allies, instead of standing with dictators. The third thing is to renegotiate ourselves back into some of these international agreements, like the agreement, the Russian arms agreements that he precipitously got us out of one of those. The fourth appropriately to threats around the world, which means not doing it by a tweet in your bathrobe at 5 a.m. And inviting, the Taliban to Camp David when you don't even have, I could go on. And the fifth thing is to reassert American values across the world. It can actually be summarized in one R, which is return to sanity. So all of this hinges on one thing, and that is that we have to win big. We cannot just eke by a victory at 4 in the morning, as sweet as that would be. We want to win big, because that is the only way to pass these things, to finally get something done on pharmaceuticals, to finally do something when it comes to these issues that have literally these challenges like immigration reform and climate change and long-term care and mental health that have just been sitting on the shelf while he sits there and tweets and complains and blames other people. Well, that all goes, what? Okay, bullies, okay, yeah. But as that all goes on, those things just sit. And we know that while people may have jobs, they're having a lot of trouble paying for stuff. And we need to make that better with shared prosperity, and we need to meet the challenges of our time, and we need to make sure that we have a president that when that president goes on TV, that parents don't feel like they have to mute the volume. Because they don't want, because they don't know what it's going to say. I know people in this room remember, whether they're Republicans or Democrats, you remember when you used to watch the president on TV, even if you didn't vote for that president, even if you didn't agree, even if you maybe yelled at the TV a little bit. But the point is you watched out of respect because you wanted to know what that president said, because it was part of your civic duty, and you wanted to pass that on to your kids and to your grandkids. We need to get back to that time again. That is what I'm talking about with decency. So with this, so well in Nevada, we can't leave any area behind, right? Certainly not northern Nevada. Certainly not those states where we want to win those Senate races like Arizona and Colorado. That is what winning big is about. That is how we send Mitch McConnell packing. Every time. I have not just won it by a little bit. I have won in all the rural congressional districts, Republican districts. I have won where the steel workers are in northern Minnesota by huge margins. I have won Michelle Bachmann's district every single time. I have won in fired up Democratic urban areas, and in fact my state, had the highest voter turnout of any state in the country when I leave the ticket. So that's what I did. And I like to say I won every race, every place, every time back to 4th grade, because all those guys are always boasting about everything. So, I got my thing. And in fact, back then, my slogan, which I've since abandoned, was all the way with Amy K. I worked here, not anymore. So that is what I bring to this. And I also bring a track record, which will be so good in the general election, of working across the aisle and bringing people with me. I have passed over 100 bills as a lead Democrat in the gridlock of Washington, D.C. I am asking you for your support. I know I don't have the biggest bank account, okay? You know that, because some other people may be running more ads. But boy, since what happened at that debate stage in New Hampshire, literally, by the next day, we had raised over $2 million from regular people online. No one thought we were going to do that. And every step of the way, I have exceeded expectations. There were people watching my speech in the blizzard that thought I wasn't going to make it through that speech. They're like, I don't know, she's probably going to have to shut this event down. It's a blizzard. They thought I wasn't going to make it through the summer. They thought I wasn't going to make it to the debate stage. And every single time we have exceeded expectations. And today, after I got by the way, the endorsement of the Las Vegas Sun, endorsements. I also got the New York Times with Elizabeth. But when I got that, we just got the San Jose endorsement in California today. Really excited. After all that happened, I woke up this morning to see the poll in Nevada. We had gone, literally in a few weeks, to double digits in the polls in the state of Nevada. I'm going to need you by my side because I think you know, as I said, I don't have the biggest bank account. I'm not the tallest candidate on the stage. I love this back and forth yesterday between the president and Bloomberg, in which the president said that Bloomberg was 5'4", and then Bloomberg said, no, I'm not too taller than that. There's only one candidate that claimed to be 5'4". That is me. Grassroots politics. I believe in movements, and I believe in so many times that the winning candidate on the Democratic side has not been the one everyone thought was going to win at first, right? Think of Jimmy Carter, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama. These were not the people that they thought were going to win, but the people of this country, especially the early states, thought otherwise. They defied the odds. They picked the candidates. That is what's happened in our country's history. Or at least they gave them that oomph to keep going. That's what you guys have done time and time again. So I picked the color green for a reason. And that's because it's the color of one of my political mentors, Paul Wellstone. And not everyone knows Paul. But he was the senator from Minnesota who defied the odds. He beat a guy who was super wealthy. No one thought he was going to win. And so what he would do is he would talk really, really fast in his ads, and he would say, I only have 30 seconds and I don't have as much money, so I'm going to say all this stuff in 30 seconds. He would also run back and forth in the parades really, really, really fast so he could meet everyone. But the last year of his life, when he had taken a brave vote against the war in Iraq, that last year he was going to win that re-election. And he died, really tragically, in a plane crash with his wife and daughter and their staff. And it was just a traumatic thing. But that year, what I most remember about that year, I had no opponent for my re-election for local office. It sounds nice. And so I got to spend a lot of time with him. And I got to watch this thing that I will never forget. He would go around in this green bus. And that year, he had told the state he had MS. And so he was in a lot of pain, and he couldn't run anymore. He could hardly even walk. So he would stand on the back of the green bus, and he would wave. But here's the coolest part. In those parades, there would be so many people that he motivated in these green shirts to run around that bus that you did not even notice he wasn't running himself. There was just all this motion. So I am not asking you to run around a Reno bus right now. But what I am asking you to do is run for me. I only have 8 days left. I spent 2 weeks of that past month in those impeachment hearings that were really important, but I was basically bolted to my death. That made it harder for those of us that were there. It did. But it was well worth it because we did the right thing. So what I'm asking you to do is like the people of New Hampshire did when they thought through it and they thought about my strength as a candidate. I'm asking you to do that for me. I'm asking you to go to those caucuses. I'm asking you to vote for me. And mostly, with these 8 days left, I'm asking you to volunteer or at least call your friends or talk to people at work. Tell them what you heard today, because that is what American democracy is about. Our democracy cannot stand 4 more years of a guy who thinks he can bulldoze through it. Our rule of law cannot tolerate 4 more years of a guy who thinks he's above it. And yes, and I say this so strongly in this state, our American dream cannot handle 4 more years of a president that thinks he can choose who lives it. So please, join our green forces. Come on board. We need your help. And I can tell you, if you're on my side, we will win. Thank you.
All right, everybody, that's Senator Amy Klobuchar wrapping up a campaign rally in Henderson, Nevada. For those of you unfamiliar, it is a suburb of Las Vegas. I don't know if I would really consider it a suburb anymore, though, because essentially once you hit Henderson, you're in Las Vegas. Anywho, hope you all are having a happy Friday evening. Happy Valentine's Day. Feel free to let me know where you are watching from. There's currently 751 of you hanging on with us here. I'm going to take you out to New York City, the Big Apple, where my 16-year-old nephew, he is there on a school trip for his very first time. I was hoping to be able to catch him on like the Times Square camera, but we only have this live picture right here, just outside of the Fox News headquarters, right across from Radio City Music Hall, right there in Midtown Manhattan. It's a Friday evening, normally very busy, but Valentine's Day makes it even more so. And look, you see the lights on that tree right there. They're colored red. How fitting, right? Anywho, hope you all are having a great day so far, great end to your week. We might have an Air Force One arrival here. I'm working to confirm exactly if this is the case, and I'm looking right here. Yes, West Palm Beach, Florida. The president should be arriving in just moments. I'm going to take you there live now on Fox News Now.
The wind got it. Wow, that's a change of wind direction. The windsock was pointing that way up until a few minutes ago. Now it's pointing that way.
You're supposed to land in 40 minutes. And we were like, this way. We were like, it's in our community.
It's a nice little crossing now. We're not going to see it. You know, usually you can see it far away and see it go down that way. Then like 10 minutes later, yeah, and then like 10 minutes later it comes down the runway.
This is the shoe store around here, so because if we get wet, I'm gonna want new shoes. Winston writes shot in black.
Yeah, no shit. It's inclement weather. It's not in black anymore. It was in black. I put the cover on it, the cap on it. Do you want a wet lens or do you want to see a plain lens?
Since you're looking at three people standing there versus that monstrosity of a plane. Yeah. It takes up big space, so it could be. Or they changed it because they changed it.
It's not anymore. That was old. Oh, we'll put that one on.
Their plan is to spot. We shifted this way a little bit.
Yeah, there's no reason not to.
She's way better at it. Their favorite thing it's the regal character. This is how we kept our
the rain all right? Next time we get here, they have the light set up. Because they're just going, oh. There's no light? No, it's just they're getting all the light. Yeah. So they're talking about it. Oh. So, I mean, 9 times out of 10 he runs from that. I've seen it at night before. He comes out in the dark. You see the light open. The last 2 weeks ago, they had a couple lights on the still fog. Not a lot, but at least something. Yeah. This is nothing. This is the light from the inside of the cabin of the plane. Exactly. That's part of that song with the rock. Cherry filter against the slap. Gary? So I missed it. What is through? Sound? Hey, speed break. I thought I heard a. Yeah, we get there. I requested light. Well, they had them last time. They fired them up. Which way? They had 3 those portables right at the flight. There is fight. Photo guys. We got 3 that they put up on
Start engines and it's 6:29.
Planes over home sound.
7:30. So let us know if it's
not very far. Then it's got to go all the way down there. It's 6:30 right now. Blue sky. That heavy band don't went down. And I would go back every summer. And by then you and at one point, driving out of
Like when we used to go, I used to go to the Easter service. We used to go to the Easter service at church. The first year was fine, and then every year they just keep pushing back. You can't see nothing now. So I was like, if you're not in the pool, it's not even, don't bother someone else. Oh, no. Okay. Okay.
President Trump has landed in West Palm Beach, Florida for Valentine's Day weekend. Going to spend it at Mar-a-Lago with the family. First Lady is with him. You heard the cheers are up there, West Palm Beach, Florida. The first family spending the weekend at Mar-a-Lago. We had an Everyday News Now saying that the president is going to be at the Daytona 500 on Sunday. Don't forget all of your coverage there on your local Fox station. I'm going to take you out live now to New York City. We are kind of on standby. We've got some Democrats holding campaign rallies tonight. Matter of fact, I believe we've got Pete Buttigieg in Sacramento, Biden, Sanders. So we're kind of on standby for one of those to get underway. We just had Amy Klobuchar. But again, please subscribe. I had a typo there. See what happens? I just put subscribe. Subscribe, please, to Fox News Now. Make sure I got that right. There we go. And if any news breaks across the country, we will have you covered. If you happen to miss that Air Force One landing, I'm going to clip it right now. You can watch it as many times as you'd like and share with everybody you know. All right, everybody, we're getting a news conference. I'm not quite sure exactly what it's on, but we're going to listen live until I'm told that we can't.
And coordinated and seamless it has been. I also wanted to specifically, you just heard from Patty Mason in terms of UCSD's involvement, but I wanted to publicly thank and express appreciation to a few other key partners, particularly Rady Children's Hospital and their leadership and their clinical team that has provided such cooperative and competent and compassionate care to the children that required further evaluation. I also want to mention American Medical AMR, American Medical Response, which has been our partner in terms of doing the transportation to the healthcare facilities. And I also want to publicly acknowledge the work of 2 additional health systems that in the recent days have mobilized their efforts to prepare additional inpatient hospital capacity should that be needed, with a special appreciation to the executive leadership and to the clinical staff at both Sharp Healthcare and Scripps Health here in San Diego County. With those remarks, I would like to now field questions and direct them accordingly to our folks who have spoken, as well as Dr. Staples, who is here from the CDC, and Brett Austin from our Public Health Laboratory, who serves as the director there. When you ask your question, if you could please articulate and introduce yourselves so we know where it's coming from, and I will direct the responses accordingly. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's already been stated, but I will restate it simply. This is in order to position us to be prepared with additional access to resources beyond the current capacity. Practically speaking, it also provides the county some flexibility in terms of making decisions of potential relationship with contractors that under different circumstances we would have to go through a more formal and laborious process. And there are some other details as well that are involved with us, if needed, we are not at that point yet, mobilizing members of our Medical Reserve Corps and other such actions. It is really a proactive step of prevention and protection and to position ourselves accordingly with additional resources. Yes, ma'am. Dr. McDonald, I think I'll ask you to respond to that. And let me repeat it. I've been asked, since we're on time today from other events, the question is, what are we doing to monitor folks who may be crossing from the border with Mexico?
And I will give a 50,000-foot level view because, again, our partners in the Department of Homeland Security are actually responsible for individuals who are crossing the border, so CBP and ICE. They, of course, get travel histories on individuals when they're evaluating them for entry into the country. They have actually standard procedures that they use to determine whether somebody might be a person who could have a travel history consistent with being eligible to be a person under investigation. They then do an assessment medically on these individuals, and if at any part of the process, either under CBP custody or in ICE custody as respective, they might be identified as an individual who is a potential person under investigation, then they will either bring the patient to the next level of care, which has occurred a couple of times in the county, or they would contact us directly in the health department to arrange testing. We have had 2 such individuals so far who were in ICE custody, who were presented to us as possible persons under investigation. We still have tests pending on those individuals, and those individuals remain in isolation.
Yeah, besides yes, I will respond. The question is in terms of the number of folks at UCSD that are there that are still under investigation. UCSD currently has in its care 7 individuals. 2 of those, as you already have heard, are positively confirmed cases. There are 5 individuals at UCSD who are pending their results that we would classify as being persons under investigation. Thank you. The folks at UCSD that are there did come from Miramar, yes. Yes, sir. Introduce yourself, please. I'm going to have Dr. Staples come up and just make a couple comments from the general perspective of the CDC. And again, she is a medical epidemiologist now with us. Some of you had the opportunity to meet Dr. Chris Braden, who was here before. Dr. Staples is now serving in that role. Again, the declaration is one of proactive preparation, and we took multiple factors into consideration, the possibility that there could be further involvement of the COVID virus in our community is certainly part of that deliberation. Dr. Staples, would you like to make some comments from a general perspective, please?
Thank you very much. Sure. My first name is Erin, E-R-I-N, Staples, S-T-A-P-L-E-S. So first of all, I'd like to thank very much for the county for inviting me to be here today, but more importantly for having the proactive stance of declaring an emergency, which allows them to get prepared for what we're seeing as a global health crisis with the spread of coronavirus. CDC, of course, had already declared the same public health declaration in terms of activating our emergency operations centers and mobilizing our personnel to allow us and help us to respond. But I can't applaud the individuals here, particularly our colleagues in the county, our clinical staff at UCSD, and more importantly, the servicemen at Miramar for really giving us the opportunity to help reintroduce or repatriate individuals who could have been exposed to the virus. Everything has been working very well in that operation, and we have identified 2 cases, which was expected when you start moving people from an area that has a lot of virus circulation, but we have not identified any other individuals at that time. We're continuing to monitor, and again, cannot thank our county, the state of California, as well as the clinicians that are in the community assisting us and the servicemen on Miramar.
Thank you, Dr. Staples. Yes, sir, in the back. I can guarantee you that all of the individuals that came from Wuhan to San Diego at Miramar Air Force Base are still under formal quarantine. Yes, sir. Yes. A little. Sure. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. No, that's again, it's a slightly different question, and again, it's easy to confuse what is going on under federal quarantine at Miramar with our community response. And so I want to just clarify that very quickly. So there were 13 San Diegans who were on flights next to people who were subsequently diagnosed in the United States. Part of the CDC's investigation of all those cases is to find out everybody who was near them on the travel that they took. And they get the names and the addresses of those individuals, and they send that out to the states. Then that goes down to the local jurisdictions. So we found 13 of those individuals who were San Diego residents. And again, the stats that I gave before were that 8 of those individuals have gone 2 weeks past the time that they were next to those individuals, so we know that they are cleared from a need for self-quarantine. The other 4 individuals are still self-quarantined at home.
I apologize for that confusion. Paul. I can confirm that the process for testing is still in Atlanta. We are working in close collaboration with the CDC to enable local testing as well as state testing. As has been reported in other media contexts, that process is still being finalized. Yes, ma'am, in the middle. Dr. McDonald.
Yes, thank you for that question. First of all, I'll take the second part first. Is it safe for them to be where they are? ICE at Otay Mesa has a number of isolation rooms that they routinely use for things like possible tuberculosis and other air transmissible diseases. And one of the things that's important to know is that this disease, COVID-19, is handled exactly the same way as these other aerosol transmitted diseases. So they have that capacity. They're simply using it for that. So they are safe where they are, not exposing anybody else who's in the facility or the staff there. And there was a first part to your question. Any details about the individuals themselves and their travel histories, I would refer to ICE.
Yes, sir.
Actually, any of the questions that have to do with what ICE does as their procedures and policies, I would refer to their officials. But we do work closely with them, and we are routinely working with them and other partners to do close contact investigations if required. That generally means if the person's confirmed for the COVID-19, and the only confirmed cases that we've had have obviously been at Miramar, so there hasn't been a need for that. I don't at this time.
We do not. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I think we would refer that to ICE, please. Paul. Dr. Staples, please.
Thanks for the question. In terms of the individuals, we actually were a little delayed getting here because we were meeting with both of the sites that are housing those individuals right now. We received some very positive feedback, and someone even joked that he gained 5 pounds because he's getting better food here than he is getting at home, per se. So we are, as part of the team that we are here with the CDC, we do contact investigation tracings for anybody that was potentially even in contact with those 2 known cases. We are working on completing all of those contact investigations, but we have not identified anybody else that we believe was at substantial risk. And so we are going through the procedures that and the guidance that we've put out in terms of contact tracing. So we will likely be, because of just some exposures, following the people a couple more, but they will not be housed at the base. We're working on, because of their low-risk exposures and the current protocols, to have them monitored by their local health departments. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, in the middle. Yeah. Dr. Staples, may I ask you again, forgive me for the long trek back to the microphone, to respond to that? I am not aware that the CDC has formally changed any guidance, but these evolving questions related to the incubation period, please.
Thank you very much again. So in terms of the incubation period and the amount of information that's informing that, we obviously are constantly engage and aware in obtaining information to ensure that the information and the current incubation period that we have teams of individuals working in Atlanta that are looking at the different information and using even models to predict the precise accuracy of the incubation period. None of the data that has been provided to date has suggested that beyond that 14 days is really where we need to be considering. So we are currently, based on the available data, using the 14 days, and that's our recommendation or guidance right now.
Okay, this is going to be the last question. I'll call on somebody who hasn't been called yet. Yes, ma'am. It'll probably be in the next 2 to 3 days is what I think I can respond to, okay? We expect that in the next 2 to 3 days. I want to again thank you, especially on this Valentine's Day, for your availability, and I'll turn it over to Supervisor Fletcher for a couple closing comments.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nick. Again, I want to thank all of our public health advocates and experts who are here. Again, we're taking this action out of an abundance of caution to do everything possible to prepare ourselves for a situation that is dynamic and fluid. We will continue to monitor it, and we'll continue to make regular updates as more information becomes available. So thank you again to everyone who's doing the hard work on the ground, and we will be having a board meeting on Wednesday to review this declaration and decide if we should extend it for the full 30 days or not. That's it. Thank you.
All right, everybody, we are on standby for a Pete Buttigieg rally. I'm going to try to find out exactly where this is for you. It should be in Sacramento, California. He's calling it a town hall, not a rally, regardless of what you call all these events that all the candidates do. They're all campaign related and rally sort of things, right? Meanwhile, though, I'm going to take you out to Times Square in New York City, let you listen to all of the sounds coming from there on a Friday, on a Valentine's Day, and just take a look at all the sights. This Times Square camera is by far one of my favorites to bring you because of everything you get to see all in one.
guys, Comedy Central tonight, tomorrow. show. Have a drink. Great lineup. Guys, comedy show tonight, tomorrow? Why not? Long weekend. Guys, great show. Show, guys. Comedy Central tonight, tomorrow. Hey guys, comedy show tonight, tomorrow. Hey guys, Comedy Central tonight, tomorrow.
A little more like our best-run cities and towns instead of the other way around. And here we are. And I now stand before you at the head of an unlikely campaign leading in the race for delegates to the Democratic nomination. We are thrilled with the progress of this campaign, but we're only 2 states in. So much depends on what happens next. And so much depends on what happens when the future-oriented, forward-looking, racially diverse, justice-minded state of California has its say. And that's why I'm here to ask you for your vote. If you're a supporter of this campaign, I thank you and I need you to spread the word to anybody who will listen. And if you're making up your mind, I'm here to look you in the eye and ask you for your support and explain why. Explain the values of this campaign and what it is we believe we need to achieve together. This is our chance. This is our only chance to defeat Donald Trump. This is about whether we can deliver a better future. I recently met the youth governor earlier this afternoon, and a lot of youth are here insisting that we deliver a better future for them and not waiting anymore. So I want you to picture something in the future that ought to be in the very near future. And it's the first day that the sun comes up over Sacramento and Donald Trump is no longer the president of the United States. Are we ready for that day to come? Are you ready to put the chaos and the corruption behind us? Are you ready to put the tweets behind us? Me too. And so much depends on making sure that we get this right. What I'm offering is a Democratic nominee who can call this president to account. A president who claims to speak for the forgotten man and woman, but only keeps one economic promise, and that is to deliver for corporations and the wealthy, ought to have to stand next to somebody from the industrial middle class who lives in the industrial Midwest, who can call him to account for having walked away from American workers, whether it's in my part of the country or right here in California. That's one way to put it. The president who likes to talk about religion and cloak himself, this guy, cloak himself in religious language, ought to have to stand next to somebody prepared to insist that this country belongs to people of every religion and of no religion equally. And also unafraid to call out to fellow believers and remind them that God does not belong to a political party in the United States of America. And if this president wants to thump his chest, throw himself military parades, and talk tough, how about having him try to do it standing next to a war veteran, ready to illustrate why there's nothing patriotic about pardoning war criminals? I am ready to defeat this president. But I'm asking you for your support not just in order to bring that day about, but in order to make sure we are ready on that day, because that is when our work truly begins. On that day, this country will be facing issues the likes of which were barely understood just a few years ago. An economy being reshaped by gig work and technology in ways that had been barely understood. a global situation impacted by global health security threats and climate security threats and cyber security threats we barely knew. It is going to require a new way of thinking, and we have to be ready to leave the politics of the past in the past and deliver a new and better day. Now here's what we have going for us in order to make that happen. A powerful new American majority that agrees not just in who we're against and the need to deliver a better president, but even more powerfully in what it is that we are for our future. We are for empowering workers, raising wages, and bringing about an economic reality where one job is enough, whether you got a college degree or not in America. We are for honoring our troops by making sure that they are never sent into a conflict that can be avoided, and by putting an end to endless war in our time. We are for delivering health care to everybody, Medicare for all who want it, and making sure there is no such thing as an uninsured American. We are for seeing to it that we bring just as much attention, just as much openness, and just as many resources to dealing with mental health and addiction as we do to physical medical issues in this country. It's got a nice ring to it, doesn't it? We are for acting in our time to see to it that in this country your race has no bearing on your health or your wealth or your life expectancy or your experience with law enforcement. We must act to get that done. We are for real, meaningful reform to our immigration system so that we can manage the border in a way that matches our values as well as our laws, and sending out the message to everybody of belonging. Un sentido de pertenencia para todos que están aquí en los Estados Unidos. We are for securing the future of the next generation by backing up our educators with a Secretary of Education who actually believes in public education and supports our teachers. We are united in what we are for as a country, and there is no time to lose. And as I travel across this country, I meet so many people who remind us why this is personal, just as it's personal for me and my family, affected by the decisions that are made in those big white buildings in Washington, D.C. that find their way into our lives, into our offices, into our homes, into our marriages even. That's what this is about. All politics isn't just local, it's personal for so many of us in so many different ways. It's even personal for those who are not yet old enough to vote. The 10-year-old who came to one of my events and asked about what was going on with prescription drug affordability. Not because he's a policy buff, although he seemed like a pretty smart kid, but because he's worried about how his family is going to be able to afford the insulin that he needs in order to live. The 13-year-old who let me know that she asked for Christmas for a bulletproof backpack, something I didn't even know existed. She can't wait for us to act to see to it that the Second Amendment is never again used as an excuse to do nothing at all when we have a need for common sense gun reform to save lives. The young student kid who came up to an event and let me know in a very delicate and diplomatic way that he was planning to be around in 2100, even though he knew that I was not, and mentioned that he was going to be looking back at what we did in 2020 to see whether right now, when it is still possible to do something, we took the steps to secure a climate future that he and his kids and his grandkids could live in. They can't wait for us to lead the world in doing something about climate change. The time is now, and we must act. Facing these challenges is no small thing, but the American people are ready to make it happen if we have the right kind of presidential leadership. That's what this is about. In other words, the reason I'm here, the reason I'm asking for your support, the reason I'm running for this office is not because I got it into my head one day that I would like to occupy it. I'm running for this office because I believe the presidency has a purpose. And that the purpose of the presidency is not the glorification of the president. It is the empowerment and the unification of the American people to do these big things. That's why I'm asking for your vote. So now I want you to welcome a friend of mine, because even though our numbers have grown a little bit since I first turned up in diners in New Hampshire trying to find a dozen people to talk to me, I still think there's a way to have a conversation, no matter how big the crowd. And so we gathered up questions from you on the way in. We put them in our famous fishbowl. And to be your voice, to guide the conversation, I want to welcome you to welcome somebody who is a leader and even a hero to many. A leader in the LGBTQ community, a leader in the AAPI community, and a leader among mayors, somebody other mayors look to for good ideas, the mayor of West Sacramento, Chris Cabaldo.
Hey, Sacramento. All right, we're ready to take your... The first question has come in by text message. What is it about Chasten that made you fall in love with him? Signed, Chasten for Valentine's Day.
He really did do that, too, didn't he?
He really did do that.
Let me tell you why I love Chasten. First, I just saw these eyes, this smile. I just had to see it in person. And so I swiped right. It's the most millennial thing I've done. We went on this date. And I had a pair of baseball tickets in my pocket just in case the date went really well. We met up for a beer. And then a beer turned into dinner. And then we went ahead and went out to the baseball game. And then we went out for a walk. And I didn't want it to end. And what I saw was somebody who is so alive to the way in which we can lift one another up. And you got to understand, I had been actively avoiding love for a very long time. And tiptoed out to see what it would be like, and met this extraordinary person who let me know what it meant to care about somebody else and lift them up too, and reminds me every day of the opportunity by holding office, even just by being a candidate, to make sure others feel seen and to make sure others know that they're important. And I got to tell you, yeah, I'm biased, but he is going to make an amazing first gentleman for the United States of America.
It's so much better than flowers. All right, next we have a question from the YMCA Youth and Government crowd. Welcome.
All right.
How will you harness the untamed potential of new voters to tackle our biggest challenges like climate change and homelessness?
Awesome. So, first of all, you're ahead of the curve because you're here, you're involved, you're active, and I know that you're recruiting fellow young people to make sure their voice is heard. And the simple fact is, the longer you're planning to be here, the more you have at stake in a whole bunch of decisions, irreversible decisions that are about to be made on everything from climate change to the economy of this country to racial justice to gun violence and on and on and on. And here's the biggest thing I want you to understand is your power. Not your power in the future. I'm sure as bright, young politically motivated people. People tap you on the shoulder, pat you on the head a lot, and tell you you're the future. And you are. But you're also the present. 2 years since the horror of Parkland, we have seen how people lifting up their voices, not yet old enough to vote, marching for their lives, change the conversation about gun violence in this country. The Time Magazine Person of the Year, if she were a U.S. citizen, would not yet be old enough to vote, and she is helping change the conversation about climate in this country. The power that you have is the moral urgency of being able to look decision makers in the eye and ask us to do a better job of supporting and taking care of you. That activates a powerful voice in the mind of anybody, the heart of anybody who has a heart that says, don't let this young person down. And that power is extraordinary. I will be relying on it as president to support me and, yes, sometimes to push me and our administration in the right direction. And I see the makings of a generational alliance right now, because this is not the 1960s when young people marched against their parents' generation. This is young people marching, demanding that there be better answers from those in charge. But hopefully you have noticed people from your parents' and grandparents' generation at your side cheering you on, because we know we have an obligation to serve you better. That is the power you have, and I will rely on that to make sure we actually get these things done.
We have a question from Jackie. What can you do as president at a federal level to reduce the emphasis on standardized testing in our public schools?
Aha! Sounds like Jackie's not alone. And again, being married to a teacher, I've seen how teachers are being expected to become so many different things. You're supposed to be mental health counselors, but you haven't been given the resources to do it or a place to refer people to when they have challenges. You're expected by some politicians to convert somehow into highly trained armed guards when there's a threat to your classroom. And you were expected to put up with the automation of your job by the over-reliance on standardized testing. Now, of course we need to have assessments. Of course we need to know how students are doing. But you cannot reduce to a standardized test the work of shaping young minds and supporting young people in their growth and the development. The time has come up to lift up and respect the teaching profession and let teachers drive the way that assessments are done.
Kathy wants to know, who takes care of Buddy and Truman when you and Chasten are on the road?
So Buddy and Truman are always in good hands. We have somebody who looks after the house. Thanks for asking about them. They obviously have a very busy schedule. You may have followed their Twitter feed. Given they don't have opposable thumbs, it's pretty remarkable work. And thanks for thinking of them. I miss them, but they're in good hands.
All right, Annie would like to know, what are you planning to get to win the African American vote in the Democratic primary?
Well, the only way to win the African American vote is to deserve it. So it starts by reaching out and asking and seeking that support. And let's not talk, sometimes they talk about the black vote like it's some guy. Let's respect that this is not a monolithic community. There are a lot of different experiences that make up the black experience in America. For many at a time like this is about economic empowerment and ensuring that we in deed as well as in word act to lift up black entrepreneurs who are creating the next generation of professionals and creating economic opportunity for others. That's why we need to co-invest in entrepreneurship. It's why we need to fix broken credit systems that have so many black businesses needing to save cash in order to be able to get a start. And yes, it means making sure that the federal taxpayer dollar, to the tune of 25%, actually goes to businesses in contracting and purchasing that are owned and led by minorities who have the best track record of creating opportunities for others. But it's not only about, not everybody's going to try to go start a business. It's also about making sure that those who are marginalized and kept out at every level of our economy are lifted up through economic empowerment, beginning with a higher minimum wage. and recognizing the way that black families have been excluded from opportunity in housing, in education, in health, at a time when black women are 3 times as likely to die from complications related to childbirth. Yes, because of racial bias in the clinical environment, but also because of things that affect your health before you ever cross the threshold of a doctor's office. Like the fact that black families are more likely to be redlined into neighborhoods that have environmental contamination. And when those neighborhoods become more safe and desirable, get gentrified right back out of them by what's happening in our economy. There has to be intention in doing something about it. This is Frederick Douglass Day within Black History Month. We are proposing a Frederick Douglass plan that will take as much intention and as many resources as went into the Marshall Plan to rebuild Europe, but this time invest them right here at home to tear down systemic racism in the United States. It's about criminal justice reform, reform to a criminal legal system that is barely worth the name of a justice system. And that's everything from decarcerating this country to legalizing marijuana to making sure that we look back at expungements and ensure that when incarceration did more harm than the offense that it was meant to deal with, that we go back and correct that so that we are truly serving up justice. And above all, in order to get any of these other things right, economic empowerment, health equity, criminal legal system reform, educational equity, you name it, to get any of these things right, there needs to be a level of political empowerment and equality that is still not here, and that is why we need a 21st century Voting Rights Act to end the suppression of black voters and other voices in this country. I will take no vote for granted, and I will leave no vote aside. I will earn all of the support that I can, not just through the policy ideas, but by making sure everybody is seen and knows that they belong in the future that we are working to create. And nobody is experiencing the pain of living under this presidency more than black Americans and other Americans of color, which is why we absolutely must come together and defeat this president in November.
Mayor, Todd wants to know, do you plan to reduce Russia's footprint in Ukraine and China's footprint in the South China Sea?
So, next president's going to have some challenges overseas. And we as a country have overestimated our ability to shape the ambitions of Russia and China and other countries. When it comes to Russia, before we get to what they're doing in the Ukraine, let's talk about what they're doing to the U.S. Vladimir Putin will get the message when I am president that there will be use of all of our security tools to deter interference so that he reaches the conclusion, if it ever crosses his mind to mess with our politics again, even if he can, he shouldn't, because it would not be worth the trouble. We will continue to work towards stability and containing aggression in the immediate area of Ukraine and the Crimea. We will continue to make sure that we are supporting our allies, and when we do it, it will be completely decoupled from any consideration of U.S. domestic politics, because those two things should have nothing to do with each other. And yes, we will stand up to make sure that China does not undertake aggressive or anti-democratic actions. But here's the thing. This is not about the U.S. interfering in the affairs of other countries. This is about the U.S. being part of an international community, seeking to promote stability and human rights and democracy. And that can only happen if we're authentically living those values right here at home. That's why we need to restore the credibility of the United States of America to lead the world in delivering better outcomes anywhere in the world.
Jamie, I work in healthcare. Most of my patients are Medicare patients. Medicare pays notoriously low amounts in reimbursement. Hospitals balance that with their commercial patients. So how will you make ends meet if more people, how will I make ends meet if more people are on Medicare?
Great question. So this is not just about getting more people access to a plan like Medicare. This is about making sure we fix Medicare as we know it, because let's face it, Medicare as we know it needs a lot of work. It needs to be made more efficient, and yes, the reimbursements need to be trued up. That is how we can support hospitals serving underserved communities, whether it's urban or rural. And when we're improving those reimbursement rates, we've also got to improve them for mental health, because that's what it'll take to get real parity on substance use disorder and mental health concerns.
Fatima wants to know, how are you going to reach across the aisle and get legislation passed in our hyper-partisan Congress?
First, I'll tell you Plan B. Look, I'm a Democratic mayor who governed in Indiana. I went through 3 Republican governors, and I pride myself on reaching across the aisle and doing that kind of work. And when there is good faith, I will find it, and we will work together. But there's not a whole lot of good faith in the United States Senate today, on the GOP side. And so, we need to make sure that we are reaching out across the country, because here's the good news. Most Americans agree on what to do. It's why this campaign movement consists not only of fellow diehard Democrats, but we are reaching out to the independents. And yes, we are recruiting an awful lot of what I like to call future former Republicans into this movement. And if that sounds like you, you're welcome in this effort. An overwhelming majority of Americans expect us to do something about climate, want us to raise wages, insist that we deliver paid family leave, expect that we will do something on gun violence, and that is true in conservative states, not just in Democratic strongholds, which is why I believe the best use, you know that big blue and white airplane that comes with the Oval Office that this president uses mostly for the purpose of traveling between golf courses with his name on it. I don't even golf. Idea is that the highest and best use of that airplane is to fly it right into the backyard of somebody from this Senate who is getting in the way of policies that we need, and in doing so not only defying my White House, but defying their own voters, and remind their own voters of that difference. That's Plan B. You want to hear Plan A? Let's have a nominee with strong enough coattails that the first time I place a phone call to Mitch McConnell, it will be to congratulate him on his retirement.
But I'm going to make it a two-parter. What is your policy on the Mexican border wall? And for extra points, can you tell us who the president of Mexico is?
So I had a little interview on Telemundo yesterday. I thought it was a trick question, and it turned out that not everybody knows about this. Of course, I know you were present at the inauguration of President López Obrador, and so it won't be lost on you, and is not lost on me that he is one of the most important international leaders for the United States to be in dialogue with, and one of my first trips will be to Mexico to make sure we're improving that bilateral relationship. Policy on the wall is I think it's a dumb idea. Here's the thing. Of course, countries have borders, and we will make sure that we responsibly and humanely manage our border in a way that matches our values as well as our laws. But diverting money from national defense, as we are learning today is the case, and using it, look, like I said, the next president's going to face 21st century security challenges, the likes of which we barely understood a few years ago. I mean, we're talking about global health security issues, pandemics, all those cyber issues that are going on, plus stateless terrorism and all these other challenges in a shifting international environment. That's a 21st century security reality. It will not be met with a 17th century security technology. One more huge thank you for Chris Gabaldon and the phenomenal work that he's doing in West Sacramento. So I hope you understand what this campaign is about. I know that I'm not a typical political candidate. I don't have the decades of Washington establishment tenure that people might expect for somebody running for president, but I think the time has come to bring an outside perspective. So if you're ready for that different perspective to come to Washington rather than from Washington, please join me. If a picture of our politics is one where you've either got to choose between a revolution or the status quo and you don't see where you fit in that picture, join us because we have room for you. And what I'm asking more than anything else is for you to bottle up whatever sense of hope propelled you into this place to spend this time together with me and share it with those you know, because let's face it, a lot of folks have seen the news out of Washington and it can be depressing. It can be exhausting. It can lead to that sense of hopelessness, which is the enemy of justice because it makes it so hard to act. I understand that. But of course, now is not the time to give in to that. And if the Senate got to be the jury last week, the verdict is up to us now when it comes to this president and when it comes to those senators involved. And I am motivated to do this by a sense of hope. I know why the word fell out of style for a little while in American politics, but now is the time to summon the hope that is required to do anything at all. I don't think it's an accident that they took the word hopeful and they turned it into a noun. Do you notice this? That's what they call us on the news. I'm a 2020 hopeful. That's what I'm doing here right now. How fitting, because running for office is an act of hope. So is helping somebody get it done, and so is voting itself. So are you ready to spread that sense of hope to those you know? And are you ready for that sweet Sacramento sunrise when Donald Trump is no longer in the White House? And are you ready to make history together in the California primary coming up in just a couple of weeks? California, I believe that you can make me the next president of the United States. And if you do, I will work every day to make you proud. Thank you for coming. Thank you for caring. And let's go get this done. Thank you.